Live with MG, aka DeyZan, aka I don't know. Shout out to you guys today. I think today is Tuesday, right? Was that Mars? Yeah, Mars Day. God of War. Martes, Aries, 2026, January the 13th. It's not a Friday, unfortunately. But hopefully you find this video in good cheer and good health. Thank you guys for rocking with me on this journey. I see you guys coming into the chat. I see Composure Slim. Whoa! Ascending Ease in the building. It looks like the chemtrails have already dispersed above my head. But it's another day in paradise. How are you guys? Lord of mercy. Shabba. Hold on, where my lighter at though? Hold on up. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what's going on today. The news cycle is, you know how these people are, they're weird. All this tension in the, with so much drama in the LBC. And then now it's just back to like calm. And that's not good. That's not good. That's not good. We ain't gonna act like we didn't just kidnap somebody's president. We're not gonna act like Ice didn't kill everybody. We ain't gonna act like a whole bunch of people are missing again. We ain't gonna act like that big ass fire in Argentina. We ain't gonna act like that. That's crazy. Shout out to JPX. Hey, squad. I'm doing good, buddy. How you doing? Ain't nothing but love in the desert, man. And an ungodly amount of sociopaths. Well, we be all right. But how you guys doing, man? What's going on? Everything good? Everything good? Everything good in the hood? Let's see what the view look like. Let's see. We got some visibility in this bitch. Yeah, we do. We got some visibility. You see that mountain? You see the other ones? Shit, me. Hold on. There ain't no mountains over there. Where the mountains at? Mountains way above. You see the ice on them? That's crazy. Ice on the top of a mountain in the desert. I would never expected it. They didn't teach us shit about geography, I guess. And this nigga, look at this. This is fucking the chemtrail warrior. Look at the chemtrail warrior. What the fuck he doing? This motherfucker got a rocket. This is Elon Musk shit right here. Look at this. The fuck kind of trajectory? Where's this nigga going? To the Poconos? What the fuck is going on? Why he even take off like that? I've never seen a plane. I'm right here with the planes. They don't take off like that. They don't do that. The planes don't do that. They don't. He ain't going nowhere we go. What kind of craft is that? Let's see. Catch they ass in HD. Yeah, that's something else, buddy. That is a sprayer. Skinny as shit too. Yeah, that's something else. They got a craft just for that. That's a bitch. That's crazy, right? I think our tax dollars pay for it. Maybe they're spraying us with pesticides so we don't get any bad ideas. Shout out to Composure Slim. He said salute to the chat. More people be here soon. We got 6. We got 7 likes, so I appreciate y'all. Thank you. I ain't got nobody to curse out right now, so I'll be alright. Because everything is just calm-ish. But if something happens during this stream, we'll know. I saw some report about Trump worried that he got to bring billions of dollars of tariff back. I was like, why are you worried about that? You said you collected $14 trillion. I think you can spare a couple billion. If you know how much a trillion really is, that's a lot. I saw a cooler story. They said, like, like Vladimir Putin is one of the richest people in the world, right? Sitting on our grandparents' shit. But they were saying since Vladimir Putin is technically a war criminal, and it's funny that they call him a war criminal because they're all war criminals. But they're saying because he's a war criminal, he won't leave. In case someone goes out to get him, although no one's going to go out to get him. Very weird. I think it was Bill O'Reilly that said that. I was like, that is right. I did hear that before. I think I've said that before. Vladimir Putin is one of the richest, on paper, people there is. It just makes you wonder. Bill O'Reilly said Vladimir Putin would make Elon Musk look homeless. Like, how you make a half a trillionaire look homeless? That's crazy. I don't even know, because you gotta understand how much a trillion is. So like, how much money this nigga got? Make someone who's almost a trillionaire, you know, based on values. Even still, that's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot. Even I ain't got any liquid or cash. That's a lot to leverage. They said, nah, Vladimir got it. He just has it. I was like, all right, Russia, Tartaria. Wonder where they got that from. And I think I saw another story, because it's all money stuff today so far. Saudi Arabia found gold deposits worth something millions. I was like, what the fuck the point even publish that story for? What the fuck Saudi Arabia gonna do with $8 million worth of gold deposits? Shut the fuck up. Like, you know what I'm saying? You're in a world full of billions and trillions now. They say they find gold, $8 million worth of gold. You're like, I guess. Nice chains. Pusha T entered the chat. Like, the fuck? What the fuck we gonna do with $8 million worth of gold deposits? Saudi Arabia just trying to stay in the game. It's crazy. That's crazy. Silver up $80, $90. You know what people are doing? This is a good idea for you guys too. Because, you know, I want to shout to the hood out there. If y'all want to get some money real fast. Silver. If you don't know, if you go to all those places like, I don't know, thrift stores, thrift shops, Goodwills, even like Roses and, you know, those fucking places that girls drag you to you really don't want to be at because they feel like poverty from the 80s? Those places. A lot of those tools or dishes, especially plates and ornaments and stuff, if you can find them as silver, like the silver ones, they're usually very cheap. You know, forsaken, took for granted. You can buy those $3 here, $4 there, $5 there, $10 there, and then break it down. Like break it. Take everything that's not silver off of it with a hammer or a chisel. Then, you know, you don't have to smelt it at least. But, you know, bend it up, compact it, weigh it out. And it'll be whatever it weighs, ounce-wise, times $80. You just gotta Google in your city who buys raw silver or scraps or recycled silver. That's a quick come up right there, man. Especially if you walk past a place like that or you see a place like that every day. I'm just planting that seed out there. You might spend 20, you might get back 200 or more actually. But yeah, that's where silver is at right now, which is not good for the dollar at all. That's crazy. We're in a weird fucking universe. Proposal Slim, one of them automated spread. Yeah, man, I bet you it is. I bet you them shits ain't got a pilot. That's why none of the pilots know what we're talking about. That's some NASA shit, I bet you. It's gonna be really crazy when copper go up. Well, copper is up. You do the same shit with copper. Like copper bowls and all the ornament shit, but copper's light, so you don't need a lot. What is on good? Shout out to TBFB 13. Salute to you in the truck. Salute to you and your family and your friends and everyone you care about. Ah, shit, this is my favorite. This is my favorite scene. I feel like I manifested this. These fake ass rivers. But you see all the bullshit fog at the bottom. The hell is that? Why is it so dusty? Oh, never mind, I'm in the desert. Zoom it out. Nice little chemtrails along the way. I like it. That cloud way too straight. You know that shit cap. You know that horizontal ass line is cap. Bullshit. And then do the 360 view. 360 no scope. Same story. Yeah, man. You gotta bring your skateboard out here. That's what you gotta do. Bust your ass. We got 24 people and 8 likes. Goddamn. That many people got myocarditis in their thumbs? That's 16 people. 16 people. I don't know what the like button is. They gonna stub their toe this morning. I hate to see it. But yeah, man. What's going on with y'all? Creepers. All the lurkers. How the lurkers doing? You starting to believe? You don't want to believe. I put a whole bunch of shit in my Instagram story of all the shit that I was talking about. Like, oh, there's a random person out there who landed on the same backflip. That's cool. That's a cool story. That's a cool story. What do they say? The Truman Show is being exposed. What? There ain't no damn Truman Show. I hate that they make they interpret this data of the others who are doing all the evil stuff behind the scenes as like Truman Show level. I don't think that people realize how law of polarity works in that degree. They can never be that powerful or that, secretive. Because of everything else they do. It doesn't align. They just lie better. They have a system of a lie that they gain agreement on. They're not more technologically, or it's not scarier than it sounds, I should say. There's some scary shit out here, but it ain't nothing. I tell you this, if I was a betting man, like the other side, like if the force is like good versus evil, good always has better weapons. That's why you never hear about them. Good always has better weapons. But that's exactly why you don't hear about them. Evil is brags, it boasts, it tries to intimidate. The good side will just take you out. I don't even think anyone noticed. So we don't ever have to worry about a world that's going to be compromised by the same sickos and predators, because the sickos and predators right now, with no weapons for them, is already falling apart. No one's threatening them with weapons. They're just asking questions. What's going on with these Epstein files? What's going on with this? What's going on with that? Where's the money at? Where's the tax at? What's this? How come everything's expensive? How come it's this? Why you kidnapping niggas? What we need oil for? You say you got 14 trillion? I don't know how to do math too fast, but I think 14 off of 38. Goddamn, about 24. And if you're down to 24 old, that means your interest rate dropped a whole bunch. And that means the value of your dollar go up a whole bunch. Go ahead and hit enter. They want to play the game like it's a different game. I don't understand anything. I don't understand nothing. Math or science. But it's coming out that your boy, and I was telling y'all about this, my ruined childhood being on file sharing as a kid. Come across a thing called snuff films. And I was telling y'all, I pray you never find them. It'd be very difficult to find. But back in my day, people used to collect them. So I said that out loud a few times on these videos. What comes out? Witnesses. Boys. One boy in particular, who's now in the military. He came forward. And he said that your boy, Daniel, used to be into snuff films. So, just to let you know what type of evil you're dealing with. You don't understand what a snuff film is. It's when these people, these rich people, famous people, witches, covens, all those degrees, but usually on the level of Donald Trump and them. They some wild people, bro. But they recorded on tape. Anyway, that story is breaking. That there are snuff films with your boy Donnie on it. Not just him though. It's not like it's because of him. No, it's that whole cabal. So Putin, Mark, and Jeff got the sex tapes. They also got the snuff tapes. I want to tell you something. Donald Trump giving Bubba a blowjob on video or pictures is nothing compared to what they're alluding to, what they're really into. I just want to throw that out there. reprobativity in their sexual demeanors is one thing. Blackmail, whatever it is. But the snuff films intonate, plural, how many kids are dead. Yeah, snuff films are usually murder films. Lord knows what they do to them before that, and sometimes that's on video too. And they're saying that your boy and his friends, they're into that more than anything else. So when you saw the emails were leaked a couple weeks ago, or redacted, the white women found it a weird conversation where Epstein is Gmailing somebody that's in politics. And Epstein had remarked to him, please, you know, send me a video with whatever, the little girl, you know, make me happy by sending me one of these videos. So basically what he was telling them is, what their little back and forth was about, the way that he can, what is that shit called? Not a tithe. Yeah, a tithe, a demonic tithe, I think. Because you know how they talk. They're talking, even though they're in email, they're still talking in code. So Epstein would make people do more. So it's one thing to get initiated and be in on it, money laundering and shit like that. But they're noticing that when he talks to certain people, representatives or whatever, people in power, that he'll leave a little, you know, instead of the best regards, like, hey, why don't you, you know, do something for me, make me happy, and go ahead and send me one of those videos. And now, mind you, that's assuming the video's not made already. So you know what I'm saying? You better go ahead and do it. So we know they're doing that. I knew that because I seen them as a kid. But now I know, like, who's responsible for that. I didn't know back then. It was Epstein the whole time. It was Ghislaine Maxine's daddy. He's the one that created McGraw-Hill. Your education system. The books. For our generation. Which is crazy. It's like our whole worldview is based on the Epstein family's filter. And I feel like that's evil. I feel like that's very evil. Which makes my videos seem like, what's this crazy nigga talking about? Like, nah. The snuff film empire major education. That's what I'm talking about. God gotta get rid of him, bro. The scariest shit is, there's so many survivors, and they're quiet. I hate that for us. Like I said, that one boy in the military speaking up. If they leak him or his name is out there, I'll find him. But he's just one of many. And the fact that he's coming forward, and maybe he feels more emboldened because he's connected in the military, maybe others will see him or hear about that. And like, all right, it's time. You know, same shit with the tidal wave of Bill Cosby's and shit like that. But keep in mind, these kids are going to be different. They're going to seem weird, I'm sure. They're going to seem like they're lying, too, because of their demeanor. Because of what happens to them for their whole life. Like, they're saying, another woman, white woman, I forgot what investigator it was, but she was saying, it's little boys. And that's what I told y'all. I was like, it's not girls. It's boys. There's girls there now. There's teenage girls and all that inappropriate bullshit. But their fetish is with boys. Meaning, what they're filming is usually with boys. And the shittiest thing I heard so far is that it's not like they're kidnapping them. Their parents are doing it. So that's what I'm saying. Like, God has to burn this whole thing down and start over. If this whole thing is being curated by the richest people, most powerful people, per Western standards, there's too many victims. There's too many people playing the game with their own kids. And there's too many people on film. There's too many people trading the film. And remember, I'm a kid stumbling across it, but there's grown-ass men uploading and sharing it with the intent. And that's just normal people with internet who know, who may have seen the faces a long time ago. I'm like, oh, and how none of them come forward. What I'm saying to you is, this shit's only secret is because the gross amount of perverts who live in that world are all in power. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the scariest shit in human history. That you think is just like, oh, if we get Trump and Epstein, you know, we saved the day. No, you didn't. You fucked up someone's investment. That's why you gotta be careful what you wish for out here, y'all. When you're dealing with like a colonized past, toppled by a satanic Kabbalist group, if you will, like their version of satanic, which is just all sexual deviation and murder. They always trying to kick. They always trying to kick. They always trying to drop my signal. Try to stop it from shining. Anyway, what I'm saying is, thousands of people in our country are involved with it. Might be 1 million or more, actually. Yeah, we didn't have view counts back in file sharing days. Only the person who's hosting it knows how many people got their file. So, just know you're surrounded by perverts who don't mind watching kids be brutalized. There's a supply and demand to it. That's what people are using crypto coins for. I don't know if y'all know that. Like, a lot of Bitcoin transactions, they say 98% of Bitcoin transactions, I mean people using it to buy stuff, 98% of it, meaning all of it, is used on the dark web. So fundamentally, when they got the past 5 years of people, especially to invest in crypto based off of Bitcoin values, and they caused the Bitcoin value to spike up, well, those perverts from 20 years ago, what you did was, not you, but the system, you know, what had happened is that you allowed these perverts to secure more services at a lower cost. Right? Because remember, Bitcoin started like $1, less than $1, you know, $5, $10, $20, $100. It was low. But that shit is expensive that they buy. So let's say they need $1,000 worth for whatever cache or file they're downloading. And I'm not even talking about the trafficking part. I'm just talking about files. Now imagine a motherfucker who's holding on to however many Bitcoins from back in the day who didn't cash it out. It's reconnecting. Lord have mercy. They keep reconnecting. There's no reason for it to reconnect here. How the dead spot change every day is a different dead spot. There's something going on. I think it's YouTube. Anyway, these fucking perverts with Bitcoins, they still do this shit on Wi-Fi. I'll put it on Wi-Fi. Let's see if it works. How you doing, bro? You said interesting perspective? Oh, no. This ain't a perspective. That's not my perspective, bro. I wish it was a perspective. It's not a perspective. It's what it is. Hold on one second. Let me take this shit off. Oi, you squeeze. So yeah, crypto to the moon, bro. Ooh, I don't like these people, boy. Lord help us. We need a god or something. They said a hero would save us, but we're not going to stand here and wait. We need God to step in. Not even God. We ain't got to go that high. We need like Archangel Michael to step in. No, we need Ezekiel to step in. Any of them, man. Raphael, Ramiel, one of them. Raziel, one of them. We need to bring the vibes back for these niggas, man. Oh shit. It's a random lost chihuahua in the backyard. Saw him earlier, but he wants to be in the backyard. Fuck him. Alright. One more thing. Let me see if I can find my lighter. We got JP in here, TBFB in here. No, it's not me. It is you. You said praise Zeus? It's not Zeus, it's Genghis Khan. Stop being so silly. We're talking about Jupiter's kids. Genghis is just one of many Jupiter's kids, that's all. If you think we be fucking now, imagine the person that created us. My granddaddy had 20 kids. Can you imagine, sir? I can't imagine. We probably see the whole fucking forest if they let us. Back in them days. I don't know if we can do that no more. But we can get close. We can try. Just a honey pack and a fucking mango diet away. Keep the doctor away. Yeah. They can't. No one else can do that. I haven't seen it yet. And I mean with the same woman. Crazy story. Shout to Shogun L. Shout to Lori Sweeney. How you doing, Lori? I heard. What is happening? What do we do? I'm going to get to that in a second. I want to get to Lori's question because it's a great question. Shout to Terran Art. Sup, fam? Hold on. JM, old school emoji, MJ. The way you spelled your screen name, we used to type that emoji a lot. That unenthusiastic emote. Like the kids today don't remember the old days where you used to have to ASCII your own emojis. Now your emojis are images of the ASCII values that we created as kids. And I don't think Apple paid us for none of that shit. A lot of people don't know that. Those ASCII values are organic. They weren't given to us. They're not copy and pasted. Like, for whatever reason, we decided to type like that to convey those images. And now we have a whole fucking emoticon library. Interesting perspective. I mean, the way you're explaining it, I came in late. Oh, you're a female? So we got two females talking about it. So y'all saying, like, what are we supposed to do about it? Like the dark web and the fact that we have, like, this cabal of billionaires and up who, as a hobby, trade and secure inappropriate content and sell it at a ridiculous amount of money, or the fact that there's a market for it, and that can be a person at your gas station, at your job, or in your neighborhood, and you wouldn't know, right? I don't know that we can do anything about all of that, especially because it seems the narrative is that these people are not, the parents are doing it. So you gotta imagine how many people are in this crime, if you will. You got the perverts, you got the racketeers or the fencers, you got the I don't fucking know, bro. Like one snuff film implies 5 other people. And if there's millions, shit, it's probably millions, but if there's at least thousands of them out there circulating, that's 5,000 people. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a lot of people. So there's nothing we or you or it or they can do about it if the FBI and CIA know this, and it's still a fucking problem. What we have to do instead is to make sure that we bring an awareness to our own children or young people around us about this reality. Because I'm pretty sure it's sold as sugar at first. And then, of course, being vigilant and on the watch for anyone that you are connected to. And then just bring it to their attention. Like, like, this shit is a little bit deeper than just Trump or Epstein something on an island. No. This is down the street. I know it's down the street because I'm in Las Vegas. And I meet people who, give you an example, human trafficking around here. We have tunnels here, right? Most metropolises, the more it's built, have tunnel cities. There's bigger cities under you than the cities you're on top of, if you don't know that. Just like Raleigh, North Carolina has a subway system, but there's no history of them installing it. They don't use it. It's weird. Near NC State, Cameron Village. But there's people that come here to traffic individuals, and they literally print off a sheet, a menu. And one of the people I met, his girlfriend or his fiance was killed at that Las Vegas shooting that no one talks about no more. That false flag events over the Prince of Saudi Arabia when he was here. When they, whatever beef or whatever he was getting into, the false flag overshadowed it with that concert. All the same day, by the way. Helicopters and everything. It's all Saudi. It's all Saudis. But anyway, um, he was one of those people that were there. So I know that wasn't a false flag. Like, it didn't happen. It did happen. But what happened is the false flag. Anyway, he was telling me um, that he used to work for people. Let me rewind and tell you about this character. First of all, he's the son of Hell's Angels biker gang, and he was telling me how like his father and his mother he don't get along with them no more. But his father in particular used to be a meth runner. So when you see the TV show The Ozarks, or if you see something like Sons of Anarchy, like how they have routes and bike routes to deliver stuff, that whole route, like from the Ozarks to the West Coast, that's the Hell's his dad's set of Hell's Angels and whatever other gangs. So he grew up around that, and because of that, when he came out here, and he's a Mason too. That's the craziest thing. Where he joined a Mason lodge at one point. He went through all that shit, and he ended up getting around people who do that type of shit for a living, kidnapping people, shit like that. And unfortunately, he was part of that, or helped, I should say, like an accessory, if you will. And he was telling me how they have a sheet of paper of how much each race or pedigree of people is worth if you can snatch them up. Like, not so that he can snatch them up, but he knows the people that do that. And so if you go to like Caesar's Palace here and you go to the underground tunnels there's like thousands of people down there doing Lord knows what. And that's how they get away with it, because it starts there. And if I'm not mistaken, those tunnels go down deeper. And those are the tunnels that access the tunnels that connect most cities underground. Most people don't know about that either. Our ancestors built underground railroad. It's a literal thing. They hypothecated it to tell you the story about Harriet Tubman, but they call her the conductor. So it's an actual train or a trolley or whatever it is, but it's literally underground. I'm not talking about the checkpoint system they have with the Quakers and the decent Christians and white folks that try to help out, because they all come from Europe and black people were in Europe with them. So I understand why they would wanted to do that, but nah, there's a literal underground tunnels and railroads here, and have been. And as far as I know, they should have been electric. We didn't use oil. I mean, you think about that underground, you wouldn't want a bunch of fog and black soot coming out. So Alabama had the earliest electric trolley system. Jamaica had one. And this is way before modern era. So we know it's not them. It's us. They hypothecated war. You know the story. But yeah. Yeah, it's rampant actually. And it's a blessing if it hasn't affected you. It's a blessing that it hasn't really affected me. I'm part of some weird shit in my family, in my story, but not to that degree. So there's nothing you can really do about them, but it's everything you can do about make sure you protect yourself, make sure you're prayed up, and make sure you bring awareness to people, especially people with kids, that at a time like this, where the value is so high, you know what I'm saying, life is cheaper. Crypto's a lot, gold's a lot, silver's a lot, then that means individual life is cheaper. So, it's a stay vigilant and a guarded thing. But we have to say these things so that people don't think it's just political theater and people just conspiracies and it's like, oh no, they're just saying that because they don't like him. Like, no. Snuff films are 100,000% a real phenomenon. It'll break your heart. I only found them looking for faces of death. Y'all wasn't outside. That makes sense. If a motherfucker's hosting Faces of Death DVDs or VHS downloads, then he would have the folders for the shit that I'm talking about too. And I think that's how I stumbled into, you can't take it back. Like, once you see it, you can't unsee it. I'll never unsee it. But it's a real phenomenon. It's a real thing. No one's making this shit up. And mind you, I did all this in 2001. It's like 24 years ago. It was them ever since. That's the time period. Yep, it was them ever since. It's the Epstein crew. They're file sharing all of this. I've seen a lot, bro. This country, this And what I'm saying is, not only did I didn't even just pay attention to the fuck the weird reprobate shit was going on. I paid attention to who was doing it. I got a pattern recognition for the type of people, type of faces, type of individuals, type of energy. Sometimes you hear what they're saying. Like, not a lot of these films are silent, like no audio, for whatever reason. That's weird, but yeah, it's tough. It's tough. It's tough. It's tough. It's very tough. Y'all know. I'm glad our citizens are fucking stupid, because you don't understand how evil they are. Like when y'all talk about Epstein files, like release Epstein files, you think these motherfuckers are perverts who like teenager girls or something. Nigga, please look at your damn great grandfather's marriage and how old they were. That's not what's going on here. That is not what's going on here. That is not that. That is not arranged marriages or my little poor surf girls to be your mother of your kids to work in your house. No, that's just human history right there. That's the past 400 years of white Western society making through the church somehow, stolen from my ancestors. I don't know how they did that to church, but whatever that is not what Epstein files is about. That's not why Epstein would fake his death to get out of prison. That is not why Maxine's, whatever, out the way. I doubt she's actually locked up. Like, is that they're not hiding the fact that you're that old white men like little white girls. That is not. That's like every white guy. That is not why this is being hid and deflected and redacted and not released. And Cash Patel, you don't have all those fucking homosexuals involved in covering this up if it was just about an underage girl. They don't start there, don't stop there. That is actually the distraction, as sick as that sounds. The underage girl story is the distraction of the fact that they're covering up a cabal or a cult of people who exchange snuff films. That's a whole different story, y'all. That's all. That one I need to let y'all know that it's starting to come out now. Just rumors of snuff, and I'm telling you, I said it on these videos way before that came out. So I was like, all right, that's what they're doing. That's what's out in these streets. That's why we work hard and save money and invest and get to that level and go to those parties and play those golf trips and eat at those restaurants so you can be surrounded by a bunch of fucking faggots. So you see some of your richest Hollywood people, not your most famous ones, but the ones who seemingly made way more money than others, know that. They ain't get that because their movie was good. So when you look like a Tom Cruise, now mind you, he's locked in with Scientology. That's his protection. Like people like him. Will Smith, I think too. There's always rumors of him and Jada. I think they sent their kids to a Scientology school. So you know how things are. There's a cover, there's a front, there's a cover story, and then there's the basement. The richest people are in the basement of that, and the basement is always the same, bro. They sit here and preach and talk about positive energy, law of attraction, all of these universal Kabbalist concepts, but then they deny the power and the source of the Most High God. And then when they do that, it excuses the fact that you don't know. We're ignorant to the fact of what they're really about. I guess, like anything, man. Every gang member ain't a shooter. Every gang member ain't robbing grandmothers and shooting niggas. Some gang members are just gang members because their family's involved. And they have to stick together to survive the other gangs. So, like, it's the same story. Some people are crazy, doing crazy shit, and others are just, chilling in their neighborhood safe. So it's a weird fucking story is all I can say. So when you look at kids like Orlando Brown, he's been telling you his whole life, like, he was exposed to hypersexuality through the richest and most famous people around him. And that's on the so-called black side of things. But it seems like it got worse because then he was around the Disney side of things. Right? And then when you hear Raven Simone talk about him recently, she doesn't deny anything. She doesn't disrespect him. She says, I have to be careful when dealing with Orlando. And you can read her countenance. She's not mad at him, but she knows for her sake she can't go there either. She can't go there. Because every checkpoint that he's referring to infers in their brains everything else that was going on during that time, which I'm sure they want to forget as adults. And it's sad. It's very sad. And then we see them kind of crash out and it seemed like they're crazy. And I hate that. Like, they're not crazy in the sense that something's wrong with their head, like broken in that way. No, no, no. It sounds crazy, or they sound crazy because that matches the law of what they experienced and survived. It's not drugs. The drugs is after what they survived. The thing that sounds crazy is what they're saying. The truth shouldn't sound crazy if it is. That's not crazy. That's the truth. What's crazier is that they're telling you the truth and they're alluding to you that the most people you look up to are the people doing that to kids. That's crazy. That's the crazy part. The crazy part ain't that the fact that a younger person or an adolescent couldn't handle that much attention or reprobate exposure. No, that's not crazy at all, actually. I grew up in the hood. I know if a person grew up in a violent household, it wouldn't be surprised to me that motherfucker shoot somebody. That's not crazy. Shooting a nigga ain't crazy. When your daddy crazy, when your mama crazy, that's not crazy. It ain't crazy at all. If you watch your brother get shot in the middle of the street and you grow up enough to get a gun to go shoot the person that shot your brother, that's not crazy at all. That's redemption. That the same people who love fucking Red Dead Redemption 2, for whatever fucking reason, can't fucking fathom that niggas be on the same type of shit too. Part 5, like, that's not crazy. That's absolutely normal. Since the cops ain't do shit about it, I am. That's how most of that shit happens. Almost everybody I know who's a murderer or a killer isn't because they woke up crazy and decided to kill an innocent person. No, they're a murderer or killer because some other dickhead, asshole, thief, robber, blah, 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 killed someone they loved at a young age. And they get enough bone to go handle it for themselves. 100%. I'm thinking of them now. 100%. Because someone killed their cousin or killed their brother. Not because they wanted to grow up to be a bad guy. So I say that to say there's those dynamics, and then there's the dynamics of the rich and the elite. They ain't got none of those problems. They're just freaks. And they can get away with it. And then once you get into the blackmail and extortion rings and the incentivized version of things, you got to understand, when they meet up with their friends, that shit is normal. You know what I'm saying? There's no guilt. There's no shame. It's kind of like we're the dummies. Like we're the profane. Like we don't understand the degrees of Molech or something. Like we don't understand. Like they think the world history view of people in power and Caesar and stuff. Like this set of behaviors is good for the elite, but in turn to keep everyone else under control. No, no, no. We'll deny that you should do that. You be decent. You be religious. You be this. You know what I'm saying? And then that causes people to become retarded. Because they live in a fucking fantasy world that there's decent people behind the scenes of humans. No, there isn't. No, the fuck there isn't. No, there fuck there isn't. This world was imperialized and colonized by brutalists. There is no good guys on their level. All the good guys are down here, right? Now, there might be white hats. I've heard people say that. There might be decent people who are compromised because of power hierarchy orders. But if they too pussy to do something because they can't figure out how they're going to pay their mortgage or their lifestyle, then they're just as evil as the people that they're just ignoring. I feel like people who ignore how evil this shit is are more evil than the people who do it. I know something wrong with those motherfuckers, but what the fuck wrong with you? We don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. I don't know why people feel so comfortable. Same thing with the Diddy trial, right? Code switch it back to hip hop. If Cassie knew Diddy was like that the whole time, and she did, Lauren London too. Rest in peace, Nipsey Hussle. If they know Diddy like that, why they keep going to see him? Why they keep texting? Because they wanted to be fucked like that. We leave that part out. I don't think Diddy should have put his hands on Cassie, but Cassie wanted to fuck those men. She had a good guy. She had a white mate. She had fucking Ryan Leslie. Do you know who Ryan Leslie is? Ryan Leslie is why Diddy has Cassie. Ryan Leslie is a music producer. He's a bit of a savant too. Like I think he graduated Yale or Harvard or something like as a teenager. Black guy, raised by a military dad or some shit like that. One of them types. Piano player. He found Cassie. You know the song that everyone likes. That's Ryan Leslie. Arles. He was working with Diddy, Puff during when New Edition redid their album Hot Tonight. That's Ryan Leslie. So from Hot Tonight to the other singles he did for Puff to Cassie, and then introduced Cassie to Puff, and then Puff just took Cassie. Well, you can't just take a girl. She don't have to want to go. So Cassie was hypergamous. And you understand? Cassie wanted that lifestyle. But what I'm saying to you guys is y'all act like there's a different version of that lifestyle. Cassie didn't have another way up. That is the way up. She wanted it. And she thought that would convert to Beyonce. She thought that would convert to A. She thought that would convert to Mary J. Blige. No, it converted to her being the host of sex parties for the elite of that, that the elite version of their world. Don't nobody want to leave that? What, you think Cassie wanted to leave that to go back to Hooters or something? Like, the fuck going on? You know she can't sing. So it's caught up in people's greed and desire to want to be something or to have things the easy way, the shortcut. And you know how a girl that has looks are when they're younger, they're not thinking straight because everyone is telling them the same thing. And then you get someone like Diddy and all his friends. Mind you, Diddy's at the bottom of his friend circle totem pole. So then she gets to meet them. And then they get to tip her and do things like that. And you know how this is. It's conditioning and grooming. Yes. But they didn't snatch her out of her house. She got naked first. Understand everything. And then it what do they call it, as a domino effect. You know how they are? It's grooming. It's like, oh, well, if you'll fuck him for me, then how about you fuck this guy? He's gonna give you a fee. Oh, if you'll do that, then how come you come over here and do this? And you got some friends? Like, why do you think these girls go to Dubai to get shit on? Like, red alert, red alert, red alert. Why does Amber Rose know that? Just look at her friend group. Black Chinas, anything that Kanye touched or talked about, anything that Drake tried to get the sloppy seconds of, and that's very common with down low men, by the way. You get a whole down low men roster, and then people get confused. How come down low men don't protect the women? That equation solves itself. The better question is, how come women are always in denial that they're with a down low man? Money. Final answer is money. So as long as we have that quantum entanglement to the love of money is the root of all evils, then, you know what I'm saying, that's a universal law. That's not some good idea that some Israelite ancestor said. That's the truth. The love of money is the root of all evil. Money's not the root of all evil. The love of it is. Because if you love it that much, what will you not do for it? Same thing with love of a person. If I love a woman so much, what would I not do for her? Hence. But money doesn't have any picks. Money itself doesn't have morality. Money isn't in alliance to anything divine. It just is. It's an exchange. It's a tool for an exchange. So if you love tools for exchange, what we're talking about intimately is the degrees of prostitution. So it's no wonder that if women are able to pimp or prostitute themselves, that's the cousin of human trafficking. And if the United States Corporation is the first human trafficking organization in modern era, and then it has a whole bunch of people who are professed human traffickers, Epstein and everything else in Bitcoin, then what the fuck do we think this is? Why do we keep acting like it's a conspiracy and it's new? Like, oh my God, I can't believe this happened. Bitch, what the fuck you think happened to my ancestors? Like, it's the same people. It's just their kids. Like, it's epigenetics. Like, nothing changed. Did the people who get away with raping the so-called slaves and killing and all this stuff ever get brought to justice? No. That's one problem. That's a system failure. But I'm talking about socially and human to human, meaning these people who did this shit in the 1700s and 1800s were never held accountable by the community, by the United States. No one in this world, no sheriff, no bounty hunter. Out of the few cases, like I said, you killed my cousin, I'm going to kill you. Outside of those cases, the by and large, the JP Morgans and the Stanleys, were all these fucking weirdos. They still go to their conferences. They still go to their galas. They still go to their thing. And they know that that girl is missing and she was last seen with him. And they know that those little boys ain't come back. They know that, but they still show up in a suit with etiquette, acting like, oh man, this caviar is amazing. And the whole while that fucking place smelled crazy. You understand? Like, that's a different type of conditioning. That what I'm saying is we can't keep pointing to the fact like, oh, it's only those people who are on some reprobate bullshit. No, they're on some reprobate bullshit because everybody else around them don't give a fuck. That's way more concerning. If a motherfucker got a condition like, a fucking psychopath or a dark triad or someone like that can't get out of it, like an extreme malignant narcissist, I'm not going to ever expect that they'll ever be better. They can be better than their extreme, but they're never going to be whole, right? But I'm not concerned about that. I'm concerned about why Melania Trump want to be around him. I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about why she ain't talking about it. I'm concerned about why she won't speak up. I'm concerned why she won't leak. I'm concerned about that type of person. She just gets to be on camera to be the first lady, barely speak a drop of fucking English. You gotta be worried about that type of shit because those are called enablers. Enablers and flying monkeys always outnumber the predator. And as long as there's enablers and flying monkeys and yuppies who want a chance to be in the graces of fucking pedophiles and perverts in exchange for money, then you'll never fix it. You're never going to fix it. Cash Patel can't fix this. The federal government can't fix that. Motherfucking no church can fix it. None of that. None of these people are godly. Cut it the fuck out. The whole society is like that. You understand something? That's why Hollywood went through what it went through. And that's when that Jewish space laser, shout to the ancestors, hit fucking those fucking Palisades out there, boy. And what happened? Your news didn't cover this. They so give a fuck about everything. But the Hispanics and Latinos that went into that neighborhood, they formed, I guess they took the trash or the debris and they spelled, letters so that you can see it from the sky view because, Los Angeles has the helicopters and shit. And it was like in Spanish, ayúdame, help us. There's bodies of kids. Because the house is cleared. So obviously the basement or the cellar or whatever, the foundation is exposing all these dead bodies. And you heard what the fuck I just said? It's Palisades. We're talking about the richest people there. We're talking about the richest people there. We're not talking about no immigrant. That's, what I'm saying? You're not talking about no Ukrainian, Jewish, Khazarian underground tunnel. No. We're talking about the people who live in these gated communities with these multi-million-dollar houses with 2 trips a day to Starbucks, don't work, don't do nothing, but they have a whole bunch of money for some fucking reason. And then they also have a bunch of bodies in their damn basement. Over and over. They just found 400 body remains in bags at the new World Cup Stadium. Over and over. Out here in the desert, not too far away from me, they found 400, at least 400 separate, what's that shit called? When you, cremations. 400 sand piles, basically, of cremated bodies. These underground tunnels, boy. Yeah, all of those are human trafficking victims. It's not cartel, gang war beef. There's not 400 members in these gang war streets. Nah, those are the casualties of the appetite of these vampires. That's what they're finding all year. It's 400, and mind you, I'm telling you, they're finding hundreds. When you find hundreds of bodies, so it's not like, someone murdered somebody and hid the body in their backyard. No. This is ritual abuse. Most of the people who have a lot of money in this country are Satanists, but it's not the true Satan of the degrees. I'm talking about what they call it. They call it Satanism. They are. That's why they're rich. That's that Aleister Crowley shit. That's what I'm saying. That's what's so sick about this story. That all of our dreams based on talent and skill, you'd be blessed if it gets you to $1 million to $10 million. But if you want to cross that threshold where you're a multi-millionaire, you got to be around other multi-millionaires. And these other multi-millionaires are all yuppies to billionaires. And that billionaire class of people, they ain't get that money off of fucking selling you t-shirts. Most of their shit is from the underworld, y'all. We need to wake up to that shit. We covet their lifestyle rather than really doing the science on how is it physically possible that they have that much money. You don't know how they have that much money. No one does. No one does. To have entire neighborhoods of people with that much money, no one does. They'll say it's stocks and bonds, but stocks is chattel. Chattel is humans. They're human traffickers. I'm listening. I know. Don't wait till the documentary about Hillary Clinton come out, please. But please don't watch the Haiti documentary. They're human traffickers. That's what they are. That's what they are. They sell people to people who buy, eat, rape, kill, enslave people. And that is, you got to understand that. You can sell a t-shirt for $20. You can sell a service for $1,000. Or you can sell a baby for $20. And don't let that baby be Persian. Then it's $120. Don't let that baby be Greek. Then it's that. Don't let that baby be African. Then it's that. Now, I don't know how much we're worth, the American Indian. But we used to be the top of the ladder there for adrenochrome. That's why all of our little girls go missing. So it's based on a true story. Because the blood is different. We're not the same. We do not have the same effect on them, I should say. So, that's the fuck what it is. That's what the fuck has been my whole time being alive for 40 years. That's what it's always been. That's what's been sustaining the elite of the United States. You think it's drugs? It's the drugs is needed for the human trafficked. You understand? They dope them up. They dope them up, and then when they get old enough, if they do survive, it's kind of like a foggy dream. It's an evil science, trust me. And so what I'm saying is, like, we got to burn the whole thing down. We do. If remember, go back to the Bible. What the ancestors said. We don't know the name of those uncles that visited Lot. There's 3 of them, but only 2 visited Lot. And what was the whole pretext? Because Sodom and Gomorrah, human trafficking was implied in that story. Did y'all read it? Did y'all read why Sodom and Gomorrah is destroyed? It's there. But basically, they pull up on Lot, and they're trying to figure out, like, we will spare you if there's 100 righteous people type of shit. And then they started bargaining. Well, I don't know if there's 100. What if there's 50? What if there's 25? What if there's 5? And then the 2 angels said to Lot, get your stupid ass out here. Get your wife, get your kids, and take your household, the servants of your household, aka extended family. Get them and get the fuck up out of here now, and don't turn around. Especially you, Sarah. Sarah part 2. It's funny how Abraham's wife is Sarah and Lot's wife is Sarah. I guess they ran out of names to translate. And it got that bad because what was going on in Sodom and Gomorrah? Remember, these are 2 angels. These are 2 tall black guys. They're walking. So they're humanoid and not the little dust fairies that the drug addicts think they are. And the homosexuals of the town were like, these are some good-looking guys. Well, they're angels. They would be. And the angels are kind of like, the fuck y'all on? They're following them. They get into the house, and Lot rushes to save them. Like, Lot thinking he's going to save angels. And Lot goes to the door. He's like, hey, guys, please, whatever you do not do your reprobate homosexual weird shit with these guys. Because the people in Sodom and Gomorrah, which everyone misses when they talk about it, because they conflate modern homosexuality and the sin thereof as something superficial, like coming out the closet as a kid. Like, that's not what that story is about. It's not that type of homosexuality. It's what happens when you have a society of homosexuality. Like, they rape and kill innocent people and strangers. All right, so 2026. So the angels blinded them to give Lot some time. And what did Lot want to do? Lot said, hey, if you don't come after these 2 angels here, I'll give you my 2 virgin daughters. That wasn't because he was a lowly man. That wasn't because, like, he was reprobate per se. But he's conditioned by his environment. He knows that the only way that they'll stop is if he offers them something of value, which is human trafficking, young girls. This is what you're all about. Here, take mine. I'd rather you take mine than you offend these 2 things. Because if you offend these 2 guys, we ain't got anything. So take them. He didn't want to do that. He had to do that because he know they're murderous. And then he has a chance tomorrow or whatever to go get his daughters. I don't know what his full plan was, but he was trying to spare the moment because he knows what the sons of God are about on Tower of Babel. It's the same ones that did Tower of Babel about to do it to Sodom and Gomorrah. You understand everything. Lot knows that. Nah, they don't know that. They wanted angel booty more than they wanted air. They're the first booty warriors. Boondocks be damned. The Bible is boondocks first. And guess what these faggots say? We don't want your daughters. We don't want your virgin daughters. Yeah, I got to think about how crazy that is. Virgin daughter is the most valuable thing in that time period because they have birthright to land. So what I'm saying is The faggots in that society were so reprobate. They didn't want money. They didn't want land. They didn't want anything. They just wanted to rape, fuck, fuck. It had nothing to do. You understand? It wasn't an exchange. It wasn't a dowry. It wasn't a cow. It was just like, no, we just want the booty. And that's exactly why God wiped it off the face of Nevada. So our White House people are more similar to the rampant homosexuals of Sodom and Gomorrah than people actually appreciate. And then the intonation of that story is that was a demonic presence, not just regular people. Because remember, they're all doing child rituals to a certain demon. That's the proof that they're doing sacrifices to that demon. Because then that demon decorates the environment with that energy. For sure. And I think the United States is dealing with that same degree of demons. Which is why they're always in our story. Which is why they're in our fucking face. Lot's and Abraham's grandkids. How you doing? In the same place the story happened. Don't miss it. So yeah. So if the future is anything like the past, Luke, then it would not behoove me if these people are utterly fucking destroyed and incinerated. Because that's how the story goes. Especially if they do it in the presence of angels. How you doing? So I think it'll get there. It'll seem like that. It'll match eventually, I think. Lord willing. I mean, we're bringing awareness to it. People start taking it serious and stop thinking it's just a conspiracy or some weird rabbit hole, and really get tired of it and really pray about it, really bring awareness to it. And then, you know what I'm saying? The way you shame the devil is by telling the truth. By exposing the fact like, no. This ain't just them. This ain't just him. This ain't just a sicko that just likes little girls. No. This is a network. This is a ritual. This is a secret society. This is people who literally, what I'm saying is, they get up in the morning to do more. It's not a love is love paradigm. It's not. It's not. I hope y'all know that. There is no love is love if there's no consent. How is love one-sided? Like, why do these LGBT girls, usually white girls, why do y'all say that? Anytime pedophilia is brought up to a gay girl, it's like love is love. How does the child love the person that she was sold to? How's that love is love? How is the person that's kidnapped or groomed, how are they in love? Like, you know what I'm saying? Y'all don't know what the fuck love is. And that's the whole fucking problem, connotative linguistics. They talking about orgasms. They're not talking about love. An orgasm's an orgasm, a nut is a nut. Like, send them to the guillotine, please, Lord. Can't fix that kind of stupid. Like, that's how groomed our society is by the same people who funded DEI and LGBT. It's the same people behind it. Nah, not people who identify as LGBT. No, that ain't what the fuck I said. I'm talking about the political movement. It's them. It's them. All the thing that gayified America in the open in the last 20 years is Epstein. Like, what do people don't fucking understand about this? Like, the whole thing is connected. That's the so-called swamp that Trump said he was draining. You know what I'm saying? It's like, is the swamp in the room with us? Like, yes. Yeah, dog whistling, extortion, trying to get some more money and some leverage. You know, Trump got a side hustle. He into real estate. You wonder why he always had slumlord apartments with poor people and immigrants that he was in charge of. Y'all wake your goofy ass up. Yeah, it's all hidden. It's a fucking crime. Y'all don't get it? Like, of course you won't find out about it. It's a fucking crime. What the fuck they think the underworld is? Lord, what the fuck do people think it is? It ain't supposed to be out and open. If this was happening, then no, the fuck you wouldn't. If it's happening at the level it's happening and all the money and all the people behind it, you shouldn't know what's happening. You should be a good person and get you a wage job. You should work 40 hours a week and mind your business. That's why motherfuckers don't know what's going on. But every day you hear about it. Why the fuck do we hear about this shit every day? Men still don't know who these people are. Come on now, because they right around you. Motherfuckers come to this country just to do this. Motherfuckers move to the United States just to get away with this, y'all. So then you gotta pay attention to like the people they want to bring in passports and the people they don't. The people, the dark-skinned people they bring here to be trafficked. The people they want, like Trump said, well, if we just had some more Swedish and all, these white people coming over here. No. He's inviting them to the freak-off party, bro. Not so they can get a job and work. The fuck? You think a rich person over there gonna come over here and get a job at fucking Dell? Y'all are dumb. Y'all gotta understand how these shadows work, bro. They do it right in front of you, bro. They use your language model, but they mean something else by it, man. That's all. That's why English is so vicious. It's algebra. You know what I'm saying? You can do to balance out the equation, you can switch variables on either side. So you can hear someone say something and say, oh, that's what he meant. No, he didn't. That's why most white people act like they can understand black people. We talking goddamn King James English too. And y'all don't understand our loops. But when I'm saying that degree, like that's why, like we assigned a different charge to the words. And we get it from our environment or, our background. We mean what we said. Y'all don't understand what we mean. But it's English. Now imagine if you can't understand niggas who ain't Juilliard, baccalaureate scholars and writers. Now imagine the people that are. You ain't gonna understand them either. And they're trained. They're trained to talk a certain way. They call it media training, remember? Yeah. What kind of media training you think a fucking pedophile gonna buy? What type of media training you think a sicko's gonna get? They're not assigned. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's not like a course in college, nigga. Like, you pay for it. Like, you'll get media trained to make sure you don't fucking slip. And that's why Donald Trump talk like that. He only talking positive polarities. That don't mean he a positive person. Have you noticed? He's not positive at all. He's spiteful. He's a malignant narcissist that only talks positive. So that's why he like duped so many people the first 4 years. Because they never heard him really say nothing foul or crazy or ignorant. Now people are surprised because he's losing his mind because he's no longer spinning positive words. The only thing that changed about Trump is his language model. He's been that same type of person the whole time. So his mind is, his frontal lobe is being attacked by something. Whatever's in that goddamn Diet Coke. Same story. What can we do about that? Stop breeding people like that. We can stop breeding those type of people. How about that? That's the real answer. Because it doesn't stop in our generation. It'll just re-show its ugly head again in 3 to 5 generations if we don't nip it in the fucking bud, the seed. They got mRNA to make you die of myocarditis and blood clots, but they got no mRNA to remove malignant narcissism. They got no mRNA to stop a person from being a fucking attracted to little people, but they're going to skip past that to murder niggas. That's crazy, y'all. Big Pharma involved. Fauci involved. Gates is involved. You can't stop pedophiles and murderers, which are fucking mandatory sky spraying, food processing, plant processing. Make sure you don't get the flu. But you don't make sure people don't get the fag? Y'all crazy as shit out here, boy. People like that need to go. Well, I'm saying because that technology is amazing. Oh shit, you can make people not believe in God. You'll do that just so you can put some more little dick into a boy? That's crazy, man. Them people gotta go. I don't know what the fuck y'all on. Y'all waiting for something else to happen in this story. Thank God they going bankrupt. Thank God they going bankrupt because shit. It seems like money is the only way to stop them. But then you still have the same problem. Genetics. It's a genetic problem. They ain't no fucking spirit or God working with them half the damn time. That's what I'm saying. Like that's the fog of war. Like that's the cult. That's the group that accepts them as they are, as the perverts that they are. That's what humans miss. Niggas will say anything that ain't true. I know this because it's all ours. But you know what I'm saying? That's their excuse. Is what I'm saying. That excuses them. There's like different levels and degrees you can achieve and get esteemed for being like an outstanding pedophile. And they just call it a cult. They just call it, satanic worship. No, it's just a bunch of faggots and pedophiles. There's nothing magical about that. It's deceptive. It's wordcraft or black magic, and the fact that they're lying about it and hiding it and bribing people. That's the magic. The magic is, how come you can't see it? The illusion. That's the magic. The black magic is they set up the structure in such a way that you can't see through it. That's the magic. The magic ain't, putting your little dick in a boy's booty hole is going to give you $1 million. No, the faggot that buy your video going to give you $1 million. Ask these hoes, OnlyFans. It's just real life OnlyFans is all it is. And that's why a Jewish rabbi owns Pornhub and OnlyFans. It's the same shit. They're just using that as a fucking Amazon filter to scout these bitches and boys that they want. Don't miss it now. I ain't talking about the people from the bottom looking up at the service. I'm talking about the people behind the service that doesn't have a fucking filter in their shit. They can go through everyone's shit and say, oh, this is where they are. This is their geo data. There's their location data. Here's their background. You know what it is. Stop fucking playing with me. What are we going to do about that? Well, men need to stop looking at porn. You think the porn is the problem? Or do you think it's the pedophiles that fucking create the platforms abducting these damn people and giving them weird-ass contracts to go to Dubai is the fucking problem? Because y'all talking about porn is the problem. Bitch, what the fuck you think internet was created for? The hell you think niggas was on them niggas back then on the internet in 1990, 1991? You think they were like downloading Google Scholars? Like, what the fuck you think they were doing? Playing Doom online or something? No, them motherfuckers were trading pictures and haven't stopped. So for at least 40 years. I got into the game late. I got grandfathered into like GUI interfaces. What kind of attachments do you think motherfuckers were sitting on AOL? Files and taxes? Shit, bitch, dude. Motherfuckers work from home now in the last 10 years, and they ain't fucking emailing and sending that day much work, billable work back and forth. That's crazy as cat shit. No, they're sending filth and drugs and you know what I'm saying, secrets. They weren't sending like, hey, mom, how are you doing today? That's one email out of 10,000. And most people back then online didn't have an online hustle. So what were they sending? Everyone who got online back then didn't have a business. Everyone online ain't got business now. They think they do, but they don't. So what are people really, you know what I'm saying? Why they needed 50 megabyte? Why do you think Google and Gmail updated how much fucking gigabytes you had? That's the first service ever. That's why so many people are in Gmail. For the file attachments. What are they file attaching? Music? Beats? Hell no. Hell no. They attaching something, bro. That's all I'm saying. Like, I'm gonna keep it there. That's half the Discord servers too. They just had a leak today. 78 million files were downloaded or hacked. It's like, think about Discord real quick. Like, oh my God, you hacked my World of Warcraft server. Ooh, what do you get? That's not the servers they hack, bro. I promise you. They got all the fucking pornography, all the child stuff, all the bullshit stuff. Every time, man. Telegram too. Signal next. Signal supposed to be the, the agency version of shit. Now imagine a fucking pedophile hears that. Oh, Signal app is the one with all the goddamn, the agents are on here. So if I find it on here, we're not gonna get in trouble for it. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. That shit becomes common sense. This world got a pedophile problem, bro. And you know who they are. Speaks to culture and traditions. They're not Hebrew Israelites. I don't even know what Christian means. If it's a whole society of Christians, which is what they were before they came to the Americas, like for that to be in their genes so strong, tells you everything you need to know about where they come from. It's not new. We've heard about this our whole life, bro. If you go back in time, Hellfire Club, 1700s, normal shit. France, the Africans and the white friends, same story. Like, why you think France came to Americas in the early 1700s and all they sent was whores? You don't find it weird that there's enough whores to send to the Americas to start a whole nother city or village? You don't find it weird that there's that many fucking orphans to send to the Americas after Reconstruction? Like, who are these bitches fucking that much? That's a lot of motherfucking people, boy. To just be willy-nilly fucking like that and then come over here and posture like they're Christians. Fuck out my face. Completely fuck out my face. What they mean is that we're part of the Christian church that brought us here. Yeah, the Christians brought you here. whatever they are. But y'all are not the Christian. Y'all not biblical people. Y'all are not Pauline at all enough. Y'all not apostolistic enough for me. Y'all ain't got no spiritual gifts. And all you got to do is short stroke with your little dick on some kids. Like, the fuck we talking about? God must hate you. Don't fucking play with me. On Hebrew Israelites Part 3. No. God hates you if you got short stroke kids, bro. Or he hated your fathers. Even worse. You're cursed. Cursed with a curse. Reprobate mind. Romans. It's the same thing. It would seem unlikely and unnatural. Yeah, pedophilia, homosexuality. Yeah, that's what we were talking about. And that's why it's so evil that these people came to our country to bring pedophilia. That's all they wanted to do. They wanted to escape religious persecution for all the sick shit that they did to children. So they came here. Homosexuals too, whores too. And then part 2, we did it again in World War II with the Germans over there, with the Jewish Khazarian, whatever fuck they think they are. They're not Jews at all, but with the Circassians known as Jewish. That was happening right before World War I. They had children brothels, bro. And then they had the nerve to declare war on the Germans, the Nationals. That's why the national movement was formed, because the Jewish people already declared war on them because the German nationals didn't want the fucking child porn in their damn things and the DEI and the gender queering. They just did this 100 years ago. That's how stupid our society is. But you gotta remember, our society is stupid because those people that the Germans try to get rid of, politically or business-wise, I'm not talking about the war side, I'm just talking about socially, like our degrees. The people that they wanted to get rid of came to America and took over your school system, took over your military, took over NASA, took over the White House, and that's what you see manifested now. Hi, Donald Trump. Donald Trump's dad was one of the people that they sent away. You seen Donald Trump's dad's face in his head? Now, what was Donald Trump's dad known for? To give his son $1 million. How the fuck do you leave persecution in Germany and become a millionaire in America? You don't know nobody, and you speak German? Oh, he was doing underworld stuff, wasn't he? Read about him. You think alcohol is where that fucking underground tunnel stops? You think motherfuckers wanted that much Budweiser back then? No, nigga. That is the code for what they're doing. And now Donald Trump is talking about banning alcohol again. That's very fucking novel. Your whole empire is based on the fact that your dad sold alcohol illegally. Drumpf. D-R-U-M-P-F. There's no such thing as Trump. He's Drumpf. They whitewashed his name. Those are those faggots over there. So for Drumpf and Epstein to be working together, we're talking about World War I again. And what do y'all say? As soon as the same pedigree of people, blonde hair, blue eyes, and their Jewish Khazarian friends get too willy-nilly fucking on kids, then they go to a world war. Hi, welcome to 2026. Nothing has fucking changed. These are the kids and grandkids of the niggas who have always been doing the same thing. This is what they do, bro. They get rich to molest you. The end. No cures, no prosperity, no happiness, no LED cities, no Dubais, no Chinas, just pure unadulterated poverty so they can scoop up people who are desperate for opportunities and people who abandon their kids. Part 3. That's it. And that's why those societies never exist. Like, that's why they die off so fast. Hi, welcome to 2019. One more time. Don't add the evil Khazarian pharmacy arm to this shit. Acting like the fentanyl and the crack and the cocaine get here because the citizens are trading it. Y'all must be fucking stupid. You want me to believe they got all these satellites and all these drones, but they can't stop the damn trafficking across the border, as if you can't see which way it's going when it gets here. Like, fuck out my face. Get the complete fuck out my face. That's what the United States is. It's a human trafficking organization, disguising itself as a civilization of decent people. Real life. Ask my ancestors. Shout out to the chat. Peace to the gods. Georgie Porgy, Taryn Art, Jonathan Lee, Azamori. Yep, most victims can't even remember it much. We about to blow up shit, get a lot out of here. For real, Mr. Now, people still suffering at large from that kayfabe brain. Dahmer had internet. Come on now, Terran Art. Calling it wanting to be themselves. I hate it here. Terran Art says, one, YouTube don't like the idea of me hoping to God that mRNA can be used to remove dark triad traits. Come on now. They're all quiet, huh? Them Ellis Islands let you change the name you got from Europe type shit. Yes. Alcohol probably code for butt or something. I ain't playing with you. That's crazy that it's owl. I wonder who created that again, part 5. So yeah, I don't know, man. Hopefully that answers your questions. Is that the most that you can do is individual protection, cast a spell of protection on your own, by speaking up and telling the truth and not being in a fucking delusion. We're not dealing with good people, let alone a good government. They're not good people first. They're not. And then we publicize and popularize and normalize the shenanigans of very indecent people just because they have a suit on. I can look at Mark Rubio and tell you a pervert. It's in his eyes. Donald Trump harder to read. I see something a little bit more darker, but Epstein, obvious. You can see it in his face. It's all their mental health conditions. The eyes are the windows to the soul, part 5. Like, they are something wrong with them. But to be honest with you, if I just go to Walmart, I see the same thing in normal, regular people or, lower class, middle class people faces too. So it's like, it's a lot. There's a lot of those Epstein faces out here, bro. A lot of old, freaky, old white men out here, bro. All races. I remember Ben. That one was heartbreaking. I'll tell you a story about Ben. Ben is an Indian. Had to be. He was a little bit lighter than me. He was like 6'5". But he's kind of like country. He wasn't a city one. He was from the Carolinas or somewhere. And I remember his sister died. So I met him. Fuck the story. But basically, Ben, older, he's in his 50s. And me and my girlfriend at the time, her dad would send Ben to come pick us up, to bring us from our side of town to their side of town so we could party with her dad. He'd buy a bunch of food and shit. I didn't drink or nothing, but I eat, so you could tell. So we eat and hang out with Poppy all night. And then he'll invite men. You have like a little bonfire. They had 2 trailers that are not facing each other, but like a trailer on the hill, about 30 yards, then the fire, then Poppy's trailer, right on the outskirts of the city. Now that was the dead giveaway. That Ben had to live. that Ben had to live outside of the fucking, the outskirts of the city line, the county line. I didn't know what I need to know when I was like 22, 23 years old. Like, it caught up to me later, like, oh. But like the first sign was like, it's such a strange book. Because he had books in the backseat of his car. And it was books about, rape and crime. And I'm thinking maybe it was, he's reading it for closure, whatever happened to his sister. I didn't ask. So, at first, yellow flag on the plate. Like, what kind of fucking, you see him, if you don't know that we're Indians, you're like, this a black guy, I guess? And you're like, no, he's Indian. But why is he reading this shit? Don't mind my business. And then, my girlfriend at the time used to say weird shit. Like, yeah, like Ben being there with like, but like watching kind of weird shit on his TV. And mind you, he's a grown ass man in the privacy of his home. He can do whatever the fuck he want. But I never went into Ben's trailer, so I'm like, whatever. And, as time went on, I knew Ben for maybe 3 to 5 years, just in passing, going to her dad's house. And, like one time he came out and like he had a shirt off, all sweaty, and his pants wasn't buttoned or whatever. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, nigga, don't even try to shake my hand. I will fucking elbow you in your fucking chin, bro. And what I'm saying? I started getting the ick. So Ben dies. Ben dies in his trailer, just sitting in his couch. Old. I don't know if he had any comorbidities. Shit, he could have been murdered, right? Could have overdosed. I don't know what happened. I don't know if he was on drugs. I don't know. He might have been. He didn't do anything when he was outside with us. He was drinking beer. So we got to go in his trailer. My God. You walk into his trailer, he has the world's largest collection of VHSs, and it's all pornography. He got 3 TVs, 3 VCRs. I mean, the old school shit. Like, and this is in the 2000s, 2010, 11, 12. But he got the TVs from the 90s with the VCRs, like, and just Like, like if you did get invited to his fucking living room and you sat down on his couch, I didn't want to touch anything. I'm like, nah, I don't know what's been on his couch for real, bro. And it gave me a very sick feeling. Like, whoa, how does anyone live like this? Like to be a freaky frog pervert to the degree where you don't even have Miss Doubtfire, Toy Story. You ain't got Boys in the Hood. All you got is smut and 3 TVs. Like, god damn, my nigga. And then you had an old school voicemail machine with messages waiting because he's dead. And there's these younger sounding girls. I don't know how old they are. And they're like, hey, Ben, you want to party? Blah, 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 blah. Bitches trying to trick him out of his money because obviously he was paying for it if he's that type of pervert. So what I'm saying is, like, those type of people are common. They're common. And it's like, yo, I used to go to Poppy's house and see this guy, and he used to give me rides, and you know what I'm saying? He didn't talk much. So it wasn't like, we were friends or anything. We were friendly. But this motherfucker, Freaky Frog Part 3. And I don't know to the degree in which he expressed that through his 50 plus years of life. I don't know. I don't want to judge him for it, but he died right there in the filth of all his porn by himself, alone. So I can imagine, right? So yeah, it's a thing. For whatever reason, it's usually that generation. And mind you, my fucking generation got the internet. These motherfuckers got to go to truck stops, and you remember back in the day, they still have them sometimes. North Carolina had them. I'm like, who the fuck goes to these? They have like these gray buildings where you can buy pornography, basically. I don't know if they have glory holes in them. I wasn't outside like that. But them shits, like Blockbuster closed, Circuit City closed. Shit that you actually go to spend, thousands of dollars a week at least gotta close. But the little freak off shops, one of my last trips in Raleigh, actually, coming back here, the Uber took me down this, they usually put them right outside the outskirts of the main city. And I saw one of the oldest ones I've seen when I first moved to North Carolina, or Raleigh, I should say, 98, 99. I remember seeing that building. I was like, Freaky Frogs. That damn building still goddamn open and had cars parked outside in goddamn 2025. What? How the fuck they don't go out of bitch? We got the internet. How the fuck? Who is keeping this shit in business? Who is after a hard day of work, payday, Friday comes, I'm gonna buy me Bigger Brazilian Booty Talk Volume 3 in 2020 goddamn 5. Where they do that at? You know who do that? Old people who ain't got no goddamn internet. It's part of their. It's like a hobby shop for them. It's like buying Pokemon cards, bro. Like they really shout out like that, bro. I just need you to understand that, man. These old people be fucking, bro. I'm telling you, boy, them new beaches be a bunch of old, ugly, hairy people, boy. It's boomers, bro. Like that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm gonna say about it. It's the boomers, bro. I don't know what type of prohibition or fake Christian values they forced on them to corrupt them for them to have to do this. So fucking, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what the words are because we got the internet, so it's not like, you know what I'm saying? Can't fucking imagine blowing a check at the. It's not even a sex shop. It's just the movie place or whatever the fuck else they got in there. What? That don't make no damn sense. Don't even make sense because it's weirder that they pay for it. Like it's weirder that, you know what I'm saying? Fuck the physical media part of it. Like goddamn, nigga, you still buy DVDs and VHS, but you're paying for it. What the fuck you gonna find in there that you can't search on Google? Let me know. Like I don't understand nothing. Like that's crazy that a motherfucker gotta go to your trailer and throw that shit out when all you needed was a phone or an iPad. Like I don't understand nothing. So it's a it's a generational perversion, if you will, in that display that manifests that way. And now imagine Ben was poor. Ben had a hard life. Ben was grieving his dead sister. Whereas there's other people who are not Bens, but with the same exact addiction. That's what I'm trying to bring awareness to. He buying hookers and porn more than anything else. And one more time, the girls called him, left a message. He Hades. So even your sex trafficking girls, your OnlyFans girls, your hookers, your whores, they ought to know that these people are way more perverted than anyone else because they're going to their house to fuck them. So what do you do in a society where, on one hand, you have women that you need to protect and keep safe, but on the other hand, it's the women that's keeping these faggots in business, right? It's the women that want to do spread eagle and be on camera for a paycheck. You can't have a porno shop open in 2025 if ain't more bitches willing to get naked to sell their bodies to be sold in these damn stores. Get out my way. You wouldn't have a bin out there if women weren't like, let me get some money from a man like him. Like, you wouldn't have that. You couldn't have it. You understand? So what do you do about that? On one side, you have the perversion, but on the other side, you have the women that want the money from the perverts. What is that called? What is that called? They want it. Cassie wanted it at first. They want it. They want to sleep with these men for money or drugs or whatever the fucking is. What is that? What do we want to tell them? What are we going to say? We want to say they needed better fathers. So do I, bitch. I need a better father. The fuck you talking about? My dad in jail. The fuck? I need a better father. The fuck? I ain't, come on now. Cut it the fuck out. Don't play with me. So it must be genetic. It must be genetic. Not everyone with the genetics express it, though. You know how epigenetics work. But the right trigger, man. What the fuck? Pizza, panda, ice cream, it's all the same. Government. Ben was an elite level gooner. I think so. All information sealed for national security reasons. That's crazy. He had one on the screen for each of his freak personalities. That's crazy. Redacted files. Analog fans. High heels, wig wearing, cosmetic founding fathers. They were. That's your nose some more, my lord. Wow. As if they don't hide that shit even from themselves. Yeah. So if there's shame and guilt involved, then why are you doing it? Not because you need money, it's because you don't want to. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to. They don't want to work for it. I get it though. I mean, why would you? But look what it makes you do. That's another thing I wish women knew. I will say this. As a person who's aware of a little bit too fucking much when it comes to the internet. Maybe that might be the problem with modern dating too. Is that the women looking for boyfriends or sponsors or providers and protectors forget that their competition, other women, the majority of them that we see on the internet, since girls are looking for boys on the internet because they want to go on Tinder and Instagram and show their ass, that if you're on the internet long enough, or you follow enough women as a man, that is, most of those girls on Instagram are escorts. They're not even advertising it as I'm talking about the popular ones, the ones that have a lot of followers and, nice camera, nice lighting, nice clothes. Those are escorts. So just keep that in mind. Meaning you can buy them, you can fly them out, but that's what an escort is. So, or if they're not an escort, they're OnlyFans girl, right? And if they're not an OnlyFans girl, they're a lewd girl, like the Japanese version where they show lewds, or they're a former sex worker, or like there's not too many women a man could follow on the internet that's not involved in peddling sex, is what I'm trying to say. Like first and foremost, before the tummy tea, before the clothes, before Sheen, before all of that. Even when they do that, right? They try to do affiliate commissions with the Chinese. They do it by showing their ass. They're not making a killing selling white t-shirts and jeans. Like they're doing bikinis, thongs type things, all kind of sexually revealing things. And like there's a market of women who want to buy this more than the clothes, you know what I'm saying? Like more than the Sheen ad that's no girl in. I'm talking about the girls who, the Cardi B types. Like that's all sex. That's all hookers. That's all strippers. That's all prostitutes. So for dating, I mean, is like a girl say, my man liked one of those pictures because she's fucking lurking. Bitch, what pictures you like? How about we look at your likes? Shut the fuck up. But because there's pictures like that to like, Women don't stop and freeze and go, wait, why is there so many pictures like this to like? And then men go, it's women. So then women have to ask a different question. Why are so many women showing their ass on the internet? Let's do that podcast. They want to lie and rhyme it with feminism, sexual liberation, and we could do what we want. No one said you couldn't. We're asking, why do you want to show your ass? What about showing your ass to a bunch of perverts and strangers makes you feel good? In the same breath, you're going to complain about the perverts and strangers in your DMs on a podcast. Let's do the simple math here. You showed your ass got attention, men ain't shit. Have you tried unplugging the modem and making your profile private and not posting pictures of your ass or your titties? Have you tried that? Have you tried that? Have you tried posting pictures of your favorite hobby things? Have you tried posting pictures of history and your ancestors? Have you tried posting pictures of a nice day outside on your walk? No. Somehow you can get your titties or your ass in these pictures and go, what's wrong with the guys? What's wrong with the men? We perfectly normal. We the women, defended and pushed the P on the narrative that whoredom, men just need to control themselves. Let us be the whores here. Let's express ourselves. It's my page. You don't have to follow. You don't have to like it. Yeah, but that logic, now copy and paste times a million. Men see it. We see it every scroll. An idiot, a stupid person, a white person losing their mind, fucked up shit in the government, something about this over there, money, blah, 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 then bitch, 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 ass, titty, 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 buy, sell, OnlyFans link in bio. Who the fuck else can we follow? Thank you. So that's what's probably what women are stumbling across, is that the brother said it earlier, no Rick. He said there's a gooner culture. I'm not quite understanding all the degrees of what goes into the modern gooner culture, but if it's anything like when I was younger and I was like, I watched the Tip Drill video, BET Uncut. I got on MySpace. I followed White Chocolate immediately. I went to Atlanta. I went to a strip club and I saw fucking White Chocolate in real life. Manifestation ain't got shit on me. But you understand everything. So that's how, I guess I was a gooner back then, if that's the dynamics of gooners. But no. This shit a little different. Everyone knew White Chocolate was a stripper. White Chocolate wasn't Ashley Reed down the street from high school. White Chocolate wasn't Ashley Reed selling tummy tea. She wasn't Ashley Reed going to college, getting her degree. She wasn't Ashley Reed, niggas ain't shit. No, she's a stripper. Oh, she's a stripper. She's a stripper. She's a stripper of all strippers, man. That makes sense. But the girls today dress like a stripper. On White Chocolate, they do. They do. We ain't that damn old. It wasn't that damn long time ago. That shit was never normal or couth for a regular girl to dress like a whore. That's why Dave Chappelle has that joke. You may not be a hoe, but you sure as hell got the hoe uniform on. So, like, women are trying to figure out, like, how come men are hypersexualizing them today? Because you hypersexualize yourself by normalizing stripper culture. Baddies Club, stripper culture. All them bitches are bad bill strippers. All of them. Not one is not. Your girls today, favorite role models just for entertainment, the entertain that they entertain is dicks. So you're getting the logic and the filtering and the attitude and the bravado and what it means to be a woman from a woman who only is in your face because she sucked hundreds of dicks already. And then if you sound like her, a man is going to detect like, oh, you sound like a bitch that sucks a bunch of dicks already. That's why a nigga don't respect you and want to marry you. What are we talking about? The fuck is going on? Not only did you take the uniform, but then you slowly took the language model. And then you mix that with a homosexual language model. T, clock it, all that. That's all black gay men culture. Come on, Atlanta. Don't fucking play with me. And then they watch all the shows from Atlanta, hosted by gay men on TV. When do these girls today, in my generation, ever get to see an actual functional woman with a masculine man in their entertainment? Never. I think that's half the damn battle right there, man. Brainwashing, quite literally. CIA didn't plan this. Man, CIA ain't got shit on feminists. CIA can't outperform talking vaginas, man. Can't nobody outperform a talking vagina, bro. Talking vagina is gonna move the world, bro. That's why CIA, if the CIA is a bunch of men, no. CIA need to be a bunch of retired porn stars and hoes. They'll get it done. Just send me a cash app, man, because I want my referral fee, man. It makes common sense. That's what happened to the internet. It was ruined by whores. They're always the most popular. They sleep with more guys than you know naturally. You heard what the fuck I said? How a bitch gonna have a body count over 50 or 100? I haven't talked to 100 bitches. Or have I? By now I have. But I'm just saying, like, theoretically, they're in their early 20s and their body count on these shows, and we're listening very carefully. They're up to 50, 100, and some are in the hundreds. And I'm like, where do you meet that many people to get them into your bedroom? What I'm saying, I'm talking about like meet them, like to face to face. How do you get to 100? Where do we do that at? Where do we do that at? I don't know where we do. I don't even know how to do that. How do you do that? You know what I'm saying? Even if you're swiping every day, you're swiping and matching every day. You gotta play games with these bitches. They might not want to link up with you until like 2 weeks from now. You know what I'm saying? There's this time stretch that happens in a normal, thing. And if you're trying to run it up like they do, they don't gotta do none of that. So all they gotta do is say yes. I'm like, oh, these are some flowetry bitches. Like, all you gotta do is say ass bitches, and they up to 50, 175, all this shit. And then they become influencers. And then they have all the followers, who figured it out, you just gotta figure out how much it costs on a sad day. And then you just keep going. And then you got your daughters and our cousins and our sisters repeating a lot of the same thing, knowing that men are built on pattern recognition. And it's sad. Because then that tells me the men that women complain about, like the users or the abusers, that sis, if you're attracted to that type of guy, maybe you didn't mean to send those signals, but that quality of man's mind translated you as a hoe signal. So you sent a hoe smoke signal to him. That's why he came and ruined your life. Something about you spelled to him that you're just like them. First. And yes, it's his fault. Kinda. But if you say that he has a history of cheating or having a lot of women or having hoes, that's because he's in the paradox of his mind, or the paradigm of mind, that the women he deals with are hoes. None of that's a surprise to him. That's what I need our sisters to understand. When you catch that type of guy that I know y'all keep describing, he got motion, he's doing something for himself, that's how he got hoes. That's exactly how he got hoes. Most men don't have stuff in motion until they're after their father. Everybody else gonna play fucking make beats and play Sega. Like, the fuck you talking about? Either a person is gonna find sustainability, because that's 99% of your population, by the way. It's not unique to men. It's everybody in your fucking society. They're gonna, because the top 1% ain't nobody you know. So most people do enough. But the men in our society that do a little bit more, it's because they want hoes. Like, I don't see how women, theoretically, the woman mind doesn't grasp this concept that the type of men they like achieve the things that hoes like in order to get hoes. So then she approaches the man that gets hoes, who did the things that hoes like so he can get hoes, goes, how come you don't treat me like a wife? That's where I'm lost at. That's all I want to say. I don't understand the story here. You want a prefab, put together man that got all his shit together to sweep you up off your feet. That nigga does not exist, part 3. What are y'all talking about? Men who go the extra mile to be something in this society? Oh my God. The fuck you think he's settling? Oh my Lord. Women don't know anything about men. They just been projecting what they think about men. But what they're projecting, what they think about men, was really the description of modern women. I've noticed something. So women have not been talking about men. Women, I'm talking about in these podcasts, in these spaces, in these horror-ass social media bad takes that we all were familiar with. That mind, that spirit, hasn't ever interfaced with a man because it's been describing itself. It's narcissism. It's what's that shit called? It's myopia. It's myopic. But
But I'm a third party because I don't date men. I don't care if the man's high value or not. The fuck, I'm a man. So I never sized up men the way women think they are. I just see the man, and I go, oh, listen, Mr. Bitches over here. Yeah, Mr. Bitches has Mr. Bitches. Oh, Mr. Bitches has a pretty girlfriend. Can you fucking imagine? And then the pretty girlfriend goes, because she grew up like Mr. Bitches with all the men that wanted her, and she became selective. But she wants Mr. Bitches, and Mr. Bitches loves all women, but definitely a pretty woman put on his arm. Why does Mr. Bitches want a pretty woman on his arm? Because Mr. Bitches with the pretty woman is like bait on a fucking hook on a farm. Like, are y'all women retarded? Of course, Mr. Bitches gets the bad bitches, because the bad bitches unlock all the other spiteful, covetous, envious bitches that wants Mr. Bitches, meaning he ain't got to go shopping no more. Oh, come on now. I don't give all the secrets away, but please allow me. You understand? Mr. Bitches, once he gets the bad bitch on his arm and he start posting pictures or going to the clubs, all the other bitches competing for Mr. Bitches suddenly show up because women are hypergamous. Like, women, y'all gotta stop fighting this disease, boy. Y'all, it's whipping your ass, boy. Your logic chip is being fried by the fact that you're ignoring that y'all are that damn simple minded when it comes to sex. So, Mr. Bitches, before he had to groom, do this, do that, be there, be seen, hang out, stay safe, right? Because niggas are haters. Mr. Bitches knows more about hate than more than the damn bad bitch does. Understand something. But when Mr. Bitches goes out there and he gets a decent looking woman, that brings the attention of more women. Because what does it go through the women's mind? They ain't noticed him before. Oh no, they noticed that Mr. Bitches is doing something right. If her fly ass that they're envying and coveting wants to be with him. So now they want to see what that feel like. Day, no Fridays. Come on now, I'll stack it to the ceiling for you. Is that all women? Of course not. I hope some of our sisters are reasonable. But most women that we see online these days are not reasonable. I'm just explaining the reason for it. Is that they don't understand Mr. Bitches. Women don't know why they want Mr. Bitches. Women go after Mr. Bitches. Maybe they don't know he's Mr. Bitches, but Mr. Bitches was Mr. Bitches before he met you. So he did not do that to you. You did that by entertaining Mr. Bitches. The end. I really need to get into my Japanese culture. I need to start writing haikus. That one's dedicated to Mr. Bitches. I get it, bro. She did it to herself. Women like a challenge. They say you can't turn a hoe into a housewife, and a girl goes, why? Why do you think all women go, why? Instead of just going, yeah, that's good science. Why do you think most women have an objection to you can't turn a hoe into a housewife? Like, really, we gotta take time and just think about this. Why would such reprobate-minded bullshit be objected? But it's common in our generation that women object to the fact that you can't turn a hoe into a housewife, and they start making excuses of how you can. But why are you making excuses for turning a hoe into a housewife, my friend? Like, well, y'all think about that? Like, y'all actually try to make the case against finding a decent virgin or something? Like, what's going on? I'm confused like a motherfucker. But men do. Men know. Like, there's nothing to justify. You can't turn a hoe into a housewife. Sorry. A man doesn't necessarily wants to make a whole housewife anyway. If she's perfect, if she's in her role as a hoe, being a hoe with him, he ain't trying to make her a housewife anyway. He's too busy having fun with a hoe. What are y'all talking about? The only reason why you would marry a hoe is because the hoe is signaling that your time is coming to an end. My sisters, my dear sisters, do y'all understand about math and science? Y'all the ones with the biological marriage clock. Once you get to 28 and hit the wall and you want men to be serious, but you want Mr. Bitches to be serious, and I don't understand that about nothing about math and science. Why are you putting Mr. Bitches on a time clock? You put him on a time clock, and let's say he fails it. Let's say he doesn't get serious in 6 months or 2 years. Then what you gonna do? You gonna go outside and look for another Mr. Bitches? Then you're gonna have to go through the same test part two. That's another 6 months to 2 years. Then you're almost 36, 38, 40 something. Then you're gonna go look for another Mr. Bitches. And then you want to see he takes you serious 2, 3. Hey, bitch, how many times is Mr. Bitches is gonna parlay you 6 months to 2 years until you're 50? Why do y'all want Mr. Bitches? Because y'all believe y'all could turn hoes into housewives. I'm sorry. Y'all believe that y'all could turn Mr. Bitches into a monogamous husband. Y'all don't, something wrong with your logic chip. You can't, men say, we'll just say that men say it. Men say you can't turn a hoe into a housewife. So use the same degree, law of gender. So then men are saying that you cannot turn Mr. Bitches into a husband. We treat it the same. Because we're not talking about man or woman. We're talking about sex. We're not talking about your social security and retirement. We're talking about sex. I can't have a family with you without fucking you. Y'all retarded? Getting married doesn't, like, we gotta get married and put an order in Temu for the stork. I hope y'all ain't that retarded. Composure says they try to see what that cat can conquer. They must be Genghis Khan's daughters or something. Taryn Art says they don't want their retirement plan ruined. But those are the hypergamous gold diggers. They never leave with that. Now we catching them slipping with a new language model. We ask better questions and it traps them up, and now you can see, oh, you're a gold digger. But before, they had a cooler language model to protect that bullshit. So yeah, they're bitch. Like Taryn Art is saying, like, those women, they're the ones panicking. Those are the girls who don't dress like hoes but still do the most TikToks for attention. They're the ones who thought that they're going to parlay through their life with simps and suckers while dealing with Tyrone and Pookie and Ray Ray, and then get to a certain point in the game where one of them will wake up because they're getting older and select her and ride into the sunset. Yeah, that's some people. That's what a lot of men say in red pill space. That a lot of women who talk like that. Not all women says, "Please miss me with your bullshit," but the ones you see talking, they're the ones who are waiting at the finish line for the finished product that never arrives. Because ain't no man that got to do all that finishing product shit by himself, or better, worse. And this is what women don't ever think about. Oh, Lord have mercy on my soul. Sisters, the older you get, meaning the older the men that get with you, the men that you would find desirable, who got their shit together, if you will, you forget that you're not the first bitch he's ever met. And this is very important because sometimes men go through stories in their life that ain't got shit to do with sex. So that man, by the time he's 30, 40, late 30s and older, I can fucking imagine, already met the woman that did the Build-A-Bear bullshit that you want to do. What I'm saying is, you're new to him. He got girls that he's known for years that have already poured into him or went through the shit when he didn't have shit, maybe even helped him get a job one time that put him on trajectory to be the guy that you like. What I'm saying is that there's other women that are already invested emotionally or even strategically in him for him to become the man that's attracted to you or attractive to you. He's just himself. He didn't do none of that thinking about you. He never met you. So that man was on that trajectory without you. He's already built up and he figured out and he caught his stride. But the part we leave out is that all the women prior that poured into him. Now, you're not just competing with where he is and new unknown bitches. No, he's comparing you to the bitches that he knew actually gave a fuck about him. And that takes years. You want him to fucking turn about in 3 to 6 months to be the guy you want to hit the jackpot. What I'm saying is that guy in his head, he know he can't tell who the fuck you are in that short of a time because of the bitches he already fucked with. We're not frozen in a vacuum when you come along. I've been in it for me as an example. I have a decade of experience with one woman. Actually 12 years. Almost 13 actually. With one woman. Meaning any woman that I meet that's a good woman, right? That's saying the things, doing the things, and wants to sell the story that she can do the things, whatever, right? My brain has to go through, I've learned all these lessons. I know what it's like to wake up and make breakfast. I know what it's like to plan on a trip and go on a vacation. I know how it is when the shit's fucked up in the 2008, 2009 economy and still being with that person. And then getting on the other side of it, flying out to Miami, still with the same person. So we have a reference point of how shit start how shit get to the rocky point, how it gets smooth, and then ultimately how and why it ends. It has nothing to do with how pretty or attractive a woman is. That's why y'all shouldn't use that whole language model. Because you're signaling something different. But you're looking for a man. Nah, we bifurcated. We have two different operating systems. Just like you. You're just not honest about it. You keep showing up with babies that ain't your husband's. Because you're not honest about your sexual nature. When men are, you're like, oh my God, that's disgusting. Then how is that baby not his? How is it so disgusting to women in general? I haven't heard a woman disagree with this in our civilization or generation. That why would that man always another woman? They always cheating. No. And I'm not a cheater, so that's not true. But also, I'm not a black person. I'm a fucking American Indian. So even if I could and would and should, probably fucking should, because they always do. I've noticed something. I've never been with a woman that's not a cheater. Put 3 in the chat, fellas. Have you been with a woman that's not a cheater, even if she didn't cheat on you? Have you ever have you noticed a trend that most women you come across are cheaters in nature? That you met her because she cheated on someone else, or you heard a story from her that she cheated before, or the fact that inevitably she cheats on you. How common is that with you? 3 in the chat if that's a common story for men part 2. Because women always are baffled by why men are cheaters. Or how disgusting it is for a man to cheat. And I'm trying to tell you, as a man that knows men, we haven't been with women who are not cheaters. So how's that disgusting to women? What are y'all judging? When per capita, most of y'all are cheaters. Because of the way you do hypergamy. You monkey branch. It's called monkey branching. It's based on a true story. You don't jump out of a relationship that you're connected to a man with and go to another one without another man being there to connect to. Meaning you're entertaining another man in real time while you're with a man part 2. And then you start using the excuse. We know your story. He didn't listen. I told him weeks ago, he's no longer being intimate, blah, 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 blah. You start being all in your feelings. But this whole time, as you're telling this story, you're already lining up your next guy. While you're giving him a shit test of stepping up on the podium, and let's say that man finally wakes up and he heard you. It's already too late. This other nigga's already whispering to you. And the crazy shit is, this nigga whispering to you ain't doing none of the shit you need your man to do. But somehow your pussy open. But your man ain't doing that shit because you ain't sleeping with him. But the first thing you do is get a man that ain't do shit and you sleeping with him. Where are we confused at? The fuck y'all be talking about? That's why men be like, we ain't gonna listen to y'all no more. Y'all just be running your fucking mouth. Too many of y'all be monkey branching to be like, oh my God, how does this happen to me? You got in a relationship with this guy that you met while having an ex-boyfriend. Shut the fuck up talking to me. It's not even karma. It's not even like, I don't even think it's that fucking deep. That's just how stupid people are today. That's the natural state. Like, no shit, Sherlock. If you're a hypergamous monkey brancher, you're always going to be in a cheating, what is that called? Like in a fucking video editor, transition. Y'all are cheaters by transition effects. Y'all don't do motion blurs or nothing. You don't just tell a man, listen, this ain't working out. Don't let me lead you on and think that you can pass a shit test Olympics that I know you ain't going to pass. I'm not happy with this, blah, 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 plus add. It makes me sad. Let's end it here. And then her go back to minding her fucking business and picking up the pieces of her single, independent life of just living her life until she prays to God and sends an actual husband. What does she do? Shit starts getting rocky, and then all of a sudden, her eyes and her ears is open. All of a sudden, she wants to hang out with her girlfriends and go out one night. All of a sudden, she's out there. All of a sudden, she's buying new clothes. All of a sudden, she want to go to the gym. All of a sudden, she don't want to take you to the store with her no more. All of a sudden, she's getting attention from the outside world. That's cheating, bitch. And that's what I'm saying. Y'all normalize behavior, and now we see it on social media. Why you showing your ass and your cleavage for if you're in a relationship? Because you're a cheater, bitch. That's cheating. That's exactly what cheating is. Wait before you get to the bedroom. What did Jesus say? Even if a man imagines a vain imagination in his head, that's fornication. It's like doing this in. Like, as within, so without. How does manifestation work? Y'all manifesting new mates. Y'all are crazy, bro. What the fuck are y'all on? Y'all want to get into better shape, look nicer, and post pictures. What is that for? It's going to attract more whores. Are y'all retarded? We know the chemical release gives you, what do they call that shit? Dopamine or whatever the fuck it is. But no. They say it's, the psychologists in dating call it validation. All right. Let's play these stupid word games that people do. What does validation mean in the context of a woman showing her ass on the internet? Because that's what the validation is. Like, we gotta follow the whole fucking pyramid. What did it validate? Her esteem? What the fuck are we talking about? No, where was her esteem fucking priority? And getting dick. It validated that she was fuckable. The likes represents fucking you. If it's for validation, based on how sexy you are. The attention that you're attracting is fucking you. Why are y'all so fucking confused by these stories? Have you checked your DMs? Have you been on Snapchat a few years ago? Did you notice something? Do you know why that's happening? Because that's what the fuck you're advertising. Fuck what you're saying. People lie, remember, bitch? Of course a woman's not gonna say, I'm a hoe. What a nigga gotta do? I gotta find out either way. Right? Fair? Everyone's a liar. So you saying you're not about this and these ain't your values, but you're advertising what kind of man you think is going to approach you. Then you want a man that has game. Oh my God. Let a man that has game approach you because he think you a hoe. What do you think about to happen to you? And you gonna make him work for it? Oh my God. Wait for it, bitch. And this is the stories you're crying about. But the whole time you did it, you wanted Mr. Bitches. 3 in the chat if that makes sense. Maybe no one's heard it like that before. Maybe they'll think. Maybe they'll correct their folly of their ways. God damn, we need fathers. We don't even need fathers. We need granddads and OGs. Not even just dads. Sometimes dad too young. Sometimes dad too young to even teach his kids these lessons. And then the kids get old and don't want to listen to dad when he figure it out. That's a problem. We need granddads. There it is. We need fucking pawpaws. And that uncle that they ain't got no filter. Yeah, they crazy as hell. You definitely don't want your son to be like him, but that nigga know what the fuck he talking about. One thing we want to say is that uncle know what the fuck he talking about. Mr. Bitches, the uncle, he knows what he's talking about. Unfortunately, that one bitch made him sad and he became alcoholic. That's a whole different story. Yeah, it's sad when the war generation got hooked to heroin and alcohol because of the war, by the way. But imagine them brothers back then without all of that in the way. Oh, Mr. Bitches, man. Oh man, y'all think fucking the softer, the feminine pimps like Ice-T and Sugar Free were impressive. Oh no. It's impressive that they can trick women, stupid women, so fast. But I'm talking about Mr. Uncle, Mr. Bitches. Y'all gotta meet one of them. They have some real conversations about what they think about women. I did. I just listened. I was too embarrassed to ask questions. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. But that's crazy. Those type of men love that. They love helping a man get bitches. I remember when I was in Charlotte, I had to play stupid to a younger man. I met a younger Mr. Bitches. I was so impressed. I was like, wow, they still make these. So I came across Charlotte's Mr. Bitches. He had to be like 25 years old, maybe. And mind you, I'm 35, so he's like a decade younger than me. And Mr. Bitches pulls up, and he walks up to the green box. Imagine the green box is still out there. So we're adults at the green box this time. And they're selling weed, smoking weed, whatever, just niggas hanging out. And a lot. Like a lot of niggas, man. There's most niggas I've been around in that age. It was crazy. It felt like homecoming, but I didn't know these niggas. Anyway, Mr. Bitches comes up, and the first thing Mr. Bitches talk about is bitches, because he's a pimp, like a real one, like a. And I can tell he was serious, but I couldn't tell how serious he was. And plus, this is Charlotte, so I'm like, what y'all talking about? So I'm listening to Mr. Bitches. I was like, he's talking to some other guy, and we're all sitting at the green box. It's like 6, 7 of us, and like maybe 10 in passing. It was one of those stupid ass mid-rise apartment complexes, and he had a, oh, that's why I stood out. He had a pocketbook. I was like, why does Mr. Bitches have a pocketbook? Oh, he ain't one of these fags. Like Mr. Bitches like, no, this is not my pocketbook. This is my main bitch's pocketbook. I was like, oh, now you talk my language. You got a main bitch. He's like, blah 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 blah. We're at the hotel, this and that. And the other guy was like, trying to figure out how much it costs. And I was trying to figure out, like, no, how the fuck do we do upper management of this project? Talk to me about Mr. Bitches. Please tell me in 2021, 2022, what is going on out here? And he's just like pulling out these different IDs. Like he holds their IDs for some reason. I didn't get into the logistics of his operation, but had her pocketbook, had her ID, this girl's ID, and whatever. And Mr. Bitches talking about something about his sister, and I wanted to know like his childhood. I was like, who raised you? like your mom or your dad, your uncle, basically who put you on? And he said, when I was a little boy, my mom was raising me, and some guy, like an uncle. I don't know if it's his blood uncle, but like an uncle figure. So that age difference, that gap. And he said, like, ever since then, this and that. And then, of course, there's always a woman, too. Because, like, once that uncle puts that seed in your ear and you open up your awareness to this world or these type of people, then when you walk around and be around those type of people, that type of energy, you run into the women on that energy. And then the woman takes you through the ropes of this, that, and the third. So anyway, this is him, like, doing this shit for 10 years already. Like, getting women to sell their bodies and bring him the money. He's fucking 25 years old. Mr. Bitches in Charlotte. And now, that's impressive. Niggas talk shit. Niggas always know a nigga like that. These type of niggas always tell a story. Everyone's a pimp. Everyone's done something. So, you know, you hear it in real time, but you don't see nothing. I was like, cool fucking story. And I just compared it to the notes I've heard from other Mr. Bitches I've met along my path. He came back within that week, maybe 2 days later. And just walking around. I don't know what his main business was in that neighborhood. Because he's not from there. Then I seen him. And this girl pulled up. And like he was talking to us at the green box, turned around, go to the store, I guess to get some blunts or something. And at the same time, like divine intervention, this girl comes up in a Mercedes compressor or something, like one of the small Benzes. And I think she had her son in the backseat. So she's in her young 20s, I can tell, but she's clean. So like she has a job. Like she's a responsible girl. Like she may have been a nurse type. And she sees Mr. Bitches. And then I got to see this tutorial in real fucking time. Couldn't make it up. I see her lock in on him. I see him walk into the door. I see him notice her Benz. I see him make eye contact with her. And all of a sudden it was like a fucking magnet. Like she just said, zzz. He didn't have to say nothing. He didn't have to do nothing. She's just in his face, goo goo gaga. And there's another girl coming from behind, more hood girl that noticed Mr. Bitches. And like, she was kind of annoyed for some reason, got past him, went into the store, and they just talking briefly. I guess they exchanged numbers. And then Mr. Bitches came back, and I'm asking him, like, what's that about? He was like, something. He said something smart. He said something funny. I was like, all right, cool story. What the fuck was that? Like, if she don't take her damn kid home to her damn baby daddy's house, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm doing the science on the fact the bitch got a compressor. The fact that bitch is on this side of the fucking neighborhood, and this ain't a fucking gas station. This is a corner store. Why the fuck she here with that car? And why she look like that? And then 2 or 3 days later, same green box, same corner store. Mr. Bitches pulls up in a goddamn Mercedes in a fucking Louis V bathrobe. Mr. Bitches touched down in my neighborhood with no money. He got some hoes or something. But I guess it's a drought or they're working. Something. I don't know what the story is. He's holding their IDs. Within 5 days, he's driving around some other bitch's Mercedes-Benz. In 5 days, bro. In 5 fucking days. He wasn't hunting. That's what I'm saying is there's a different type of It's a different type of martial art, man. It's a different way. It's a different wavelength. And it starts, those type of guys, is it starts with their awareness. It ain't too much more. He took care of himself, but he's a young guy. That's easy. It wasn't even all of that. That's how he, I guess that's how he pulls them in, like keeping himself a certain way. But nah. He went from meeting a single mother to driving her car, like with the baby seat in it. I don't think you understand anything. Like in 3 days. So I want to flip this story around. Forget Mr. Bitches. Let's just deal with normal guys. What I just said was that there's a single mother out there in her young 20s with a good job or a good father who has a nice car, who's going to the hood nigga section, and if she hangs out in that hood nigga section, a Mr. Bitches gets her car. That same girl's on the internet, that same girl's on Tinder, that same girl's on Facebook, talking about niggas ain't shit and what her ex-man did and this, that, and the third, but the whole time she never mentions that she's letting Mr. Bitches drive her car in one of the most dangerous neighborhoods in Charlotte. The end. Mr. Bitches didn't scout or recruit none of the hood bitches that you would think stereotypically would be down with whatever. Nah, if Mr. Bitches got her car, what do you think Miss Single Mother Boss Baddie Bitch is also into? If Mr. Bitches is a pimp, I can't wait for him to be a grandfather. That's all I'm going to say. Mm-hmm. Based on a true story. It's a real thing. It's a real phenomenon. Mm-hmm. That same girl that got her life together. Same girl got her life together. Will fuck around and get caught up in the matrix of the Mr. Bitches spell and just do all kind of weird shit. Spending money. Got some strange nigga that was just in the streets that got a pocketbook of another woman with IDs in it and this, that, and the third, trying to hit a lick, trying to come up again, and then comes up on her. Now, I don't know what story he sold her. I'm sure it's a different story. I didn't ask him. I didn't get a chance to do a debriefing or a post-game report. At that time, I just accepted the fact that this kid, when I first met him, and I knew what he was about without him talking, and then when he told me the story, as ridiculous as it was, I understood it was based on a true story. Like, that kid did not lie to me. Like, I felt like he wanted to prove it to me, too. I feel like he's one of those type of kids. Like, because we didn't talk too much. It wasn't like he knew me. It was like, I feel like spiritually he stuck around to show me. Because he only showed up when I showed up, which is very unusual. Like a daytime scene, a nighttime scene, and another daytime scene. My schedule was not predictable, nor was him. He was just, what's that called? He wasn't a vagabond. He was just transient at the time, right? Between motels or whatever the fuck he was doing at that moment in his life. And came out with a fucking Benz and a new bathrobe. Bro, fuck out my face. You cannot listen to what these girls are talking about, boy. You can't. Because I know about Mr. Bitches. Because you gotta think about whatever he's triggering in their mental wiring is always there. That's the scariest thing about it. Whatever he triggers in their natural mental wiring to make her avoid all of those red flags. Because that story going to end bad. I don't know if he didn't seem brutal or nothing. He didn't seem like it'd be dangerous for her. Because because his philosophy was more about like intent and their will. So he knows how to pick them, if you will. But what I'm saying is, like, in the worst case scenario, I don't think he's a worst case scenario guy. So he'll just walk away with the money or whatever and give her a car back type of guy, right? Like, he'll find another bitch, they'll do it again, is what I'm saying. And that's what I'm trying to say is, like, the reason why a guy like him can do that is because they approach it with an awareness, understanding a woman's brain. That's a different story. We don't have that podcast yet. You don't. Sugar Free and them be talking about, like, I guess the West Coast Figueroa lifestyle of pimp culture, which you saw in the 70s movies. Different regions, different Indians. Because Mr. Bitches was an Indian, by the way. He kind of looked like Hit Boy. He looked like Hit Boy with braids. Like, well, Hit Boy has braids now. Hit Boy looks more like Mr. Bitches than Mr. Bitches look like Hit Boy now. But like taller, a little bit taller. They're short. Yeah, they're both short people. Yeah. Mr. Bitches and Hit Boy are kind of like the same pedigree of Indians. But Mr. Bitches was redder, more lighter, like my color. So, yeah. And even Hit Boy, you can tell he has like a Mr. Bitches quality about him because his daddy. See what I'm saying? And it just repeats. West Coast pimp culture. But on my side of town, nah. Mr. Bitches does not advertise himself as a pimp. You couldn't tell. He just looks like another nigga out there. But he is. You know what I'm saying? And these girls are going after him as a boyfriend. You gotta understand everything. He's a young guy. And he's one of many. Those are the guys that are on Tinder that are getting all the matches. Them guys. They're running through these hoes. So they know Mr. Bitches. And I know Mr. Bitches got 100 hoes. But you think everybody Mr. Bitches, and that's where women fuck up. They think all men are Mr. Bitches. No, they're not. No, they're not. No, they're not. No, they're not. I don't think all men are like me. And I'm not like Mr. Bitches. So no, they're not. No, they're not. No, the fuck they're not. I was out there with a bunch of men who couldn't get no bitches. Cut it out. Cut it out. So, yeah. The fellas had a Mr. Bitches pandemic. We didn't get the updates on that. But the women, man, they've been going through it with them. I get it. That is not your future husband's fault. That ain't your boyfriend's fault. That ain't nobody's fault. You should have kept your ass off the internet. That's what grandma told you. Cut it out. Cut it out. Hit Boy made beats for the porn movies out in LA. So did my boy Hooks. That's how they all know each other. Yeah, Hooks did too. The Brian Pumper, Owen and Shave with Chippy D with Lawrence Fishburne's daughter. That's Corrine. So I see it. Listen now says, you think that everybody's the same. I think that everybody is like you, Loops. Come on now. She dressed him for the house is crazy. Sending E333. Shout out to GJ Georgie Porgy. Shout out all the queens that keep it 100. I got lucky with my girl for 18 years before she passed away. There are not many good ones out there. They can't compute honor and dignity. Yeah, I remember you first told us about that, Georgie Porgy. That's a sad story. So you found your person already, and you had that 18-year story. When you went back out here after her, like after more time passed, and you're interfacing with new women, have you found anything similar in quality? In qualities, I should say. Because the rest of it's time. But have you ever noticed the women out here even have qualities like the girl you met 18 years before? You know what I'm saying? Probably not. Probably fucking not. Because that's literally like a different timeline. Jonathan says, peace part 2, squad. Oh shit, we got 38 people in here. Ain't nobody in the game chat. What the fuck y'all listen to? Motherfuckers listen to me like a goddamn audiobook. I promise you something. I don't ever say nothing. That's rude. There's a male loneliness epidemic out here, niggas. Georgie Porgy says, shit trash king. Sorry to say. Don't be sorry to say it. I mean, you met your queen already. And I understand how hard that story is ultimately. But thank God you experienced something. But that's why I'm asking you, like, even after you having that experience, like, you have an example, now you get to use as a reference point. Have you seen anything like it? And you're like, no. And like, damn. Like, because you already got the blueprint, you know what I'm saying? You already have a map of it. And you're like, nah. And they ain't going to be a fair to no future woman anyway, which is why you can't compare them. But quality-wise, you can. And you're just like, nah, it's trash instead. That's crazy. You didn't say, nah, I found a good girl. I found the girl I'm with now. We get along real good. I like her. She's beautiful. You said, hell no. That's crazy, dog. Meaning it ain't even nothing like in the atmosphere. Like, it's not an E ring, D ring of Saturn or nothing. It's like, nah, this is a different galaxy for real. I know that's right, bro. I know that's right. I know you're right. I asked you that question just to see if you thought about it that way. If you moved on or try to move on already. That's crazy. It's crazy as hell. That's crazy as hell. Rest in peace to your girl, Harut. Peace, peace, peace. Yep. Based on true stories, man. But most women want to look at guys like us to listen to guys like us. That's a different story. I'm too ugly. I don't have enough money, I guess. But I know something. And if I know something, I can know anything. If I know anything and I know something, I can probably learn everything. So I'm just happy that I was paying attention in class. If I have a son, I'm raising a Mr. Bitches. Fuck what niggas talking about. Yeah, I'm gonna have if I have the son. Listen, if I can pick, you know what I'm saying? If I could pick a woman, right? If I can choose, if I can select, if I can find this Amazon filter that the ladies use to find us, if I can use that filter and like pick my son, like, oh, he's Mr. Bitches. We running it up. We running it up for the 2050s. I already know. We gonna get this empire built one way or another. We gonna get this empire rebuilt one way or another, bro. If my son has to be Sir Knight Mr. Bitches the fourth out in this bitch, it's gonna get done. Don't let me have more than one of them. I'm like, listen, guys, this is the strategy. We need to put it. We need to put it on for grandma, man. Like, there's not enough of us, bro. So I'm not gonna sell you no bullshit. Nah, we need about 20 to 50 more Smiths, bro, in 25 years. And go. Shit, if Nick Cannon lame ass can do it, I'm gonna tell my sons, listen. Listen. We already know you're gonna be geniuses and athletes. Shit, if I can get them on that shit. Nah, but the sports are so fucking soft. Maybe it'll change in a decade or two by the time they can do it. Yeah, if they bring the vibes back for the future generations like it used to be, yeah, my son's gonna be them niggas, boy. Deion Sanders, watch out. Watch the fuck out. My grandfather's the fastest man that lived, I think. I can't wait for that to skip a generation. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. My kids are gonna be fucking phenoms if I have anything to do with them. Type shit. So, yeah. Yeah. Everybody needs to know Mr. Bitches. Sadly, most women already do. LOL is hilarious. People don't know how to people anymore. I think so. I think so, bro. That's a great observation. Build the lineup off the DPS is crazy. No simps on this side. You can't do it that way. Unless like God did the goofy thing that he didn't do with me and actually like sent him his soulmate in middle school and high school, then I'd be like, fuck. But then I'd be like, oh, does she understand what polygamy is? We have a mission to accomplish. She'll be handsomely compensated if we pull it off. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. That would just be Mr. Bitches naturally because of my family. I'm the only one that went against the grain. By computers and video games. If I didn't have to learn how to make beats, I would have nothing else to do, I imagine. Music took so much time to master. Like, I really grinded my whole life to just learn how to make music. Like, for whatever reason, that felt like that was way more worth more than anything I could have invested anything in time or money into. Music was like it. Like, to become like the level that I can get to musically is it's not easy when you're self-taught. So for me, it was like martial arts. Every day I was in a dojo. Even if I wasn't like in the program making the beat, my whole mind was mapped. Survival mode, worry, bullshit with this girl and this shit over here in human life. But in my discipline and my arts, it's like everything else is music. My bookmarks, I have bookmarks of this and samplers and discussions and mixing and mastering and drum kits. And Dr. Dre said this, and Alchemist was using ASR 10, and here's my eBay wish list, like for like fucking 20 years straight. That and playing video games, like Call of Duty Menace. You know what I'm saying? Fucking Menace. Shit, I became a fucking beast at Fortnite for a little while. If you let me get warmed up. Like, even that's hard, right? Even being good at video games, like, because most people say, oh, it's a video game. Nah, nigga, I'm nice. I said StarCraft. They don't understand anything about math and science. StarCraft is a game for smart people. That's why you don't hear about it. It's not fun. It's not a fun game. It's like, it's chess. It's like chess on drugs. Beautiful graphics, though. You know how Blizzard is. But what I'm saying is, I was proficient at chess on drugs. Like, that's just how my brain was warped. I get it now. All my fucking fathers are commanders. Genghis Khan, John Smith, Sir Knights. They're all warlords. I come from a bloodline of warlords, so it makes sense. But thank God in our generation that the warlord platform was the internet, so I'm a virtual warlord. Yeah, there it is. I'm a virtual warlord. That's exactly what that is. I get it now. So yeah. So that takes a lot of time, is what I'm saying. It takes a lot of time to be proficient at any of those things. Counter-Strike, StarCraft, Fruity Loops. It takes time. That's so what I'm saying is I took time away from peopling and clubbing and bullshitting and wasting time with stupid bitches. Didn't have time for it. That's why I ended up in a serious relationship. So I can seriously focus on the goddamn music. Then work, in this, in survival, in poverty, in Obama, and all that shit. Like, that, everything everyone else went through, too. But then that, like, that shit kept me in the game. That shit kept me out the streets for real. Although I was bringing the streets to me by recording the streets for real. Like, I was recording people from the streets. That's how I paid rent. That's how I ate. I didn't have to be in the shit. The shit was coming to me. I knew everything that the shit, I knew what the shit was because the shit was right there with me. All right, I'll rewind it a few seconds. And overdub. A word and overdub. A word, they over there did that. Oh, and overdub. Oh, they broke in that house over there. Oh, and overdub. Then there's a gun in my face. The fuck? Bitch, nigga, I ain't got no money in here. And overdub. Like, now that's all real. I attract all that energy because that's the energy I come from. But I'm not one of them. I'm a descendant of a warlord. That's why Jesus was hanging around a bunch of fucking niggas with swords. Like, y'all better read that Bible different. Y'all better put the right fucking Instagram filter on our grandfather, bro. He wasn't hanging around people or saved Christians. He was walking around with niggas. Big niggas, strong niggas, niggas with swords. Judas had money already. Like, I wish people fucking understood the scenery of that story. Jews, Afro-Asiatics, samurais, Khans. Like, come on now. These niggas with swords, bro. They're black Asians with swords. Come on, guys. Speed up. Catch up to me. The Bible, New Testament, is during the time of ninjas and samurais. I am Genghis Khan's grandson. The New Testament is about Genghis Khan. The timeline. Just please level that up, please. Please do that one. Please update that one. Oh my God. Oh my God. Jesus told him, leave your swords behind. Oh my God. Oh my God. In the Roman Empire, that's the Holy Roman Empire. Mm-hmm. You have the European side, which are the knights. Then you have the Asian side, which are the samurais and ninjas. Then you have the American side, which you have warriors, but they have bows and arrows and everything's in gold. Bougie niggas. That's all three of us. Y equals 3x plus 13. Yes. Yes, that's all of us. That's all of us. That's all of us. But I'm all of us in one. That's the difference, because they came to America and had some sons. Hey, how you doing? That's us. Like, we're both of those stories. We're whatever the American history story is, and we're the whole entire Tartaria history. Merged again. United the kingdoms. We gotta understand which side Jesus was on. He's Genghis Khan, so it's based in St. Petersburg, Russia. Peter, get it? It's right there. It's right there on the Asian side of the chessboard. That's on the Ninja Tenshu Samurai, Ninja Gaiden, Dragon Ball Z, everything you niggas love subconsciously. That's what the Bible is about. They erased the history of Tartaria. That's exactly why you don't know who you are. Just put it together. Just do one more time. I'm going to save you so much trouble and research. If they removed the history of Tartaria, and then you woke up a black person in America who don't know where you come from, what else did they erase? Tartaria. So where do you come from? Fucking. Black people don't have an amnesia of their ancestors. What's missing? All the buildings they built. What do they call those buildings? Tartarian buildings. The Great Fires. What they burned down? Your nigga cities. Your grandparents live there. You don't live there no more. I wonder who you are. You ain't seen one person that looked like me in Africa. Don't do that. Like, where do they come from? We're Tartarians. It's the Tartarian Bible. Genghis Khan is the emperor of Tartaria. He's the king of kings of Tartary. Jesus Christ is the kings of kings of Tartary. Jesus is a Christ because he's a descendant of Solomon. Genghis Khan is a descendant of Solomon. Genghis Khan is from Azareth. Jesus Christ is from Nazareth. One is the king of shadows. The other one's the king of shadows. One got the keys of death. The other got the kings of death. The story of Jesus Christ is a hypothecation of the story of Genghis Khan, my literal bloodline grandfather. Jesus Christ is based on Genghis Khan, not the other way around. Genghis Khan is real. What did they say about Genghis Khan? Yeah, of course they whitewashed Genghis Khan. They whitewashed Tartaria. They didn't whitewash separate things. No, they whitewashed one thing. They whitewashed the history of Tartaria. My grandfather's the king of the Tartarians. Everything else that I have used as a language model is about Tartaria's nations, or Tartaria's territories, or Tartaria's kingdoms. So Tartaria is over what we call the Holy Roman Empire. Same designations. For whatever reason, when they whitewashed history, they kept code switching things, and they wanted to do the Berlin Conference. And instead of chopping up Africa, they were chopping up Tartarian history. So they chopped up our history and divided it into different mysteries, and then I guess they peddled it amongst themselves as like a management oversight. But I'm going to tell you this one more time. The life of Jesus Christ is based on Genghis Khan, and this is very important because of who Genghis Khan is in history. He's the king of kings. So what I'm saying is, whoever's writing the Bible in the Holy Roman Empire, whatever memory they implanted in you, wouldn't fucking matter. Because in real life, no matter who has a Bible or any other book, they're living in a world with those books because the world was dominated by Genghis Khan. No freedom of religion or no cities, no independence until he shows up. Everyone's enslaved if they don't have their own stuff. And definitely if they're not warlords. You're living in a very terrible time period. We're talking about feudalism. We're talking about when the shogun showed up to help the poor people against the tyranny of the rich niggas, is what you're going through now. But go back in time. Go back to the Jade Empire. Let's run it back. That's Genghis Khan. Those are black Asians. We're black Asians. Like, I'm going to say these words in 5 different ways so you understand what I'm saying to you. The reason why that is so important. Jew. The word Jew that everyone's fucking has a problem with today, with people and Judaism, like You might as well just say Jackie Chan or something. Stop. A Jew. J-Y-W. No J in Hebrew. U. Y-E-W. U. A U-L. Way-L. Way-In. Way-In. Wing. Wind. Wings. Angels. All of that means, all of that language and all of those years that we translated, that same thing. All that saying to you is that whoever that is, their degrees have to be Afro-Asiatic. That implies that they're black people. That's where everyone gets stuck at, because we live in a black versus white world. Unfortunately, it's algebra, not addition. They're black people, yes, but specifically, they're black Asians. So a Jew, Judean, a UL, descendant of an angel, the descendants of angels look like black Asians. Run this back a few more times. Since your world is dominated by pale versions of black Asians, then the biggest population of this world is the Asiatic. What I'm saying is Genghis Khan and Jesus are both Afro-Asiatic. And that's important because what that means, what is an Afro-Asiatic? But whatever you don't know about that, or whatever they didn't teach us about that, because they lie about everything. What's so much more important is that you have to know that that book that Bible right there is talking about black Asians, warriors, fighters, swords, technology, flying craft, magic carpets, Vimanas, Hindus, Afro-Asiatics, the black Asians, the blacks of Asia, Tartarians, black Asians. It's a black continent. We come from there. I'm Genghis Khan's grandson. That means the Tartarians came to America. Hi. I'm a Tartarian that lives in America. How you doing? Absolutely. The founding continents, the 13 first colonies are Tartarian colonies. That's why that British, Yiddish, they're trying to figure out French or Indian. The reason why that little dance in their historical record is so weird, or why Trump is candidly saying, just because your boat came here 500 years ago doesn't make your land yours. Like, he just undid that spell for a lot of people subconsciously, by the way. You should find that clip. It's in my story. But he set precedents one more time. So United States, it doesn't mean that your land is yours. Like I've been saying this whole time, right? Let's run it back. But those 13 colonies were colonized by Tartarians. That's why it can never be white people. Yeah, hold on. This is not about racism or none of that. It's not a black supremacy video either. I need to set this record straight and very fucking clear. The 13 colonies were founded by Tartarians. So that changes the whole patina of the bullshit current Western model of civilization. This is what I'm saying. Masons, Templars, Shriners, different secret societies kind of remember this in the degrees of what I'm saying currently, publicly, openly, because it is. This is what Michelle Gibson is finding. This is what the brother John Levi is finding. This is what you see like other people allude to with a different language model because they come from somewhere else. It's everyone but a Tartarian talking about Tartaria. I might be the first person on YouTube that's actually a Tartarian telling you the history of Tartaria, which is where the Bible is from. Correct. No one knows anything about Tartaria, so they can't even disagree or argue or push back about it. They're going to Google Tartaria and go, curious. But one more time, let me say it to you. Whatever they think Tartaria is, the king of kings, Genghis Khan, that guy, over Tartaria, is my grandfather. This is why this is important. I'm going to get there. Just walk with me. I have to switch. We got to upgrade the stakes of this story for you guys. Like, I'm going to take you to Mount Olympus eventually if they give me time. So now you understand that Genghis Khan's a Tartarian. It don't matter about the mysteries, the magic, the God, all that. Let's just leave religious, spiritual, very real, but let's just keep it human. On a human of Tartaria, whoever the king of kings of the humans of Tartaria was my grandfather Genghis Khan, period. That's important because Tartaria founded the American colonies, period. How do I know that? Because my grandfather, John Smith, that's an anglicized name for Hakata Khan Smith. Hakata Khan is Genghis Khan's son. So Hakata Khan is what? A black Asian. Thank you. So America was, fuck their words of discovery because we know that's poppable church shit. No. So when we're thinking of the story of boats coming to America and building up the Northeast coast, the people who did that, the reason why you have Tartarian courthouses and Tartaria Capitol buildings is because motherfucker, my grandfather Hakata Khan is a Tartarian. We're the ones that built that. That's why Boston looks Tartarian. That's why Nassau or fucking Buffalo looks Tartarian. That's why New Jersey looks Tartarian. That's why DC looks Tartarian. Because Hakata Khan John Smith is a Tartarian, which makes it can't be John Smith, white Disney guy. White hair, blonde hair, blue eyes. Anyway, he can't be an African, not an Ethiopian king. He has to be a black Asian first. He is Genghis Khan's son. So I'm going to tell you the story one more time. America being founded in 1611 is based on the fact that Genghis Khan's son, a Tartarian, came to America to build. That's my grandfather. John Smith is a Tartarian. Tartarians are Jews. Jesus Christ. Woo! So Jesus Christ is a Tartarian too. Woo! No matter what they want to talk about. But I already know already. Genghis Khan and Jesus Christ is the same language model. So what I'm saying is Jesus the Jew, Afro-Asiatic, Tartarians the kings of the Afro-Asiatics. What they're trying to say is that the Afro-Asiatics never had an empire. That's the only thing they're removing from all their histories. A white person can have an empire, a light-skinned, pale Asian can have an empire, but everyone but the Afro-Asiatic can have an empire. Nah, fam. The Afro-Asiatics had the biggest empire on this planet just 400 years ago. Hmm? Yes. That's the whole problem with everything about this story, with the Nazis and the Jewish people. It don't matter what their story is. Those buildings on the East Coast are proof that this is a Tartarian colony. Proof. The buildings is proof. Those Greek Romanesque looking buildings, that's why I'm saying we're the Holy Roman Empire. They ascribe that, they, in their history chopping, they ascribe that architecture to Rome, but it's in South Carolina. They ascribe that Tartarian style to Rome, but it's in California. They didn't get to California to the 1800s. So you're saying that Rome came to America and did all these things, and then you just came to America after a famine, a drought, potatoes, bitches, whores, kids in chimneys, and the first thing you did was fill up your kidneys with our fucking ingredients because you know we're the American Indians, and then you got strong enough to rebuild Greek buildings, but you never been to Greece? Shut the fuck up talking to me. Every state capitol building, every downtown street, all 50 estados. Los Estados Unidos is the United States, not the United States Service Corporation. It's the United, Moorish Latin, it's Unidos Estados. All these estates are belong to us, Tartarians. It's a family. We are a large extended family. So you go back and say, well, how many kids did Genghis Khan have? Go in your Bible. How many kids do you think Solomon had? If he got 1,000 bitches. All right, now come back to the Americas about 600 years ago. And let's go to South Perusa. Let's go where Mama Inga is. You know, the Giants. And the Giants have Solomon's staff. Right here in South America. And they hand that staff to my grandfather, Carlos V, the other grandfather. Crazy story. They're brothers. So Carlos V is a descendant of Tartarians. Prester John Smith, Hakata Khan, is a descendant of Tartarians. What I'm saying is America was colonized, North America and South America, by Tartarians. But don't miss this. On the well wishes of Mama Inga's tribe, who were formerly the Toltec tall giant tribes who built all the giant pyramids and mounds here. So we inherited a giant civilization's last, I don't know what happened. I don't know if they're just dying off pedigree wise, like sterilization, or maybe they didn't want to be here no more. That happens a lot. Whatever the case was for that species of ancestors, they're not here in abundance no more to the capacity of overseeing kingdoms and humanity. The last time that happened was in the 1500s. This was the last kingdom of giants alive, in the capacity of a kingdom, that is. They passed that down to us. We're relative. We're descendants of giants too. But we're already little. We come back to America, they're still tall. And then those are intermixing. But what I'm saying is the kingdom of Tartarian, that's us. We're the only ones in history with a kingdom of giants. And they erased your memory of giants too. So if a person tells you there's flying craft, giants, and niggas in control, you're like, ha ha ha, that's a crazy story. Yeah, whatever. And that same person, and that same cognitive dissonance, and that same mockery and buffoonery of me and my ancestors, absolutely, I get it. Everyone responds like I'm talking strange or I don't know what I'm talking about. And that's how crazy it is for me to be one out of billions of people to have a memory of who we actually are. Like on my law of attraction and everything else, it comes straight to me. I don't have to look for it. I'm Mr. History like he was Mr. Bitches. I'm Mr. History. It just comes to me. So it is that where it's a Black Asian Bible. This is a Black Asian continent, and the Silk Road and all that shit was Black Asian run. That's not to say that it was only Black Asians with us. What I'm saying is the names, the buildings, there we go. The part of it that's civilized is us. All you got to do is find our buildings. So if you find our buildings and there's people around that, they once coexisted with us or the giant kind. But specifically though, that demonstration starts with Black Asians, Afro-Asiatic, Jews, Hebrew Israelites. Hebrew Israelites are slightly different because they have a Black Asian grandfather that then had 12 or at the time 10 different admixture tribes. So you have the Black Asian and whatever else is around. I don't know what they were called back then. We have their tribe names, but it doesn't describe their features. So some can be darker, some can be lighter. I don't know, but just keep in mind, their daddy is a Black Asian. Jacob, Black Asian. Genghis Khan, Black Asian. Solomon's a Black Asian. Now imagine this: David, Solomon, Joshua, Joseph. All these names, right? These are all before Genghis Khan. All of them. All the names in the Bible in the Old Testament is before Genghis Khan shows up. And Genghis Khan, their son, is a Black Asian. So imagine what all his daddies are if Genghis Khan is a Black Asian. Genghis Khan's a Black Asian, and all those are his fathers. So they're Black Asians, right? On some Shem shit, whatever you want to call it, Sham, Ham, fuck you. No, they're Black Asians. Let's keep this really cute and glamorous. But specifically the tall ones. There's another form of Black Asians over there. You might be familiar with their admixtures today in the Philippines and stuff. They call them negritos. Those are the little niggas. But it's very important to know they're not little Africans. They're little Black Asians. Then something came in the last 200-300 years and started mixing with them. That's that King Felipe story. That's when you get into the Christian version of kingdoms and empires. The Christians are going after Tartarian empires that are already there. The Christians didn't build anything. They crashed the castles and took over the people remaining. Slavery, if you will. The legacy we're living through now. Christians, how you guys doing? Thank you for helping us. Arabian Muslims, oh my God, you caught a Quran. Did you understand it was written by Black Asians? 80% of the prophets in the goddamn Quran are Black Asians. They're Israelites. Cut out. They're in Tartaria, that's why. Same fucking story. Prester John Smith, Red, is a Black Asian descendant. Carlos V, Black Asian descendant. Genghis Khan, Black Asian descendant. We're Black Asians. We're Afro-Asiatics. We are not African Americans. We're Tartarians. We are the Tartarians. And then there's Indian tribes of man or mankind coexisting. They could have mixed in with Tartarians, or they could have just stayed mixed with themselves. That still don't make them Africans. They would just be American Indian tribes. They would still be Black people, since Mama Inga is like a giant of Black people. So I think like if she has a community of people on her continents, it would make sense to me if she favored Black people, since Mama Inga is the blackest Black queen empress ever that ever lived, right here in America. Then Queen Khalifa, who would have to be one of her daughters, a Black woman. Like, and then we do it all over again. Then you'll see something. Like, oh, at the same time that Genghis Khan and them are in Tartaria, doing the warlord samurai bullshit. And America, what no one knew about, was ran by a bunch of women. But they're tall black Amazon goddesses, black giant women. So the black giant women communities of the Americas, same time that shit's burning down, going to hell, dark ages, medieval, all the plagues, all the crazy evil white people, Vlad the Impaler, all that shit's going on. That is their history for sure. If you're a Christian in there, if you're one of the human mankind, that's their story for real. But anyway, back up to the Ottomans and the Berbers and the Turks and all them trying to civilize tribes and shit. They minded their business doing trade routes with a whole bunch of black women. Cut it out. Stop fucking talking to me. They don't know history for real. Because they keep telling history like it's one story. Like it's when white people just pop into a story out of no, like we're living in a bad dream. You know when you dream, like the dream's already happening, and then like when you go to sleep, when you wake up, you're like the dream's still going on. You're like, I wonder what's going to happen next. Like white people jump into your story in the middle of the dream, and then they show up, and then they start telling the story about what happened. No, white people, you can't tell me what happened in the dream before you went to sleep. No, you weren't in this story. No, you weren't. I'm John Smith's grandson. I'm telling you, as a Tartarian descendant, you cannot have a Tartarian descendant alive today in front of you if that story didn't happen. If the Tartarians did not come to America, then how am I in America? I'm not an immigrant. So that means the Tartarians were having grandsons here a long time ago. I got the damn birth records. We even got citizenship. We're Tartarians. I'm a 13th descendant of the Tartarians that don't exist. That's crazy. I'm a black Asian today. Like, what are they talking about? What the fuck? Lord help us. I'm as a Jew can be, bro. How they gonna call a Jew a Negro? I'm not a little nigga. I'm 6'3" black Asian, bro. I'm not a little nigga from Africa. Like, you understand? I'm not. And that's no disrespect to little niggas from Africa or big niggas from Africa. Even if it's a tall nigga from Africa. I'm a tall black Asian. What the fuck are these Caucasians don't understand? They can't see colors. And I know they can't see pedigrees. We got different grandmas, folk. My grandmothers are tall black Indians. What are y'all talking about, bro? Not every Indian is a tall black Asian. Duh, but hello, we're talking about a kingdom here. The fuck? Any Indian could have been here if they fucking, we had a Mongolian horde. What the fuck you think they were talking about? The Mongolian hordes of different races and mixes of people. That was freed. That was freed. Like, that's our story. The Tartarians freed everybody from over there. I'm assuming including white people. Like, so for them to project some bullshit on Africans and African Americans is a weird fucking story, but how come y'all deleted the history of the Tartarians that freed you? Which would be my grandfathers. The Slavs are not slaves no more. Oh, that's crazy. Slavs are in Tartaria. Who freed you? Who freed you from the Persians and the French? Who freed you? White people, how did you become free enough to come to the United States? Who freed you? This is not a long time ago. John Smith came here in the late 1500s, 1611. So y'all didn't get here until after that date. So where were you before that date? Where did John Smith come from during the land of Tartaria? Like, Genghis Khan is just right before him. What were they doing in that time period that you come from? Because if it wasn't for that time period before 1611 with John Smith, with Ablu Khan, Carlos V, and Genghis Khan, like, that's a succession. There's no break in between their empire there. So from Genghis to John, that's before you get to America. Miss me what happened in Spain, bitch. Tartaria is an empire. Fuck a damn country with a little flag, bitch. What was going on in an empire that you're enslaved to? I could have fucking sworn the reason why my grandfather even came here is because he freed you. Genghis Khan freed the goddamn gulags, the human trafficking, the fucking Chimera Project. Bro, go in the history of Italy and all that shit. The church want to decorate it like it's beautiful to explain why there's so many new ugly people around you. But these motherfuckers are sorcerers. I don't know why the fuck y'all don't believe this shit. Y'all love the damn movies about the Prince of Persia. Bitch, that was 600 years ago. Motherfuckers, they lied about Tartaria and then put the history back 2,000 years ago. Meaning everything they made up in that time period is fake. Tartaria was just here in 1611, bro. The empire of Tartary. Like, we expanded all the way to America by 1611, bro. That was 400 years ago. One more time. There is no other story prior to 1611 then if they're under the empire of Tartary. No one else's story would stack higher than that. You wouldn't even need it. It's boring. Because all it's going to tell you is that Tartary came to America, so America probably belongs to the Moorish people and Indian associates. Tartaria. We're Tartarian. It doesn't matter what they classified us or called us. They're not us and they're not from here. Fuck them. I'm here to tell you as a Tartarian here in my Tartarian Empire, America, that yeah, my grandfathers are Tartarian. Those are the black Asian giants. We're the little ones. We're Honey, We Shrunk the Kids. Our Bible starts with a genetic story. Our family knows how to do that. One more time, my family's not from this planet. They're romanticizing a space opera with the Jesus version of it. I know. But you see the UAPs and UFOs all around you. Hence, what makes more sense? They lying about that too. Have you noticed something? I'm just telling you why. It's a grave mistake to subtract our history from their history. It's a grave mistake. The people today didn't make that mistake though. Remember, these stupid motherfuckers did years ago. They inherited the beef. They thought like us would forget about that, or that like nothing would come in and check in, and everything else that we alluded to in our books. They fucked around and found out is what I'm saying. It's the revelations of Tartary. That's what I'm saying, guys. It cannot be another name. It can't be because they're French or English or British. That's that Berlin Conference faggot shit. It's like how are they going to tell this story as Dungeons and Dragon Masters? That's not real life. The architecture proves it. They cannot account for none of the buildings here in their pictures in the 1800s, which is even worse. They're telling a global lie recently, but the only reason why we know they're global lies is because they made us go to school with them. And we know that's 100 years ago. So prior to 100 years ago, I don't know what the fuck we knew, but we know it wasn't what they knew because we have no reason to know each other prior to that. They act like we wanted to know them and be in their business and go to school with them. No, we didn't. This is our country. Like they tell the story wrong. Black people been here the whole time. Someone else, I don't know who did it then. I know who's inherited, I know who's benefiting, but I don't know who did it. I don't know who set this shit off. But it had to be between American Revolution and 1920. So they could tell a story of African slave trade and try to make do for why there's so many black people in South America. But I showed you that video of that dude. He said, I never been to Africa. And I corroborate this story. The 10 tribes of Israelites been in America prior to any fucking idiot appearing on this planet who goes on ask niggas in America where they're from. Like, we're too old to be running into people wondering where we're from anyway. So we already know something's up. You're new to us, and we're the oldest niggas on this planet. Like, they're just now doing history and discovery of things. That wouldn't be us. We were here the whole time. Our story don't start with, we discovered America in 1592. No, bitch, we were in America already. So what is our history? You see what I'm saying? That's how evil them faggots are. They burnt down everything and stole it. And you know how the fucking story go. And they call that valor. They call that war or something. No, that's some evil sons of bitches. But we know they're like monkey people. Because you can't start your story with you don't know who we are. If we're the oldest people on the planet. We're the oldest empire on the planet. Because we're the black giants. Everything they have is ours. That's civilized. Like buildings, like architecture, like math and science, like anything that they claim, because this is the thing, this is hypothecation, this is what we're proclaiming. They're taking over things. What I'm saying to you is, whatever they took over and think is theirs, they never built it. That's all that matters. I don't give a fuck who's in possession of it. Just know the brain didn't build it. What civilization had the brains that built that stuff? Tartary. That's what the Bible's about. The Hebrew Israelites. The Hebrew Israelites are the ones that travel. They're the ones that cross rivers. That's what Hebrew means. They're traveling Israelites. Then they hypothecate history, and then they say they're Phoenicians. Cool. Same degree. Venetians. So the sons of Venus. All right. That's the book of Isis. Genes of Isis. They're the same people. They're describing the same phenomenon in two different languages. And the crazy is they're describing it in languages that ain't their people's. Because all those languages are Afro-Asiatic languages. That's why they call it Semitic languages. So if it's Semitic language, it's an Afro-Asiatic language. So how can anybody be anti-Semitic talking about white people? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, white is not part of the Afro-Asiatic category, is what I'm saying. So it's not racism. I'm not, whatever they got going on. But white people cannot then be also Afro-Asiatic ascendants. Are you Afro-Asiatic or not? And if you're not Afro-Asiatic, you're not a Jew. And if you're not Afro-Asiatic, you're not an Israelite descendant. So who the fuck are you? Back to minding our business. We don't know. Africans didn't know who the fuck they were. And when they came to this continent, we didn't know who the fuck they were. We were just nice to them. But you gotta understand who the fuck we are amongst all the Indians here. We're the ones from Tartaria, where you claim to have come from. So how did you come to our country from Tartaria, finding Tartarian cities and outposts and Tartarian hybrid mixes and go, they're from Africa. Then you tell me you didn't come from Europe either. Yeah, my friends. The real story of what's going on right now is way more you're way more distracted than you think you are. Let me just put it like that. Like, we ain't even on the 5th floor yet, bro. You don't know who these demons are for real, bro. And I understand. We gotta wait for X-Files to do a new season. But I've been in X-Files the whole time I've been doing 3 a.m. with you, for real. These motherfuckers ain't from this planet. Seraphim are not from the Garden of Eden, my nigga. Seraphim are not from Garden of Eden, bro. The Rephaim did not grow up with us in Egypt, bro. I wish we read our Bible, Tartarians. Jerusalem, Israel, like, y'all niggas is goofy. Got a bunch of fucking white people cosplaying as Tartarian black Asian giants. Like, really do the science, please. Look it up. Everything I'm saying can be verified. Just look up Prester John in Google Images. That's a Khan Smith, boy. Jesus was a carpenter or a builder. Can you fucking imagine? Genghis Khan's a carpenter and a builder. That's why our last name is Smith. Smith is a Tartarian last name. Because Tartarians are the builders. Enter Washington, D.C. and Boston. Hi, how you doing? Made by the Smiths. No, built by the Masons. No, built by the Smiths, stolen by the Masons. Let's get it right, man. Masons don't build shit. Tartarian Smiths did. Cut it out, bitch. Why the fuck would a white boy from a white kingdom be building a nigger secretly? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up talking to me. Y'all don't know enough about architecture for me, boy. But that's what I'm saying. They didn't teach us nothing. They didn't teach us nothing, bro. That's why Epstein is in charge of your textbooks. They weren't teaching you nothing. We got all of our context from Hollywood. You know, for entertainment purposes. Like, our whole version of history is entertainment versions. Using a Shakespearean outlook. That's a weird fucking story. They're going to use Greek, Roman, and Shakespearean pre-conditioning on the generation and then apply it to little people fighting for something in castles building civilizations that they never built, let alone all the civilizations they're standing on top of. And then when I pull out the Americas book, like, all the niggas writing about coming here, they're talking about the recent flood. So you don't have a whole lot of room to coexist without niggers. That's all I'm saying. You don't have a whole lot of room to be on this planet with us if this planet was just flooded for some strange reason. Again, after we read that book, after we wrote the book about a flood, the planet was flooded again. Don't miss it, please. Don't miss it, please. That book right there, the Old Testament, Septuaginta, the Greek version of it, that's from before that book is from another flood. Like, that book is an artifact from 2 floods ago. I hope y'all understand everything, math and science. So that's the Old Testimony. It's the testimony of giants. The New Testimony is, hey, honey, I shrunk the kids. That's Genghis Khan, but it's still at the same time, he's still the king of Tartars. He's a little guy that's the king of giants. That's how they were able to build everything in America so fast. Hello, wake your ass up, Judites. So, like, you know, the Philistines, the giants, David and Goliath, like, that was before. Now, Genghis Khan is after, and their descendants are still alive. They're probably friends by now. Get it? They let the Hebrew Israelites live. Can you imagine? Minding our business. Tartaria. Tartaria is after the Bible. Jesus is in Tartaria. Genghis Khan is Tartarian. Get it? He's the king of kings of Tartary. So what I'm telling you is the New Testament is telling you about a specific timeline. If it's Tartarian, it's telling you about the Genghis Khan timeline. So that's the last book of the Bible is about when we were in Tartaria. Jesus Christ, bro. We, the Hebrew Israelites, have a New Testament figure who's the king of kings in Tartaria. Who are we? If we, the Hebrew Israelite descendants, have a book, New Testament, signed, sealed, delivered, and finished since 1611 and prior, right? So that book, that story about Jesus is during the timeline of Tartaria. Correct me if I'm wrong. So we know it's before 1611. Cool fucking story, bitch. Who's before 1611? Genghis Khan, nigga. God damn. There's no room for nobody else. There's no room for the Romans that you make up in your head in the New Testament. There's no room for black Africans or white people. There is no room for it. If 1611 is finished, and before that we have Genghis Khan. One more time. New Testament, the whole Holy Bible, King James Version, 1611, go back. The only empire in the world when this Bible's outside. Genghis Khan. So from Genghis Khan to 1611, you got 1611, my grandfather bringing the Bible to the Jamestown colonies, on Genghis Khan town colony. The Tartarian town colony, Yama, there's no J, it's Khan Yamaha. Grandfather, come on, bitch, Mortal Kombat, nigga. Shao Kahn, nigga. That's my grandfather. Not Jax. You seen Jade, nigga? That's my damn daughter, get it? That's us. You know what I'm saying? That's what happened. From Genghis Khan until 1611, we're minding our fucking business. That's about it. Correct. And you probably mix a lot of us with some Africans. Cool fucking story, bitch. But that's not my story though. I'm his direct grandson. That's a different story. But there's a lot of my brothers and cousins who are probably mixed with Africans. I get it. A lot with the Filipinos. I get it. With the little people. I get it. With the Negritos. I get it. With the white people. I get it. I get it. I get it. That don't change the goddamn thing about this being Tartaria. And if my grandfather's the king of Tartary, and this is a Tartarian colony, what the fuck going on here? That's all I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out, like, yo, you want to tell me that this shit was found by John Smith of Khan, and he a Tartarian. That's what that is. And Khan means king. That's why it's a Khan Yamaha Bible. It's a King James Bible. Same story, just a different language. But changing the language don't change the fact that it's a tall, black, handsome, blackanese nigga. Like, stop doing that part. Stop whitewashing everything. Stop whitewashing it. Stop whitewashing it. Because you think when you unwhitewash it, it becomes an African. Don't do that. Don't do that. Please don't do that. Nah, we're Afro-Asiatics. Stop fucking playing with us. Y'all gotta stop doing that shit, yo. We gonna crash the fuck out about this. Why do you think all their drawings of aliens got chinky eyes? Except for the grays with the big ones. But when they used to draw the tall Asiatic alien, the gray, used to have like really Asian eyes. And even when they have the bubble almond eyes, it's always Asiatic or anime like. Mm-hmm. You don't understand everything eventually. You don't understand everything eventually, bro. And then my cheekbones tell the other story too. Yeah, they don't understand anything about math and science, but they pretend like they went to college. Like, I don't like it here. What's the fuck the point of learning all those degrees if you can't see it in front of you, right? Like, I'm talking about in this society. Like, you can't see all this architecture. You can't see, like, all this that favored the valleys. You can't see this as Hebrew Israelite culture. You can't see that, but you learned something in school, in seminary school. Like, what the fuck? It's common sense, bro. You just look up the definition of Mayan arches in a fucking dictionary for fucking architecture degrees, and you'll see that it's associated with Moors. All right, so the Moors are the first point of entry for all of these things. Hi, how you doing? Yeah. Moors are the little Tartarians. It's Tor. So Martel, the hammer, Battle of Tors, that's the Battle of Giants, because it's a T. But then when you get to the Battle of Moors, that's mankind, M, as you can see. And then you go down and you get Boers, and that's the little people that you see in Mayans, little white people. And they talk about, why are we letting these little German white people over here? Because if Germany is swarthy, how can Benjamin Franklin be talking about we the white people if white people came over here? He just said Germany was swarthy, but they tried to change the thing at the end and make it seem like he was a white guy talking about German white people coming here. But the whole thing, he just said that all the empire of Germany is swarthy. So how is there white people coming here? Yeah, the motherfuckers ain't smart enough to flip these variables. That's my point. Like, they playing in my fucking face on their own goddamn website. Knowing damn well they ain't the original letter. But they fucking whitewashing is so fucking lazy. So glory be to God. You need some fucking common sense in this bitch to read these documents. And I got it. And I seen it. I'm like, these bitches playing games. But either way, thank you for telling me the Holy Roman Emperor, King James, the black guy of Germany. Bitch, stop drawing random black niggas in Germany. No, he's an Afro-Asiatic shorty. He has to be the son of Genghis Khan, nigga. Like, the fuck? That's who he gave his kingdoms to. Not some random people who spoke strange languages based on a Hebrew Jew. Like, let's do the fucking science. What the fuck is going on? How did all these other motherfuckers get a Hebrew Jew language anyway? Shut the fuck up. If you started your language after a Hebrew Jew language, then what kingdom were you in? These motherfuckers are dumb. All of their fucking languages today is a derivative of a Hebrew Jew. But motherfuckers don't know what a Hebrew Jew is. Afro-Asiatic. That's what a Tartarian is. Them destroying Tartarian history was them destroying black history. It's all in the same bundle, baby. Them whitewashing anything, they whitewashed everything. One more time. Tartaria Empire was an empire of black nigga kings. These black nigga kings all over the world are all in the same family tree. You call that Jerusalem. There's no J in Hebrew. Jerusalem. Hold on. There's no Y either. Jesus. It's Haru Salam. Like Haru the falcon. Like the American falcon, American kestrel, the feather that I have. Like that. That's Haru Salam. You might call it Peru Salam. But we all saying the same thing, Egyptian. But in particular, those people with those dimensions are the black Asian persuasion of such things, because that's what a fucking Egyptian is. It's a black Asian. We're from America. The fuck is going on here? What the fuck is going on here? They call us Afro-Asiatic. That's not what we called ourselves. We're Tartarians. We're Jews. We're Israelites. But now you have a map that says Asia. Now you have stories about Chinese. Now you have all these words. So they kept it with a pedigree word. And that sneaky little pedigree word for Semite, a Semite hidden under it is a pedigree, and they call it an Afro-Asiatic. Oh, a black Asian. Yes, kinda, but a pedigree type. They're noun, not their adjective. Not Blackanese because an African had a baby with a Korean. No, the prototype of the first people on the planet are black Asians, Afro-Asiatics, Shem. That Noah and them kids, they're black Asians. Those kids, those are in the human story, that is. If you're using the Bible. I don't know what these other motherfuckers are, because they're not us. You understand? You have to understand everything. If that book is about God creating us, and at the end of us is us, and it's Afro-Asiatics and all their derivatives, if there's anything else, that book cannot be talking about that, is what I'm getting at. And so no human history about anyone else would get to us. It doesn't make sense for us to give a fuck. If that book is our history, bitch, and it is. 1611, by the way. You don't have too many years before that, before you knock on Genghis Khan, by the way. The emperor of the world. So no matter what was happening over there. Is he or is he not the emperor of the world? Then that means his sons are in charge of any other local nigga dramas they can even learn about. But it's funny that we have to learn about it. How come you didn't just inherit that history when you brought your bitch ass here? I got to go to school to learn that. Shut your ass up. That ain't never fucking happened then. Because you tell all them stories, Anastasia, without mentioning that goddamn Tartarian. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. You live in the Empire of Tartary, but none of you have a fucking ancestor memory of Tartary? That's fucking crazy, dog. I'm talking about anyone that ain't one of us ain't got a memory of goddamn. We used to be from Tartary, boy. Motherfuckers had flying zeppelins and steampunk and motherfucking automated. There was lights and shit. No, we got a fucking stupid ass story about Anne Frank and poor white people on a goddamn prairie somewhere. Bitch, you just left Tartaria. Now go back to the 1800s and do yourself a fucking favor and look up the World Fair again. Yeah, that's the whole world, 1611, my friend. Who the fuck are these people? That's what your whole problem is. That's what the whole problem is. That's the whole problem. They just whitewashed Tartaria and then deleted it. Ask all your teachers. Ask everyone who went to school. Ask them any fucking thing about Tartaria. And tell them that Genghis Khan is the king of kings of Tartary. That means he's a black Asian. It's called Tartar. Like, it's implied in the language. Ask an etymologist. Ask a linguist. How can an Afro-Asiatic Semite be anything but a black Asian? And then go from there and be like, all right. So Jesus is a Semitic Jew. Yes. So how can he be anything but a black Asian? Jesus black? Jesus an African? Jesus American Indian? What are American Indians? Black Asians. Jesus a black Asian? Yes. So Jesus is more like an American nigga than he is any other nigga in the world, first of all. But that's cool, since all the Semites came to America. Yes. Hi, 10 tribes of Israel in Jerusalem, Perusalem, Jerusalem. New Jersey is New Jerusalem, New Jerusalem, New Jerusalem, New Jesus Town. What are we talking about? New Genghis Town. Come on now, he's the Falcon. Come on now. Actually, he had the owl feather, man. But America had the Falcon, so we upgraded it. Over there's the owl, over here's the Falcon. Come on now. And Indians wear the feathers in their heads. Why would they be wearing Afro-Asiatic feather designations in their heads if they're Africans? Shut your ass up. That is our culture. Fringes and feathers. American Indian culture is Israelite culture. They bifurcated it by making you think like it's a different traveling nomad of black people from Africa that used to be in Palestine, but then went back to Africa, and then they disappeared. But somehow you are African American. They ain't connected to that, but you care about their book and their story right there. Like, all that extra steps. They're black Asians. I'd start there. A Semite is a black Asian, Afro-Asiatic. You just start there. That book can't be talking about nobody else. It's a Semitic book in a Semitic language, meaning they were really dead. Like, it wasn't just about the people. It was by the people, about the people, for their people. It's that the God concept comes from black Asians. The book, the Bible, comes from black Asians. It's in a black Asian language. I'm certain of this. You know, tell me our Aramaic, right? It's a phonetic language. It's part of the Semitic languages of Afro-Asiatic subgroup, the larger subgroup, because Tartaria is a large subgroup, tell me. We had an empire across the world, so our language across the world. That's what it means if you have an empire across the world. Your culture dominates the world, even if it's just in commerce. And the commerce, you can't have commerce without language. That's why all the languages are my grandfather's. That's as of 600 years ago. So we don't have to tell a story about 2,000 years ago. What the fuck are they talking about? How they skipped the line of 600 years ago that a black Asian is the reason why they speak anything that's a Semitic language. Where the fuck did you get the Semitic language from? You had to get it from a Semite. All right then. If you speak a Semitic language today, like English, German, French, Spanish, Moorish, Latin, whatever you call it, with a Greek alphabet in Hebrew is Greek and Arabic too. You could change the calligraphy, bitch. But the words, the sounds, the shapes, and the math behind them is all the same thing. It's an Archangel Gabriel degree. So if it's an Archangel Gabriel language, and it is Al-Hajjabra ass niggas, alcohol ass niggas, alchemy ass niggas, that was just 400 years ago on Bobby Shmurda. On Bobby Shmurda, we was just outside 400 years ago doing that. They ain't old. That's recent. That's before these fags showed up on our shores. That was us though. That's the illest thing about it. It wasn't them. It wasn't. I don't fucking care or want to know what they were doing before that date. But when we talk about anything before that date, it's talking about us. The royals of Europe are Jews. All they're telling you is that they're black Asians. they're Genghis Khan's people, man. And remember, it's not just Genghis Khan by himself. Genghis Khan is just that nigga, but he's from a legacy of them niggas. Judah. There's not one Jew. There's not one Judah. Genghis is a judge, get it? Jesus means justice, get it? Genghis is judgment, get it? It's the same nigga, bro. But one more time. If Jesus is based on Genghis Khan, who is Genghis Khan? A black nigga, bro. He's an Afro-Asiatic. He's a Semite. He's a Jew. Hello. One more time. Afro-Asiatic Genghis Khan in Tartaria, a Semite Jew. One more time. One more. Let's run this back one more time. The literal king of the world in real life, with or without a Bible, was Genghis Khan. And in real life, a literal Genghis Khan, my grandfather and him, a literal tall, black, Afro-Asiatic Jew was the king of the world in real life. And everything else is a derivative work. 1611. And it's a derivative work in our language. 1611. If anyone's telling a story in English and they're not a black Asian, you know they're cap. You know they're cap. Because how they going to tell that story in our language and don't remember who we are? Where the fuck you get our language from, bitch? And why don't you have a language that's not ours? That's the hot meal ticket right there. What's the language they were speaking before ours? Where's any history in the language that's not ours? You want to tell me the whole world adopted English at the same time? So in 400 years of white peopling the world, no white peopling have a history outside of a phonetic language? That's a weird fucking story, Bruce. You don't come from a Europe ruled by black Europeans. Moors, part 2. Shut up. The evil, demonic ass fucking what is that, paradigm agenda? That's evil, bro. The stupidest shit I've never heard of. How the fuck you gonna have a kingdom of niggas and above them is an empire of black Asians and then turn that shit into little white people in the same exact designation and squeeze all that shit before 1611? Fuck out my face. Y'all don't have enough time to tell that story. So they removed Tartaria. It wouldn't make sense. There's not enough time to move past. For you like, well, Genghis Khan was just there and then your ass went into a plague and a famine? So what did you build? Shakespeare and Mozart happened. Shut your ass up. All y'all did was steal a bunch of shit and paint it white and try to retell the story. Stupid motherfuckers. Wasted their own civilization's time, which is the scary part about it if they're not from this planet, bro. If their ancestors are not from this planet, that's a scary program, bro. They came here to do us dirty, bro. In a subversive way, too. Like, that's cold. That's a cold little program. We got it now, though. Maybe we needed that. Maybe we need to learn. You know, maybe God wanted us to get a little bit more in our fucking hustle out here. But they definitely taught us. They definitely taught us a very valuable lesson. Very valuable lesson. I learned it. My kids are going to learn it. My friends' kids, they're going to learn it. I understood a very powerful lesson about these foreigners, bro. Like, because if it happened then and it happened in our book, that means in the future it'll happen again. Motherfuckers keep trying this, though. Motherfuckers keep trying this, but now we got some really elite codes, I've noticed, of these covert narcissistic types. Like, they just throw anything on this planet, bro. I hate it here. I hate it for us here. Because, like, I feel like that was a stress test. I'm talking about on the inky and little side of things. But most people don't even know how to tell these stories vertically. It's all happening at the same time. If black Asians are still here, hi, then angels are still here. And if angels are still here, then God is still near. And if God is still near, then all these UFOs that are in our book, Ezekiel's Wheels and all that, they're still here too. And they are. That all I know. If I do algebra like that, if I connect the dots horizontally like that and convert the Bible to UAPs as it is, and then look at where I'm at and who I am, and it is, and I go, oh shit, and then it is, and oh shit, we're their kids. And like, oh yeah, they're here. Like, oh cool, sorry bitch. We just suffering and bustering and getting cash dollars for no reason. But that's when you talking way above your president though. So I'm like, shit, I gotta get in line. But when I get up there one day, if they come down here one day, I'm slapboxing niggas. That's all I'm saying. It would not be a surprise if I gotta fight an alien on live, bro. Wouldn't it bother me? But they're here. I know they are. And what I'm saying is they have their own agenda. Just like in the Book of Enoch, they had their own agenda. We're not dealing with the same degree of angels no more, though. Nor are we the same people. So remember, there's a whole story that happened since then, and we're here today now, and they're still here, and we're still here, and the world's getting kind of wild. That's all I'm saying. And at the same time, the world's getting kind of wild while they're here. I'm figuring shit out. I find that weird. That's all I'm saying. Like, it's all quantum entangled, I guess. Nah, nigga, if you use my brain to think about it, it's a little bit more worse than that. It's a little bit worse than a science mystery. I promise you it is. These are very real things I'm talking about. I wish the government didn't do that to us. I wish it didn't classify all this stuff. Because the scary thing about that is, that means it's not humans classifying it. If it's true, and it is, that Genghis Khan and Solomon and David are the Jews, and they are, and we know they're Afro-Asiatics, Semites. That's not the problem. That's not even, I'm just clarifying for everyone with a goddamn Hebrew Bible, what a Hebrew Bible is. It's an Afro-Asiatic Bible. But once you get that, you're part of that mind correct, and you go back in these stories again and read it as niggas, because most American Indians are niggas. Um, it just helps you understand how evil the whitewashing in the church is. Period. Period. You tell me how good the book is. You can tell me how good God is in your experience. Yes, 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 yes. But the church that whitewashed it, oh my God, and the legacy thereof right in front of your face these days on television, those motherfuckers are evil. Whether they know it or not, like, you gotta understand how evil the thing is and how evil it is for these motherfuckers to be caught up in it and proficient at it. Like, they have a mastery of something that's evil. It's not about good and bad people. I'm not talking about morality. No, what they did was evil. It was blasphemy. It is an abomination, in fact, to have a white Jesus and to have a pulpit full of gay ass preachers. That's evil. It don't matter how good the words or the message is. No, that's evil in contrast to the book that they're referencing. And the book itself tells you it's evil. So now imagine how much more evil it is. You stack this shit up. That they read it, know they ain't supposed to do it. They know God, I guess, and they still do it anyway. That's a different type of evil. And then sell it to you as good morality people, but they getting their ass blown out at a Diddy party. That's evil, that's evil, that's evil. But hey, they dress nice. So imagine. So just imagine. Just imagine. Like, it's an evil cast of characters out here, bro. And I just start by saying, oh, that motherfucker ain't Afro-Asiatic. Your grandmother Indian? No. Well, I don't expect much. Y'all been confabulating black people with American Indians, and I don't appreciate that. Y'all been confabulating fucking Afro-Asiatics with Africans. I don't appreciate that. A few of us might be mixed with some of that, but a lot of us just mixed with all the other mixes, and no one will figure out what the fuck they are yet. But if the core stock is Afro-Asiatic Indians, Israelites, 10 tribes, so 10 different expressions of it. And then plus the other three, reuniting in, New Jerusalem, New Jersey, back in the day, right there in the Delaware, right, Washington? Yeah, that would have been us on that day, right before it. So cut it out. Cut it the fuck out. They're sailing on their way to buildings. George Washington had no buildings if his bitch didn't have a boat. So who built those buildings that he was floating his ass to? Hi, Tartarians, John Smith's kids and all of them. Westmoreland, Virginia. That's where George Washington was born. So a non-American Indian, a non-Tartarian white president was born in West Virginia? Shut your dumb ass up. Meanwhile, I got his real daguerreotype. And it's clearly a nigga. But he was in Connecticut. And he was a royal. Oh, back to King George III and George Washington paintings being the same nigga. You whitewash anything. I want to know who this gay ass white man they kept painting as the same nigga. Because that's obviously the fact that they did it. We know it's after 1611. For real, man. They inserted a timeline that doesn't. It's not that 2,000 years ago doesn't exist. It's that 2,000 years ago what they said didn't happen because they ass wasn't there to say it happened. They're digging up shit that's old, but it's not in their story. Because everything they're digging up is after the flood. So how can they be digging up their story if the shit is buried because of a flood? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's scary that people don't have that type of logic. I'm gonna do it one more time. Slow it down. If Egypt, for instance, as we know it, as it was sold to us by white devils, if it's buried underground as of the late 1800s, I have the photos. That's because of a worldwide flood, bro. If you go over to Saudi Arabia, these places now, and they have like that fucking earthquake or something, and it cracks their villages, under it's a fucking temple with a gold roof on it. That's before the flood, bro. And it's the same type of architecture that you call Gothic, Greek, whatever. And they'll tell you, okay, that's the stuff that we were telling you about in school from 2,000 years ago. Yeah, where white people come from, since we gave you language and civilizations referencing Afro-Asiatic everything in a Greek, white, Roman, English, Latin, Black, Semitic, white, Caucasian, Semitic, Afro-Asiatic, everything. Yeah, when they were too busy like trying to cook the books on that bullshit to make it white, to justify their civilization of pedophiles, I've noticed something, that they did way more damage than just inserting themselves into authority, is that they distorted the whole view of everything. Even if you go to a museum or Rome today, you're looking at shit that was built thousands of years ago, but not by these fucking faggots that are in charge of it. They're not even connected to those people because those people were giants. It wasn't built by little white people. White people are describing what giants built in nigga language. Like, come on now. A white person gonna tell me in nigga languages what giants built, and then somehow like leave it open to think like, oh, we got our government and our democracy today because it's a beeline from all civilizations just melting and merging to what it is now. No, it's not. 1611, John Smith, New England land colonies, Jerusalem, on Mama Englishshire, a black giant. 1611. There's no room before that. If there's a black giant there to do that in 1611, there was black giants before 1611. Now imagine there's a flood before them. These are the only giants left. Now read the Bible one more time. It says the same fucking thing. Thank you. Tartaria is the post-flood civilization. There is no room for nothing else. Before that is Egypt. Egypt, then Tartaria. Okay. Atlantis, Egypt, Tartaria, today, after 1611. Faggots. I don't know what they're going to call this. So when they give you words in history about certain places and times, remember it's like, oh, all that shit was built during the time of Atlanteans, so there's none of these faggots on the board today. Oh, this is built during the time of the Egyptians, so there's none of these fucking faggot little villagers today. Oh, this is during the time of Tartarians. If it's anyone that's not Afro-Asiatics kids, cut it the fuck out. And then you have it today. You think that a United States citizen American, when you close your eyes, is a white person. Ta-da! They did it again! Then they just call that politics. The politics of whitewashing history in real time. They're whitewashing modern history in real time too. They want to tell you that Eminem and white people created hip hop. Give them a few more years. Jimmy Iovine, you ain't gonna see no niggas. You don't see their favorite niggas. You don't see like Dr. Dre, 50 Cent, and like Young Thug, but everyone else is gonna be white. Mac Miller was like the best lo-fi artist. Nuhabis was like the J Dilla. You're gonna see it. They're already doing it. Their top tens and all their memories and all these fucking little nerds giving hip hop facts on podcasts before, because they never grew up on anything black. They only gonna know white people, and it's gonna seem so innocent. And then they gonna get the money and start the corporation, a new streaming thing, and they gonna favor all the things they grew up on, which was mostly white people. And then you be like, what happened to the hip hop and the rap stuff? Oh, some of that stuff is classical. You gonna think Prodigy and Mobb Deep was Mozart one day, and then you give it long enough, their AI gonna make it a white boy. Because it's going to be referencing what hip-hop is, and all it's going to see is white boys. Come on, we just did this shit. Like, whitewashing is built into their politics. Even when they take your language. Justin Bieber took black homosexual Atlanta culture, clocking, misused it, and now you think Justin Bieber created the word clocking. Then when they put that shit in the fucking dictionary, the example is going to be Justin Bieber, but not the faggot in Atlanta. That's a crazy story. Loop. They do it in real time. That's what's so crazy about it. They do it in real time. Venezuela belonged to Venezuelans. Now, when you put a Stephen Miller and a Trump there, now read that in history 50 years from now. Venezuela, led by two white people, brought it to prosperity by battling Russians over oil supply. Like, come on, dog. Stop fucking playing with me. They whitewash everything in real time. You niggas call that shit democracy and colonialism. Well, colonialism is whitewashing. Not only is it theft, murder, rape, and injustice and war crime, but when it's all said and done 10, 20 years later, gentrified, what we did was we whitewashed the neighborhood. You get into politics, we whitewashed politics. When you get into anything important, you whitewash this, whitewash that. Like, bro, we're already Tartarians. You couldn't outbuild that. So why are you here building anything? Like, can we at least build our own things? No. You need a white people license. So then they're gonna act like the reason why black people have shit is because white people grew up socially and governmentally and gave us permission and gave us the keys to do the things. No, bitch. The reason why we don't have anything is because your bitch ass came here and took it all. And then you're like pussy rationing it out to us, breadcrumbing us if we go through your system. Bro, that's evil. That's not civilization. That's not freedom. That's not democracy or government. That's not even Greek or Roman. Y'all worse than all of them, I assure you. Especially if they were black Asians. Because at least they knew how to fight. Meaning they would go upside your head over some stupid faggot shit. You bitch ass niggas can't fight. So I know you only following paper. Like these niggas had swords in the Bible, bro. Cut it out. Cut it the fuck out. Peter cut that nigga ear clean off, nigga. On Samurai Showdown, he did. That's what the fuck y'all get for thinking Romans are white people. You see how it fucks up the whole story? Now put swords back in their hand and they're Afro-Asiatics and put them Romans as niggas. And then you're going to see a different story. Like a nigga with a sword sliced off a big nigga with a beard ear off. And then Jesus put it back on. That's why the Romans are the only ones that could move the boulders to Jesus' tomb. And remember his followers came, they couldn't really budget. Because those Roman soldiers were big barbarous niggas. They're giants. Y'all stupid or something. So they have to be black. Just in their pedigree and description. They're like giants in terms of us, like 7 feet tall, 8 feet tall. But there's giants before them that are taller than that. I don't even think about that. But during the time of Tartaria, the giants are like 7, 8 feet tall and taller. Romans. We're the Holy Roman Empire, though. Yeah. It's a hybrid colony. Little humans, mankind, and giants. All three. Mm-hmm. Don't forget Genesis. It's genetics. This is a seeding. This is a plantation. This moon is planted. It's seeded by Afro-Asiatics, bro. Just keep that in mind. Everything else is their interpretation, trying to figure it out in the nigga language. So it's like, it ain't gonna go but so far. They deleted and erased too much context. Fuck the books. People's brains ain't even primed to get it, even if they had books. They would still read it as white people. And then they have to know what white people did to not miss it, is what I'm saying. They don't know this key. They think history is a long time ago. It's not. Right before 1611, Tartaria. Right before that, Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan is Tartaria. So there's nothing else that happened in this millennia, if you will. The Bible is before that. So you understand, like, New Testament is Tartaria. So it's like, you understand, Septuagint is from before the flood. New Testament is Tartaria. So there's a flood in between those two testimonies. So after that worldwide destruction, after however the Septuagint ends, with Israelites, with their kingdoms, then 10 tribes of Israelites ended up in captivity because of someone named Salmanassar. That's a historical fact, a real life fact. So how the fuck in real life can there really be a king named Salmanassar? And how the fuck in real life can a king now Salmanassar have 10 tribes of Israel in captivity? And how the fuck in real life can that all happen in Tartaria? And how the fuck in real life can 10 tribes of Israel be anything but Tartarian then? Look it up. So the 10 tribes of Israel in Tartaria under Salmanassar captivity was a real human history event within this damn millennial, then who the fuck else could be Tartarians? Salmanassar, Genghis Khan, 1611. Nothing else happened in human history over there, bro. Everything else happening over there in human history is from the recent 250 years, bro. So look at how much this world changed in 250 years. Now go back to 2000. Like, they gotta stop fucking playing with us, bro. You gotta stop. Look how fast Brooklyn and fucking Harlem changed in 10 to 20 years. Like, cut it the fuck out. And you notice that every time it changes ain't because motherfuckers are building. Right, these motherfuckers just like trying on clothes and positions and titles and jobs. Meanwhile, they ain't build shit. What I'm saying is Smiths, we're the builders, Tartarians. Yes. That's not everybody. That's not because I'm a black person. It's not our skin color, bro. It's our species. Our species just happens to be copper colored. I'm not lying to you. planet was invaded. I can't prove that part. But that's the only thing that makes sense for them to have to remove so much history, whitewash it, and only be mean to the root race of their whole civilization currently. Because we're the only ones that are oppressed to our degrees for the past 200 years. It couldn't be no more than 1611 because the kings and knights are here. So Christopher Columbus, 1592, waiting out there. They're amassing in the Caribbean. 1611, we're up north, not in the Caribbean. Then 1650, I don't know. They don't teach us too much about that. 1700, all right, something about French showing up. 1750, Benjamin Franklin writing about hoes. 1775, opium and some bullshit. People ain't acting funny. They turned on niggas and forgot they're under Imperial Majestic. They just don't know who he is. And then, Barbary Wars. There goes Opium Wars. Here we go. Civil War. There we go. Where the camels at? We just had camels in America. Did you know that? Go ahead and Google images. Go to camels and Civil War. Now tell me, when you learned about camels in Africa and Egypt, how come no one told you that this Egypt had camels too? You know who ride camels? Muslims, right? All right then. So they also removed the fact that not only did they remove the history of Moors in America and all their light-skinned associates by that time, but they also killed the animals associated with that. So the same way they killed all the ox, well, if those ox were still alive in their natural paths or grazing patterns or migration patterns, you notice that they always gravitate towards black neighborhoods. So then they remove the memory of black people that if you don't no longer have these ox walking up to you out in the wild, you might forget that you're the American Indian that used to hunt and, raise oxes because they're yours. But what do white people do? Serial kill all the fucking oxes and then take your lions and your tigers and put them in a goddamn prison called a zoo. Remember, this land is full of lions and tigers too. Hence, every animal in the Bible is in America. Hence, all the gods of Egypt are American animals. Hence, so if all the gods of Egypt are American animals, come on, let's follow me, anthropomorphic pathologists, psychologists, bitch ass niggas can't fucking use their eyes like lids. Like, what the fuck? The gods of Egypt are American animals. So if we're talking about Egypt in the goddamn Bible and they have strange gods in Egypt and the strange gods are fucking American animals, then bitch, where the fuck did the Old Testament take place if Egypt has nothing but American animal gods? Hi, welcome to Common Sense Part 5, right here in fucking America where the whole book took place. We're trying to figure out, well, if the book took place in America, Masons, and the old people of the Bible, Hebrew Israelites, Afro-Asiatics, then who are the people oldest on the planet? Egyptians. And where's the oldest place on the planet? Egypt. And where's Egypt at in America? Then who did we find in Americans besides Egyptians? What are Egyptians? Afro-Asiatics. Yeah, because just because you change your name from Jacob to Israel doesn't change your pedigree, which is why Afro-Asiatics are a noun and not an adjective. Woo! No matter what religion they had, they're still Afro-Asiatics. They would still be Blackanese people. They can believe in God or the devil. They would still be a Blackanese person. They can be Ephraim or Israel. They can be an Afro-Asiatic person. You could be Abraham, Hagar's kid, and this kid. You could be Ishmael and Isaac. They'll also be Afro-Asiatic people. Because Hagar is an Egyptian. She would be an Afro-Asiatic person. Understand? The difference is they daddies or they mothers. We're not all the same thing, bitch. Some people are giants. Some people are little niggas. Some people are regular person and a little nigga. Some people are giant and regular person. I hope there might be giant and Negrito people mixes. That would be 3 different species, bitch, on Noah, Shem's, and his sons, bitch. Doesn't mean they're all the same thing. But at the very least, we know the thing that they all start with in that damn book, and that damn book's in Egypt, and damn Egypt's in fucking America, and I'm in fucking America, a land full of American Indians, and they all niggas. Well, one thing we all have in common then is that we're all descendants of Israelites, and all Israelites are black Asians. So that's our greatest grandparents on Mama Inga, bitch. Woo! 1611. Up until 1611. Holla at me. Holla at me. Holla at me. I don't want to hear about nobody history. I don't hear about white people in history. Fuck you. No. Tell me about these Afro-Asiatic people. They got a Bible. They did Egypt. They built Tartaria. Tell me about them. The fuck you telling me about anyone else? Everyone who stole something, raped something, got diseases, didn't wash their ass. I don't want to hear about them motherfuckers. Tell me about these motherfuckers that built civilization and built your fucking math and built your fucking language. And none of that could ever be a white person. If they all saying it's Semitic. Hi, how you doing? I'm Smith, Semitic. It means Smith, myth, mythos. Hi, Mithra. Hi, how you doing? Semitic, Semite, Semite. S-M-Y-T-H-E, Smithy. Hi, Semite. It just means Semite. So they would look like me. Hi, how you doing? They be on our dick, bro. All 8 billion people on our dick, bro. Shit's heavy out here, bro. Heavy is the crown, though. Heavy is the dick that everyone's on. Like, cut it out. They ain't got their own language, bro. Disrespectful. They ain't got their own story to talk about God either. They got to use ours. Oh my God, all 20 of them. Like, cut it out, bitch. You want to get all that shit from Egypt and like, yeah, Afro-Asiatic land. America. America is the ancient Egypt. And if they found us here, we're the ancient Egyptians. We not in their story if we over here, right? Stupid bitch. You learning about Egypt and learning how to wash your legs and do English. Bitch, the Egyptians are still here. Just going from Egypt until, bitch. It's like from Egypt until your bitch ass got here. The nigga who didn't wash his legs and eat kids. Like, spare me the gory details, man. The Bible ain't about what happened after it, bitch. But I noticed you happened after it. Shit. And here we go again. Mario Brothers. Like, I don't want to hear that shit, boy. There's Afro-Asiatic language, Afro-Asiatic math, Afro-Asiatic buildings, Afro-Asiatic civilization standards. All right, then I don't listen to nobody else no more. Fuck you. Fuck you. You stole everything, you whore. You killed everything, you bored. Like, fuck you. Fuck you. That's where your shit going to hell. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. You have your father, the devil. And your devil ain't even in my book. Because your devil ain't Afro-Asiatic either. And he's supposed to be your daddy, and it came out like this. Oh, yo, your devil ain't my daddy's brother then. Fuck you, bitch. Your devil from another world. Talk to me nice. How the fuck? They gonna be worshiping another Afro-Asiatic? No, the fuck they're not. Ain't nobody in our family creating a fucking race of fucking pedophile monsters, ugly ass people. You gotta pick one. And the devil is supposed to be associated with beauty. Cut it the fuck out. Hell no. Don't fucking play with me, nigga. Nah, Lucifer is supposed to be associated with beautiful. Hell no. Hell no, they not. Hell no. None of these celebrities are. Cut it the fuck out, bitch. The hell? Beauty is in the eye of the pedophile, you fucking weirdos. Hell no, they're not beautiful people. In no degree. Outside, inside, or out. So they're not serving Lucifer then. They're stupid. Serving a black Afro-Asiatic female that's beautiful. No, they're not. No, they're not. They're worshiping a bad black bitch. No, they're not. No, they're not. No, they're not. They're not worshiping Venus. No, they're not. No, they're not. They're not worshiping Isis. No, they're not. No, they're not. They're not worshiping Heru's mother. No, they're not. No, they're not. They're not worshiping Virgin Mary. No, they're not. No, they're not. They're not worshiping Mary Anjou, who the Virgin Mary land colonies are named after. Jamestown, Genghis Khan, his son Hakata Khan. Hi, Grandma. One more time. That's American history. Their fake story stole American history and put it in Europe or wherever the fuck, Palestine, all that Middle East bullshit. No, the fuck it didn't. Jerusalem is literally where they're at now. We did a new Jerusalem, Jersey, up here now. That's it. There's no room for it to be nowhere else. Everything else is the Empire of Khans. Tartaria. Not all Khans want to be Israelites. Not all Khans want to be religious. Hello. And then everyone didn't create the same type of things. You got barbers, Berbers, you got all these things that are getting lower in degrees. You'll understand vowels one day. Vowels are like genes. The letters, the consonants are like bones. So that's how you know Moors created it. They do everything like the language is like they do everything on, what's that shit called? Fibonacci. They do everything Russian egg style. It's a Tartarian egg, by the way. But they made it a Russian egg and put white girls on it. I get it. Steal everything if you want to. And then make it Etruscan blue. And you don't tell me the Etruscans are anything other than black people. El Tres Khans, all three Khans, all three Afro-Asiatics. Cut it the fuck out, please. On Bobby Hemmett, the Etruscans are Afro-Asiatic race. That's what makes them different than the black or the African Greeks from Mauritania of Northwest Africa. But we would be there too since it's our empires. But the people would be African. You understand how that works? Just like how the president is a German descendant Drumpf and I'm an African-American citizen of his empire. How we're not the same thing. We didn't grow up in the same place. We're not from the same country. We don't have the same education. We don't have the same nothing, but we're both here in the United States at once. And we might also show up at the same mall at the same time. So we both can have two different stories in which we'll pass each other at the same time, but there's a difference degree between us. Right. They tell us the history and story of everyone who degrees don't mean anything. Tell me about the Imperial Majestic, please. Since these are their colonies according to your treaties. Who are they? George Washington, Niggas and slaves, greenbacks, Federal Reserve, Martin Luther King, George Bush, and pedophiles. No, no, no. Who are the Imperial Majestics over the colonies? What happened to Sidi Muhammad and the Castiles? That's important because that's how we got the United States. Why is that show on Netflix? No one wants to know about all Sidi Muhammads. There's just more than one, by the way. You don't know about Sidi Muhammad the first, the second, the third, the fourth, the Castiles. You don't want to learn about them? The Castiles were in the picture with Mama Inga. How come you ain't got a fucking Lord of the Rings about them? What about Carlos V? That's a very impressive that you have a nigga king in South America. I think black people would appreciate that since DEI is an inclusive agenda. How about we include the agenda of telling the real fucking history, you bastards? Hollywood ran by faggots, where the facts don't fucking matter. I know what they see in the fucking mirror. A fucking disaster. So how the fuck you gonna tell my story, you bastard? Get the fuck out of my country and stop using our fucking language to be a fucking reprobate, abominable slave. Wondering why you fucking miserable. The only reason why you still got any balance here is because your motherfucking ass is on drugs. Wait till you fucking can't afford them goddamn drugs no more. Watch you lose your fucking mind. That's brainwashing. That's part of the American design. Good luck with that shit. That's proof that they brainwash you. If you spinning out and you can't control your thoughts and your feelings and everything's turning against you, either that's a demonic possession, that's a contamination, or that's an injury from the vaccines, or you sucking too much dick. Now you dealing with something totally different. The DNA of everybody else. Oh my God, you stupid. You a boy, Raymond. A woman's body can integrate male DNA. And then say nothing that a man can do it. One more time, stupid. If a woman changes her chemistry because she integrates with the sperm of all of her partners, whore, that did not imply that the same results happen to boys when they do the same act. And y'all are trying to figure out why y'all are having a bad time on this goddamn map. What did God say? It's crazy because you use a God language. You're accountable by default. You cannot claim to come from another culture or civilization in which that's tolerable. And you can't use the excuse, but the white people that raped us and killed us said we can do it. Yeah, You'll be held accountable no matter what life we're in. But I'm just putting it out there in hyperspace. AI got to know how the rules work for it. So yeah, I just understand everything when it comes to this bullshit. The whole history of Afro-Asiatic Tartarians turned into this bullshit since 1600. 400 years of nothing. It's 400 years of all that. Most of the time they spent writing these stupid ass books about nothing. Shit that never happened. It's all fantasy novels. They're using real references, but they don't know. They don't know the date of nothing. It's weird. Like, bitch, did your ancestors come from there? How come you don't know the date of nothing? Where the fuck were you then? Like, they never answer that when they write about this stuff. Where were you and your family and your daddy at then? Why are you always talking about someone else? Like, where the fuck were these people? They were uncivilized that fucking much that they can't back it up to the 1600s? That's a weird fucking story. You have no history of yourself in the 1700s. You have no history of yourself in the 1500s. So why the fuck are you teaching my kids anything? You shouldn't be able to tell them. These motherfucking foreigners and these immigrants shouldn't be teaching American Indian kids anything. Because it always rhymes with colonization and them entitling themselves to be here in our fucking face stealing our shit. Like, we shouldn't steal on these shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, nah. That's the evilest thing they did. Try to make us go to school with them. We know that's 1930. They built schools for us. Remember, Shorty? Moors and Indians went to a different school than everyone else. Preconditioning. I know something. They're brainwashes. Because they're faggots. Blonde hair, blue-eyed demons. Call them Germans and Polish or whatever the fuck. You know, same cast characters today. And their kids. You see Donald Trump lately? Yeah, them. Frederick T. Gates? Yeah, them. Rockefellers? Yeah, them. Those are not Jew people. Jews are Afro-Asiatic. Those are fucking retarded, schizophrenic maniacs and psychopaths who take all the books and the valor and made a new demonic ass way of doing things. And they control fake money. They're not real bankers then. They're cosplayers, bro. They're evil. They're struggle magicians, and they're all faggots. Like that's who's dominated the world for 100 years. Like, but let's start with 1611, then 1775, then 1868, and then from 1868 until the Federal Reserve. That's their only run. And they did all that subvertly and covertly and made you believe that there's other entities, and no, it's not. Because if there's a secret entity from before time, they would have to be an Afro-Asiatic. If there's a secret royal bloodline from Tartary, they would have to be black people. And not Africans. Not the people that the Pope kisses feet. The Pope ain't supposed to be a white boy. So if your Pope ain't supposed to be a white, and he is, then anything a white Pope does and did doesn't mean anything. It is not a continuation from the Bible or the centuries or the civilizations that had one originally. No, it's not. There's no white people in that position. They're Afro-Asiatics. The crest of arms of the damn Vatican is a black woman. Like, cut it the fuck out playing with me. But you gotta remember that black Africans took over Europe after we left. So, like, it went from Tartarians to Africans and their white friends and their mixed kids. And whatever the other ethnic groups could have been. But if they're littler people under 6 feet, then they're still not talking about the kings. You understand? The kings are like 6'3" and taller. Like but that's because of genetics. They control their mating better than any other little surfer hussy girl in the field who's trying to get a Birkin. Nah, the royals controlled their genetics. So that's why they still were tall, even when the giants left. Even when they breeded out the giant and it dumbed them down, they preferred all of the breeds of the hybrid giants to be their empire, their emperor class. That's just 500 years ago, guys. It's not a long time ago. That's why all these books, all the Harry Potter, everything's pointing to this fact. The only thing that they added to it is made it all white. But they're telling our story. But it only leaves one problem. They weren't there, they're not those people, and they're stealing our story and making it white. What is the white story? That's all I want to know, to even it out. Then if all these stories are pointing to Tartary, as of 1611, then all the stories that white people are telling, where does it take place? Where's the white kings? Where's the white languages? Where's the white paintings? Where's the white castles? Where's the white people at? During the same time as an empire of Tartary niggas and Moors and Barbers. Like the whole world and all the oceans is all a black man, an African man, a Moor, or an Afro-Asiatic man. And there's white people. Cool. Where is your story? What's your story? Not what's the story of the kingdoms. What's your story, white people? How? Because they tell it like it's white and they whitewash it. That's why it's evil. Y'all whitewash that shit. And y'all went to college and didn't question it, and you've been whitewashing it since. You've been out whitewashing the whitewash, bitch. Like, because you don't know nothing. You don't stop and think yourself, like, what does this name mean? Where's this person come from? And what pedigree of people are they? Miss with the goddamn flags and opportunity to join a fucking foreign navy, you dumbass. You know how, like, you go to Olympics and the American NBA team is playing for the Greek team? Like, y'all wake your dumbass up. That shit don't mean anything. Especially if these motherfuckers gentrify and colonize and imperialism. As soon as you start hearing them talk about colonization, you know, whitewashing's about to happen. So you gotta go before that. And if you go before colonization, everything's black people. So you get it? The whole world's black charge until colonization. When's colonization? According to white people. Sometime after the 1600s. Cool fucking story. So they didn't colonize until the 1600s or later. Cool fucking story. Let's put a pin right there. All right, so nothing before it is yours. If you gotta colonize or reconquista, another word for it, since they weren't English speakers, then whatever the fuck y'all were doing is after the Moors. Meaning everything before your bitch ass is in charge was built by the Moors. Cool story. The whole world should know that by now. All your laws are in Moorish Latin. You ought to know that by now. Your law, your churches, your judges, everything you do is based on the Moors. We should know that by now. So when do you have time to come from somewhere else? Where did you come from? And the question I have is, how come there's nothing about it? You remove Tartaria, and then they remove the history of white people in the same move. That is very curious. I like it because, like, I'm really good at trigonometry in this bitch and lowest common denominators. All right. You whitewash the history And did the Avengers never-ending storyline thing and comic book releases of the same bullshit. Created people and timelines and generals who exist 300 years from each other because you're stupid, or you didn't have a computer yet. And now you have a computer, and now you don't want to talk about it. You don't even teach the kids the shit no more. Now you're burning down NASA's library because AI and kids and niggas on the internet is figuring out too fast on TikTok. Fuck you. Why did you lie to begin with? Because when you lied about who they were, which wasn't you, and you made my ancestors anything but Jews, you also hid yourself. They're saying those people were white people and they weren't. Cool. You can talk about all them people and make them white if you want. You can whitewash them all you want, but they were never white. So this is the important thing about whitewashing. They're whitewashing other people. Make sure you don't miss it. It's not about the pride of them making white and white people in charge. No. You can only whitewash something that's not yours. Hold it. So if they're whitewashing Jesus, if they're whitewashing the empires of the Moors, if they're whitewashing Tartary, if they're whitewashing the United States before 1775, then they're not there in charge of those times when they turned it white. So it shows you when these people showed up making things white. Doesn't mean that the people who did that are white people. Come on, God, talk to them. Talk to them, God. Talk to them. Nah, just because they whitewashed it doesn't mean that the people that whitewashing were white people. I know some self-hating niggas to this day. They work with white people. So you understand everything. Like, you can't know our story and want to be buddy-buddy with the motherfuckers that only have anything that you think is worth anything because they stole it from your stupid ass. And they still sitting on your trust. But you the smart nigga. Dumb bitch. So, like, yeah. It couldn't be one of us. So we know when it became white after 1611. Cool story, bitch. But it never resolves. So where do the actual white people we have today come from? We've never resolved that. White people don't know where they come from in real life. Like, we're not going to go back to 1511 to where they say they come from and dig up anybody in those cemeteries that are white. And they're not going to be related if they are. All those tombs of their kings were giants. White people didn't come over here as giants. They came over here as little white people. We got their pictures. Cut out. See what I'm saying? Whitewashing Genghis Khan doesn't make anyone after him white at all. And it doesn't mean that the person that whitewashed Genghis Khan, because that's in China now, doesn't mean that it was a white person that did that. It could have been a Chinese person that made them light skinned. I don't know. It could have been Asians of today, or the Hans, if you will, who whitewashed everything. Since they're smarter than white people, I don't know. All I'm saying is everything that was whitewashed was black people, hence whitewashing. And that's crazy. It's their whole basis of civilization. But these people that whitewashed it or benefited from whitewashing treated us like we were anything else but the people they're claiming to be from. Pause the tape. The racist white people in America who don't come from those places, who are not those people, don't know that. So their mind virus program, because they said they were civil, they were European, they were the kings and queens and shit, or at least the villagers of a civilization with oil lanterns, that when they came to niggas and they taught them they were savages, that gave them the thinking in their head that they're better by de facto because of this information I'm giving. I'm the white civilized person starving and dying to death just 10 years ago, but I'm in America with these Indians who religiously we say are savages because we don't speak the same language and we visiting them and they don't want us here no more. So now we got to kill them and do it for white Jesus. That person right there got a virus. Because the first lie told to them is that Jesus was white, and the fact that they thought that they had anything in fucking Europe or they wouldn't be here killing niggas. So where do you come from? Exactly. And then their kids today don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I know, it's very convenient, but you still act like you're a grandparent. You don't know where the fuck you are now. You don't know who the fuck we are. You're getting frustrated. Your setup, your situation is crumbling down. It's running you right into the Boston Tea Party, American Revolution. Uniquely, that's white people interfering with nigga shit. I know it. So nothing has changed. We never fixed that. We never addressed that. There was no closure. There was no reparations. There's no reclamations. There's no treaty resolutions. We never got to the bottom of the treasury of the city Muhammad. Nothing. We haven't even started this long, arduous task that's ahead of us if we want to keep things civil going forward. But it's crazy that if people don't get to that point, that means they want to build off of a lie that was built off of a lie that's built off of whitewash and go into the future with AI. Y'all niggas is cooked. Because the AI has a language model that's based on a whole bunch of whitewash lies. How can it prepare and save your civilization? It has no truth. It has no context. It wouldn't know what to do. It would have to be able to lie and improv and land the same way that they do now, and it won't be able to. If you tell it that is, if you're telling it to be efficient, it couldn't. These lies are inefficient. That's why there's so much whitewashing. They have to program your subconscious mind. They can't just give you the answer. Where your grandma stay? And why she speak a nigga language? If y'all don't know or like niggas. Why is her name in Christian anything? If that's a Hebrew Israelite Bible and a Hebrew Israelite language. Why are you naming yourself after niggas if y'all don't like niggas? And you see that loop, it'll break it. You're like, huh? What are you talking about? Those are European English names. English is a Semitic language. And the kingdoms of Europe was ran by Jews, and those are Afro-Asiatics. Those are what you call niggas. Like literally. So why are you naming your daughters after niggas? Why you name your sons after niggas? John, Johann, Joseph, Yusuf. Why do you pick nigga Arab more names? And why are you using an anglicized version of niggas? One more time. One more time, Peter. Patah, come on now. One more time. Why do white people name themselves after niggas? Come on now. Come on now. Come on, fuck with me. All white people names in America are anglicized Moorish Latin names, meaning they name themselves after niggas. Chuck. Chuck is a shortened form of Charles. Charles means nigga. King Charles is a nigga. I'm King Charles the 21st. I'm still nigga. Otto the first was a nigga. Otto the fifth was a nigga. I'm Otto the 21st. I'm still a nigga. So Charles is a derivative of literally my name, my grandfather's name, and I notice white people named Charles. Why is there a white person named Charles if Charles is niggas? But y'all came from a place where there's no niggas. But your King Charles is a nigga, and I'm King Charles' grandson. You over here talking about we niggas. So why you got our names for? But you don't know niggas. We're in charge. Cut it out. You didn't know Charles was in charge. Fuck out my face. Fuck out my face. He's the emperor, bitch. He's the emperor of Jerusalem and Israel on top of that. You name your son Charles after the king of Jews can be nothing more than a copper-colored person. So why are so many white people, hi, Charles, copper-colored? Why do so many people that are not black people, Afro-Asiatic people, or Moors, why do you have so many black names? They can't answer that shit. No anthropomorphic ass nigga, no documentary, no A&E Discovery, Jewish propaganda can help them with that answer either. That is right. We named ourselves after a bunch of niggas, putting a bunch of niggas into slavery, alleged. And even if y'all didn't have slaves, because they love to tell that story, you came out of the Civil War still hating niggas though. Where'd that come from? Where the hate come from, by the way? You on American land, you can go back home, bitch. Where's that at though? Tell me where your home was before you came over here with this bad attitude. Because it looked like y'all got your bad attitude from being poor in the 20s. Because I know your ass wasn't racist before that. We would have fucking murdered you. Remember, you lost the Civil War, faggot. I'm from the North. New Jerusalem. Where the black Indian Jews are, the tall Afro-Asiatics, the tomahawks that you betrayed at Boston Tea Party. Yeah, that's my family. That's my tribe. Israelites. Hi, how you doing, bitch? So you can't tell this story no different. Somebody died. 1775, it starts. 1778, he gets the letter. Then Thomas Jefferson took over. Mr. Ballas in Seattle, but he raped a bunch of bitches. No, he didn't. He's a fucking eunuch. That's why he's so angry. He's a eunuch. So he didn't have no kids, because there's no white Thomas Jefferson, by the way. You can tell by his name. Anyway, so, come on, stop fucking playing with us. A bunch of white people going to war with black Indians and black Africans, but they use all of their ancestor names. Thomas, a Jew name. Thomas Jefferson, the white boy, named after Jews in the land of Jews in Westmoreland. The Moors were Jews. Like, come on, my nigga. Come on, keep up with me. Washington is an Indian name. Keep up with me. Keep it up with me. Keep it up with me. Washita Moors is all the same. Delaware Moors is all the same. Look it up. Google it. Do Washita Moors and do Delaware Moors. Right there where that story happens, right? So you know there's Moors and there's Indians in this story. Where the fuck is white people? So one more time, why do white people in America have black people names? We ain't gotta listen to the history no more after that. Because you gonna tell me your seventh great grandmother was named after Jews, and those are Negroes. How they're Christian names? No, those are biblical names. Biblical names are Jew names. Jews are Afro-Asiatics. So biblical names are black people names. Biblical names are black people names. Those are not white people names. White people are not Israelites. White people have a fucking military called a church under the Vatican with the Catholics. And they have different denominations of Christianities to help the people treat each other better who couldn't wash their legs previous. I get your story, but that's not what that book story is. That book story is about very tall niggas. Why do you have very tall nigga king names? But you didn't know there's tall nigga kings. But you have their names, so that's how I know your whole species is a goddamn lie. Your whole species is a goddamn lie. We had those names first, because we're the kings. So you have named your children since your census after black Hebrew. You're the name stealers that we talked about. Because there's no reason why your ancestors came to America speaking English if you're not from the Holy Roman Empire. And if you came from the Holy Roman Empire, why the fuck are you in abject poverty? And how come you're a whore? And how come you're an orphan? And how come you ain't got no damn father? How come you ain't got no land? And how come you ain't got no fucking money? You're full of shit. So you never spoke no fucking English until you got here. Because English is created by black people. English is a phonetic language. Very specifically, it's English. Like Mama Inga bitch. So it was created over here. My grandfather's empire is the whole world. So it would be English at wherever his kids are in their castles, including Germany, including Britain, including England, including Kent, New England, Trenton, New Jersey, New England. It's the same niggas. Why would niggas who never been over there have the names of white people over there over here first in 1611? Are y'all stupid? Y'all fucking retarded. Stop fucking playing with me, bro. I'm Dwayne DeyZan Smith. Don't play with me. And my name Japanese. Cut it out, Afro-Asiatics. Cut it the fuck out. Like the real Japanese from back in the day, I mean. Not the people born in Japan. You call it a Japanese language? Yeah, created by niggas. You call it a Russian language? Yeah, created by a nigga who had a grandmother who had another language that he can derive it from, who happened to be a nigga. You should look up Gannibal's picture. Like, come on, bro. All in Tartaria. Cut it out, though. This is years later, though, but same story, though. Part 2. Like, y'all talking about a world that's all in the language of Jews. We're not talking about these little hook-nosed, pedophile, evil, blood libel, pharmacy killing, drug dealing, crazy-ass, narcissistic, bullshit-ass people who steal names. We're talking about what the fucking name means. You can't start before that. You can't skip that step. What does a Jew mean? It means an Afro-Asiatic Semite. All right, then. Everything else is capped. Now, there's stories that happen since they capped it now. There's shit they've done capping. But if they talking about white people again, why are we talking about white people again in a damn black language? Why they dominate our airspace? Why we even learn and do all that shit anyway? Like, bitch, get a job, work, and be prosperous. Why you bring us into the psyop with your bitch ass? Like, their history must be really fucking mysterious. Because all this shit is extra steps and unnecessary, and now everyone's stupid and confused and retarded. Like, I get it. Like, it's a smoke screen or whatever. That's what I'm saying. Now you gotta zoom out. It ain't them. That's even scarier for them. Like, because who the fuck are you? And who's in charge of you? That's scary as fuck. You don't know who your God is. That's scarier. It ain't ours. Our God commanded you to kill his children. Fuck you, bitch. You're killing off the ancient Egyptian kids. You're a stupid bitch. On epigenetics, you're stupid. On blood, you're stupid. On DNA, you're stupid. You're a dumb son of a bitch. And they went to school for all these different degrees, and they can't put the shit together to make a fucking sandwich yet. How come the black people, the old blood type, don't have the monkey shit in them? Wait, fuck the question. Why we got monkey shit in us? What's happening? Like, shut up. The people with monkey genes have a black language. The black people who have a black language are Afro-Asiatics, are usually old blood type. That's something they don't have ever. So not only do you not have the language and the background and the history of current civilization, you also don't have the blood to match. Let's talk about it. Let's fucking talk about that. You're from the kings and queens of England and blah 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 blah, and you don't have old blood type? Shut the fuck up. Does old blood type come with blonde hair and blue eyes? Then shut the fuck up. Is old blood type anything but a melanated person? Shut the fuck up. So how do melanated people of old blood type don't have monkey genes? Shut the fuck up. Now go back to the first statement. What is a fucking Jew? An Afro-Asiatic. Royal. It's a blood line. A Jew is a bloodline, not a belief, not a Bible, not a church, not a culture, not a tradition. The bloodline has people of it that has a church, that has a cult, that has a tradition, that has a book. But even the niggas who didn't follow us through the desert, who stayed behind on the other side in Egypt, fucking on their bitches, they're still Jews. I go up north, I could be a Crip. I can go to the west and be a Blood. I go up to the northwest and become a Vice Lord. I go to Miami and retire. I'm still an American Indian. I go to Army, I can get bored. I go to Navy, I can get bored. I can go to Leidos, become a military contractor, and I can work for the Wagner Group. I'm still Cherokee Indian. Like, what do we not understand? What I'm saying is people can't understand history or language because they still haven't mastered the difference between a noun and an adjective. So if our civilization doesn't appreciate the differences between nouns and adjectives so vagrantly and so flagrantly on news and something as serious as politics and voting, can you imagine when it comes to law and history? If you can't get nouns and adjectives right in your declarations and your speeches and things for politics, money, survival, and breeding and mating, I can't imagine how you're going to butcher religion, God, spirits, and magic. Jesus Christ. Times 13. Like, what's going on, man? You got a bunch of white people named after Arabs. Yusuf, Joseph. Like, come on, dog. Johann, John, cut it out, dog. Charles, cut it out, Chuck. Like, come on now. Richard, cut it out, man. Martin, cut it out, my nigga. Like, every prefix is nigga. Barbara, cut it out, bitch. Like, cut it on. Barbarossa, Barbarous, a white girl named a Barber. Cut it out, man. But y'all don't know niggas. Like, cut it out. How you named all your kids after niggas, but you don't know niggas? So at the very least, you changed up on niggas, but you still kept their names. That's evil, bro. Elizabeth, come on now. Issa, Beth from Bethlehem. You named yourself after a black Jewish woman. Like, cut it out, bitch. On Elizabeth, New Jerusalem, bitch. Look it up. Like, cut it out. Don't even talk to me. American Indian Territory. Don't even talk to me. Don't even fucking talk to me. Like, you named all your kids after niggas, and you had a nerve to be racist to this day against niggas. Like, and you're racist to this day because I just proved to you that this is all niggas, and yet you still talking about politics and waiting for us to get our just due, and you're fucking unappropriate fucking number leaning of every fucking foreigner that's not a nigga leading your fucking country or your continent of corporations to hell to this day as I'm doing this. Like, nah, that's because that's an evil little plan you had, and y'all didn't give a fuck enough about fixing it. I know. Neither did we. I know the song. But why would we if we're just doing it for green? We're all doing it for Europa. We're all doing it for Venus 4. Come on now. They don't even know it's Venus 4. Like, cut it out. Don't even know what that means. Venus the 4th? Oh my God. Lucifer the 4th? Can you imagine, kids? On Isis the 4th. We're on Isis the 4th's moon. Can you imagine? Europa. Lucifer the 4th. Can you imagine? They don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about. But they created this language. Shut the fuck up. I've never heard, and not even Jordan Maxwell and them know what the fuck I'm talking about. I never even hear them go there because in their little bitch ass heart, they couldn't admit that they're doing a bunch of research about black people. They had to keep that secret. They exposed the family and the Dark Templars and the Illuminati, but they can say everything, but to make it clear to the listener that he's talking about niggas. Because if he starts talking about niggas and the niggas were the royals above the fucking Vatican secretly, then all of a sudden they get scared. But they're not scared to sell all these secrets and all these fucking DVDs and all these fucking paywalls. Faggots. They sell fucking pedophilia if you let them. Axe Grok. Elon Musk having a fucking shitstorm week because all them fucking pedophiles on Twitter using Grok to make pedophile fucking deepfakes. That's the first thing they do. That's the first thing they people do, bro. That's the first. X about to go out of business. Look, to God be the glory. X might go out of fucking business because as soon as Elon Musk gives these fucking unlimited access to deepfake Grok technology, the first thing that comes out the fucking woodwork is a timeline full of pedophiles. Now tell me I'm lying. Fucking Epstein files, bitch. Go find out who's logged into fucking X. Yeah, come on. I'm on your head, boy. Like, based on a true story. Based on a true story. Based on a true story. Look it up. You probably heard it's not making the news. Like, you have that many fucking pedophiles. They don't make it an Elon Musk story. Nah, let's talk about how many pedophiles ran the Grok deepfake engine to make pedophilia content. Let's talk about them. Let's fucking expose them. Let's dox them, you faggots. But no, I'm supposed to work for QAnon or somebody to tell us when the storm is coming. Shut up. Shut the fuck up talking to me, boy. You see what I'm saying? You see how our society gets caught up in all these lesser storylines and all this drama, and they put it in your news and your newspapers. Now the future is going to have to use our media to figure out what the fuck was going on. They'll never find a nigga like me in that story. See what I'm saying? You see how the printing press is so important? It's for brainwash. It's for whitewashing. They attacked us in Wilmington and everywhere else, Rosewood, all that, because we had a printing press. And that's in the late 1800s. So this is after the Civil War. So white people are still on bullshit. They stole everything, bro. Now that they're buying it, they call it gentrification. But they're in our cities and our towns of American Indians because they came over there to kill us. This is their grandparents. I said the late 1800s. This is their grandparents. Those little evil ass racist white people that are old right now, their parents or grandparents were over there killing you to be in that town that they're being so mean about. That's their narcissistic projection. They know why they're there. Look how a whole millions of them play stupid the same kind of way. They know that. They're not from the Civil War. They know they ain't built no Indian town. They know they ain't named nothing after niggas if they hated niggas. So why they in a nigga county? Why the fuck would they be in Carthage County? Why would they be in Moore County? Come on now, a white person that's storming American black Indian territories to take these Tartarian buildings is going to be in a county named after Moors, but they don't know what Moors are? Come on, bro. Be reasonable with me. So we know all of this bullshit that we had to interface with by the 60s is from the same generation of people that came here to betray us. Talking about freedom and liberty on Ellis Island. Fuck you, bitch ass niggas. Like, fuck all your grandparents, for real. I hope they're in hell, bro. I hope they're worm food in the worst part of hell's asshole, for real. Because none of your shit makes sense. None of your shit makes sense. Because you speak a fucking Semitic language right now to think about it. You're thinking an African American dick right now. Cut it the fuck out talking to us. Bones and motherfucking vowels, man. Blood types, bro. Cut it the fuck out playing with us. Muscle man. The soul wrapped around the muscles of a woman. Stop fucking playing with me. More men. A bunch of more men, but they're white. Come on, dog. Cut it out. You said that we're going to do that with AI. Y'all did it in real life. Joseph Smith, a white guy. Yusuf, blacksmith, a Jew, a black guy, an Afro-Asiatic. Fooled a bunch of white people as a white guy. That's a weird fucking story. Y'all some dumb motherfuckers. Fuck what his Bible said. How the fuck you meet a white guy named Yusuf Smith? That would intonate that he's a Semite. So you have a non-Semite using a Semitic name and a Semitic language to reference a Semitic Bible to give you a remix, and you think you're going to heaven. But then you have the nerve to demonize black people's skin color. Bitch, demonize your fucking lack of reading and education. You a dumb son of a bitch. You don't know the origins of names or language, but you want to talk about where God made people and angels. You a stupid son of a bitch. No wonder why all your fucking pastors and leaders got their little dicks in your fucking boy's asshole. Y'all some dumb motherfuckers. That's evil. Your root issue is the evil. You just built off of evil and thought it was gonna get you somewhere beautiful. You gotta be a stupid motherfucker, bro. You gotta be system wide. 300 million plus of us, and most of it's them. Yeah, that's why this country is the stupidest country ever. I think Arizona got like what 1,000 teachers just quit. They're bribing them with a $10,000 salary bonus, and they don't want it. That's how fucking stupid the kids are. And they're all foreign. They're all new admixtures. Even a lot of these black people you see in famous places, they're like second generation, third generation people, especially in New York. Those aren't American Indians or so-called black people that been here since the Civil War. That's niggas from everywhere else. You gonna learn eventually what this population replacement theory is. Y'all don't understand anything. The reason why these corporations keep running the same play is because they take the native population, work them to death, they die off because they don't have enough kids. They move in their white asses. They hire their foreign immigrant classes. The immigrant gets the second, third generation. They start getting lazy, start investing, start dodging taxes. And then they got to bring new niggas in from another country. Maybe it's Haiti. Maybe it's Palestine. Who fucking knows this time? And then they bring the Russians in to work for minimum wage. And the ones that had a little bit money, but they going through a tyranny, they got a little money left. They convert it to USD. And they give them a liquor store and a tobacco shop. And they live a little bit better than others. But the whole time, word of Muhammad. Like, cut it out, my nigga. This country is quick to support a sellout on a banking level. They all do that shit with loans anyway, nigga. Cut it out. Cut it out. Not because they're smart, not because they're well invested, because a racist white bank gave it to them for a political agenda. Do the science. Gentrification. You think a nigga can't run a taco truck? Cut it out. But we can work 16 hours at Waffle House. Shut your dumb ass up. Think a black woman can't make a soul food restaurant? You think that's a bad business idea? But you're gonna create a fucking Indian restaurant in the middle of the hood with 3 customers a night? Cut it the fuck out. Stop fucking playing with us. Tax write-off ass agenda, man. Fuck on my face. They're evil, bro. Racist as a bitch. They just updated their language model. I know, man. But I want someone to tell me in the comments in the future when you watch this. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying, bro. Because that's the world I've been living in 40 years in a row. And I'm a Tartarian, so. Woo! What happened? For real, man. What happened for real, Dad? What happened after you? Something happened after Dad, bro. Something terrible happened. It wasn't regular. It wasn't Succession. It couldn't be Succession. His successor created the colonies. John, my grandfather, created the colonies, so it happened after John. So that's 1611. John didn't live to 100, so he wasn't a giant. So 1650, whoever that is, that's Queen Elizabeth. So after Queen Elizabeth, something happened after Queen Elizabeth. I'm almost certain. And then you have the independent stories of the American Indian tribes or the other tribes of Israel who are not part of the Capitolians, right? The Capitolians were Mohammedans, but there's plenty of Indians who weren't in the, you know what I'm saying? Like we have now. You have people in the city and people in the trailer parks. But you have people in the cities, you have people in the tents. And the people in the tents do what the fuck they want to do. Plenty of land to be a Jew. Like, you ain't gotta, hey, if you come around grandma's house, we're keeping Sabbath. But you way by the Colorado River with your 3 bitches and your 20 kids, do whatever the fuck you want to do. Especially if he's a warrior. He's a Khan. Like, they were just cutting down people and giants. I think they can handle ox and deer, bro. Like, they got gold-tipped arrows for real, bro. Like, they weren't worrying about food. They weren't about water. They're just regrowing their nation. Because remember, we're in captivity for hundreds of years. So the actual bloodline of Israelites in Tartaria wasn't the majority of the population. Just like right now, we're 13% of the population. Tartaria was no different. But Genghis Khan was special. he got the Romans on his side, right? And that would be the other Mongolian hordes in the real time. He's just code switching. So Jesus got the Romans on his side. Remember, the Romans are already sweet on him because he saved his daughter. And then I'm implying this. It's not in that story no more. The story wasn't going there. But just imagine now, switch it to Genghis Khan. He's supposed to be the blood. He's supposed to be by blood the Dragonborn, and all his quotes is like, "If you had not committed great sins, your God wouldn't have sent a punishment like me." Remember, he wasn't born like that. Code switch back to the person it's based on. Genghis Khan wasn't born an emperor. He is an emperor by blood, but he was in his Israel's in captivity. He freed us. That's why he named. That's why he gave it to his best friend Peter. Those are warriors. These are warriors who were in captivity. Like, they broke free. And that's why the Judas degree is so sad. Because that's what Judas wanted to happen. That's why Judas betrayed him. Judas didn't betray Jesus. His action betrayed him, yes. But his intention, see, Judas wasn't intending to betray Jesus for him to die and for the game to be over for some silver. Judas is the money exchanger. That means Judas got all 12 niggas' money. All new swords, all new shoes, all new food. That's why Judas is like, "Hey, yo, bitch, why didn't you just sell these perfumes and incense? You could have fed the whole village." You notice that Judas clocked how much it costs? Because he's the educated one. He's the Carlton Banks of the crew, kind of. Like, he's the one that had good parents. But he's in the streets of a Roman timeline, a mixed society, where there's money changers in the church. Judas would have been one of them. That would have been normal. Keep in mind, Judas is a Jew. Judas. He's a descendant of Judah. Judas. He has money. But they're in captivity with a different Salmaneser descendant. Anyway, so when Judas was like, "Oh, this is who this is," aka, "Oh, this is what time it is. Oh, they're coming back. Yeah, we about to get out of this bitch. All right, let's speed it up. What do you need me to do? Wait, we healing the sick. What you need me to do? What do you mean I can't bring no money? What do you need me to do? I can't bring my guns or my swords? What do you want me to do? You gonna let them capture you? What do you mean? What do you mean? Nah, we gotta fuck these niggas up. This is what I'll do." And that's when he came up with the betrayal. So this is what I'll do. I'll go ahead and give him the drop on him so they can capture him. They're gonna give me the money, whatever. And then as soon as they capture him, that's when hell's gonna break loose. And that's when the angels are gonna show up and destroy everything. Because they're doing a throwback to Elisha. Because they're Jews. They don't need a Bible. They're the Jews of the Bible, meaning that's their grandfather. And that's what's confusing now in our dispensation, trying to read it through a Christian filter. You're third party to a story about someone else. No, the people in the story are related to everyone else in that story. So Judas is a descendant of Elisha and all of them too. Peter, all of them, they're all Jews. You are my brothers and sisters. We are of the same blood. We are all Semitic. We are all Afro-Asiatics. We are all niggas. The reason why we're niggas in Tartaria is because they kidnapped some niggas and brought them to Tartaria. And we had to build and work for these niggas. Now it's time for us to go. But we can only do that when our Meshi comes, our Messiah comes. "All right, how you doing?" Like, then he's like, "Oh, it's you. Oh, we out of here. All right, then let's speed this up." And then it broke his heart. Because Jesus didn't get out of it. He had to watch Peter slice the damn nigga's ear off, and then he watched Jesus put it back on, and then he saw Jesus get damn near beat to death. Then he went to go kill himself. 2 reasons. He betrayed his best friend, if you will, and he thought he got him killed. 2, he thought he was going to die and not come back, which means then he had to question himself. Maybe he's not the Messiah. And I still got him killed. A regular man with some cool abilities, but maybe he wasn't the one and I got him killed. That's why he killed himself. He was guilty of the fact that he didn't think, he didn't do that intending for him to die. He did that intended for them to turn up, for the Lord of hosts to show up. And then in his mind, the last frame of his mind is that, damn, not only did I betray this guy, but he's not the guy that's coming to save us. So why am I still here? Hung himself. You understand? He was desperate to get out of those conditions. And the crazy thing is, if he had just waited a couple of more weeks, Genghis Khan was born. For right before he turned 40, Archangel Gabriel gave Muhammad, the Conqueror, his first hadith or whatever the fuck it was. Yep. Judas just had to hang on a little bit longer. Judas was about goddamn 6 or 7 years short of the prophecy. Jesus was just laying out the framework that he could beat the sting of death. And did. In the story of Genghis Khan, he was surrounded by his enemies and he was stuck in a cave similar to a temple or tomb. And an owl came to save him, which is why he rocked the owl feather. The owl was a woman, though. Sophia Wisdom. Don't play with me. And then the story is Mary Magdalene, right? The rich woman that Judas was clocking. Like, damn, bitch, you got it like that? Wink, wink. And they have the nerve to call our grandmother a whore. Why would a whore have more money than a money changer? It's worth a loaf. Pussy only worth a loaf of bread. So you imagine, like, how many loaf of bread she would have to have sold that day for Judas to be stacking on her. Like, damn, you could have fed the whole village, bitch. Where you get these fucking rich-ass royal perfume sets from? To wash a nigga's feet with. What a waste. You understand what I'm saying? She had the Burberry collection. You don't understand anything about math and science. I know that's right. You don't know niggas enough for me. Judas, a money changer, was clocking her. Like you know what I'm saying? He was watching her pockets. He was clocking her pockets. Like, yo, that's a lot of fucking nice shit you got there. You could have just sold it for money and fed us, bitch. Because he was hating on the fact that she was putting that shit on the nigga's feet. Like, he was looking like, yo, who she think he is? Like, he was hating too. Judas was definitely a covert narcissist. But he wasn't trying to kill Jesus. Not in that way. He really believed he was a Messiah. You gotta remember, they're Jews. There's no New Testament Bible for them to believe in. So they had a whole different account for how they're gonna be freed out of captivity, bro. You remember, they're the people who were in captivity already, who already had the kingdoms of Israel when we came to America. The Bible is being written then because they're in Tartary, Asia, and they're no longer in America no more, so they're stuck. Maybe they don't have boats. Maybe they don't know how to get back. Remember, there are generations after that happened. I don't know what happened. We just know Genghis Khan got freedom. It's probably the Persians that did it. So when you go, the Persians invaded America, well, if that happened on Xerxes in 300, then the Persians brought the 10 tribes of Israel back. That's all. And then we got stuck. And then Genghis freed us. And we're back over here now. How you doing? That's all. 10 out of 13, by the way. The other 3 tribes weren't part of the harm or making of that movie. You understand? That's all that Bible was about, man. That's all Tartary was about, actually. The Bible is a romanticized version of how our people got out of captivity for the last time. Just to be fucking here again, to be in captivity this time. And what I'm saying is the only finger we can point at are the Christians. The Christians did this. Not the Christians today. The Christians today believe that were the good Christians that came in. I'm talking about the origin of the Christians. The idea of Christianity based on a black Bible. That's who did it. That's who started the bullshit first. As soon as they made Jesus white, and it had to be after 1611, whoever that church is or whoever that group is, they're responsible for all this madness. Because they did the same thing again to the same character, Muhammad, which is still Genghis Khan. And they made him white too. But at least they're decent enough to say you're not allowed to draw their prophet. But they'll describe him as everything else but a Semite. And a Semite intonates that he's an Afro-Asiatic, so he cannot be light-skinned. I have his picture. He's darker than me. So you understand, he's not even like the hybrid mixture amalgamation. No. He's uncut on top of that. He's uncut Jew. He's uncut Afro-Asiatic. Mixed with something that's a giant, hence why he's a Temujin. So his daddy's an angel. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I'm going to tell us a different story because it's the same story. Just ask the Dogon. It's the same story. Just ask the Salish. What he's saying is that his daddy's a sky daddy. Ain't that what Jesus said? That just means he came down here in a UFO. He didn't have a fucking job in the neighborhood, nigga. He got a UFO. Do the science. Why would a nigga who come down here from the sky be around in society, what, to pay taxes? And if you read the book of Enoch, they ain't supposed to be doing that. But we know they did it right before 1611. Again, after the Bible, they did it. They stay coming down here getting regular human women pregnant. You don't understand these niggas. They ain't got to follow the rules of the Bible. They wrote the, you know what I'm saying? Like, the sons of God are the sons of God, bro. That's all I'm gonna say. Until I meet one, until I meet one officially face to face. I can imagine me and my niggas. I can imagine the niggas we come from. Same story. It's way cooler technology. It seems selfish bastards. They're the first order of creation. We're the second order of creation after them. Read Genesis again. You'll see it. I'm just opening people's eyes to things they already know, man. Make it so much funner and easier to research. I know. You're gonna find so many more things than I found. What do they call that shit? A cubric? What is that shit? A rubric or a reference point? I'm just giving people the rubric out here, boy. Y'all better fucking know what a Jew and an Israelite is. You ain't gotta debate on skin colors no more. An Israelite is an Afro-Asiatic descendant or admixture. That motherfucker ain't got little eyes, copper colored skin. You know, we got light skinned versions. You know how that shit work, but feature wise, their hair wise, everything, it'll be the same. Judah is the one with the beards though. Not all the tribes have beards like us. They don't all grow up in the northern hemisphere. We did. Real nigga shit. You know what I'm saying? We gotta fight giants in the water. We gotta do it. The closer you get to that equator, like South America, like across the whole map, I guess, the smaller they get. So us, we stay closer to the top. So the more you go to the Arctic, which is funny because that's where all the warships are going right now. The closer you get to the Arctic, the taller the problem is. There we go. So they use us to deal with those problems. Hmm? Google Images. The Moors versus the wild men is going to be 1400s. Allegedly around the time of Columbus. Do the science on that one. Full of shit. He came in 1592. If the Giants were there in the 1400s. So Moors versus wild men, 1400s. You're going to see them. They're tall, pale giants with blondish hair. Keep in mind something. They're giants, meaning genetically they're not white people, because white people are mankind. So the Moors are fighting white giants. Look at it. And I have all the coats of arms and other pictures. That is not that. Like, it's a consensus of that time period. I'm calling your attention to this because those white giants are the same description as their white Jesus. It has a crown of thorns on. Look at it. You'll find other pictures of these in the, what they call it, Romanized art of the time. You'll see like the giants are laying down with thorns, a crown of thorns on, like they're Jesus. I want you to look at, they look like Bigfoot though, right? They're fully covered in hair. That's not the part I want you to pay attention to. Because you're going to find one with the wild woman having a baby, and that's the wild men's queen. And they're trying to say that's Jesus. Don't miss it now. And I'm talking about back then, before the whitewashing of the Americans today. I'm talking about during the time period of the African or the Hamite or the whatever they want to call them, the Negroid types that take over Europe when we leave. They are propping up the wild man giant as like one of their queens. Hold on. So this is 1500s, 1400s. Not a long time ago, bros. Not a long time ago. This is after Egypt, after the flood. This is before white people get to our shores. This is the story that I found. Now check it out. So the wild men is a very interesting story. They're fully covered in hair, right? That's a genetic expression. White girls. A lot of white boys got hairy backs, right? Cool story. Now, just follow me. Walk with me. These are giants, so they're different species, but just peep game. All that hair, blonde locks, living outside, didn't wash their legs because they lived outside. That makes sense. It makes sense. I even got one of them praying, bro. I got all the images for that shit. I'll show you if you want me to show it to you. So what I'm saying is, it's very important to know that There are white giants in Europe just 500 years ago. But it's very important to know that they're in a Europe that's already built. They didn't build that shit. They're wild men. They came, those are the people you avoided when you left your gated community. They're the real Robin Hood, bro. Like, they're the real Attack on Titan, bro. Like, in real fucking life, in real recent fucking life. They weren't everywhere, but they were in a medieval Moorish Empire land out of nowhere. But this is how I got the clue. Not only did they have the hair all over them, they had war paint too. So meaning they were dealing with something civilized, like whatever put them up to crashing the castles was something that marked them. They wouldn't have marked themselves, is what I'm saying. And I'm saying, then I see some of them praying to a double cross. Have you ever seen a double cross before? Like the regular cross with an extra horizontal line. They're praying to that, wherever that starts, wherever that lore is. The wild men, as the 1500s, was last associated with whatever that religious demonstration is. Whatever faction of sellout that is responsible for why the Moors left to the Americas to mix in with the Indian Moors that are already here. In case you're confused, the royals of Moorish Europe came to America, but there's already Moorish Indians here. Listen, Hebrews coming back. Hebrew Israelites with the Israelites. It's confusing, but it's not. They're all Afro-Asiatic and Semites. All right. So the wild men are very hairy, meaning they come from the north. Their northern hemisphere origins then. For them to be that hairy, hairy backs, hairy feet, hair all over their face. I'm talking about, I know they weren't technologically advanced, they wouldn't have cut it, but to amass that much hair all over their face like they did, they come from somewhere very cold. And mind you, the northern hemisphere is frozen as of Washington's alleged story in the Delaware. The Delaware is frozen. So we know that's 1700s? Yeah. So wild men are 1400s. Delaware's still frozen into 1700s. 1400s. Yeah, man. So whatever frosted over the northern hemisphere that caused the famines and a lot of the issues with power up there, why Greenland or Iceland is the way it is, all of that. That's a flood. That's a mass water event, and then it froze, and then it, I guess when it melted, it caused a mud flood. So the mud flood and that, so I think it's a flash flood. How would I describe this? This is after the Bible, by the way. This is all after Genghis Khan. It's all after the 12 and 1400s. Yeah, and the wild men show up in the 1400s. So something happened after Jesus was done. Something happened. Giants showed up again after Genghis Khan. There's giants there, and he's in control of it. And then he brings his family here. Cool story, bitch. But over there, after they left and came here, more white giants showed up. So it's like someone hid them, or someone, you know what I'm saying? Like someone brought them back is what I'm saying, guys. Like someone, and I have another picture of the British or army that has the cone hat with the star on it. I don't know who that is. They look British, but they had a giant army of like cone head hats with the star on it, the 7-point star or something. And it's like a British looking Quaker looking dude on a horse, and the giant is still taller than him. So they're even in that war, which sounds like the 1700s. Them coming here, the redcoat timeline, they were still breeding giant people, bro. That's why you see them motherfuckers in the circus. What I'm telling you is, whoever this behind this imperial first wave, they were breeding giants. They're breeding giants as an attack force, like not like when España came to America. Real life, none of this shit I'm telling you is fake. I hate that the United States snakes don't tell the real history, and it's crazy that they're hiding Tartaria, Genghis, giants, and who the Jews are, all in the same fucking breath of being civilized. You can't do this. You can't tell any of our stories without giants, bro. On David, you can't. So there's giants in all these paintings that we made, so they're with us. But someone brought this other type of giant to the dancery. Tall, white, blonde hair, blue eyes. I've seen some dark hair ones too, but that's the first. I noticed it because I saw a blonde hair giant. I'm like, oh shit. What year is this? Oh, it's got to be after Jesus. Okay. So this, because they had crosses and everything. So this is after 1200s. Okay. And I know the Moors painted them in 1400s. Okay. So they're around there sometimes. Maybe 13, unlucky number. Maybe they fucking brought these niggas back in the 1300s and amassed them. And then as soon as the feudal era, whatever the fuck was going on, kind of faded to black, some black force brought these white giants back. And they show their crest of arms. It's a black woman. But what I mean by black, but like an Africanoid one, like a Negrito, like a little shorter hair, the different African feature shape. So they're we how you differentiate us in America from Africans, and then how you differ us, the European, Moors, Orientals. That's what Moor means, by the way, Orientalis. How you differentiate the Moor in Europe from the Black European is that they're. I guess we'll just settle for Negroid African. They're a different blood type. They're different. They're a different type of black people. So when you go back into the history in Europe in the last 600 years, you have royal Jews who are Moorish people because they're Afro-Asiatics. They're gonna have courts of people that are also black or admixtures. Some of them could be Israelites, but a lot of them could be Ethiopian, African, etc. And then you can have a population of people in and out of a fucking kingdom from all over the world, Hindus and all this stuff, but they all equally be black people and their mixes thereof. The royals will always be the same because of their rules, arranged marriages, virgins, etc. And then the nobles, you know how they do. They'll get 10 bitches on the side in the stable. And then that's how you get all these different expressions and positions of power back then. But I'm telling you, the white giant is associated with a queen or leader that's an African. I was like, hmm. And then we look up on the etymon of an African, on the website at least, they make a mention of a reference point in 1812 where it's referring to an African, like wherever they're using their literature or laws during the 1800s, 1812, an African would include a white resident of Africa or West Africa. So like, so between 1400s, we get white giants, and by 1812, we get white residents in Black Africa. You know, I'm talking about officially, like baked into the word. So like, you know, that's history. That's not an opinion. That's not no tricky math or nothing. It's just like, oh, that's curious. You associate white residents of Africa with African as of 1812 nationality. They're giving them a nationality. So they're saying that there's white people in Africa with a white nationality. This is important because they can't give them African now nationality status unless you're telling me that these particular white people, as of 1812 in West Africa, have been born there. They're native Africans. You get it? They're white people in Africa, but they're natives now. They're nationals. They're Africans now. Meaning, so years back. So white people were brought to West Africa years back, and by 1812, they're finally free or nationals, right? Hence why you would call them a white African resident. They have nationality status, meaning they have land there, meaning they're supposed to be there. They're not just wandering, they're not slaves. They're national residents. You know what I'm saying? This is before our federal system of passports and how we do it now. Say 1812, they're trying to tell you something. So, all right, so white people were resident and reproducing in West Africa in the 1700s? Holy shit. So 1400s, North Africa, Europe, the white giants appear from the north because they're cold. They're outfitted with too much hair. They're from the frozen lands. They're coming down, and by the time they get through Europe, and by the time we get to West Africa, 1812, there's little white people there, and they're nationals. And the only way you can get a white giant from the north and a white person in West Africa is if you pass through an African. So what I'm saying to you is, my dear white people, the people behind your story uniquely that brought you here are Africans. Those are African Christian kings or whatever. It's not even gonna be that. It ain't gonna be that easy, but they'll be the ones paying for it. But the people who behind the genetic experiment will be their warlock class or their sorcerer class that you look for when you do the history of the origins in 1812 to 1400. That's the only time period you got. Don't play with me. Europe to Africa. Look for all that shit. AI that shit. Any reference of a wild man to a white resident to a pale skin to all the stories, even if they seem kind of crazy because the Africans said they thought they were ghosts or something. So when you start seeing those dates show up in those time periods, you can summate those 400 years, and it's gonna go from a tall white giant to a little white guy in West Africa. And I'm telling you something, that's the same fucking story as us. The only difference is we had a technology of the giants to do that. What I'm telling you is those white giants ain't the same giants that did that. Those are not the technologically advanced UFO driving building giants. Those are white giants that came to eat niggas. They lived in the wild. They had clubs. They didn't have armor. They didn't have weapons until I saw the coat of arms of the Africans. So then the Africans laced them up. I don't know how long that took for them to, you know what I'm saying? I don't know how long it's, I don't know how they got here, first of all, because there's black people here already. So for giants to come back and they're white, that's a crazy fucking story. That means somebody had something in the tuck somewhere, bitch. I am not fucking playing with y'all. Like, giants are real, bro. Like, the bloodline of giants is real. And meaning, if they can clone dogs, sheeps, and humans, they can clone giants for real, my nigga. They got their blood. Trust me. I got their blood in me. Trust me. On Assassin's Creed, same story. I don't know how they do it. I don't know who did it. But I'm looking at the fucking Africans sideways. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. The Africans got a lot of explaining. Nelson Mandela, you got a lot of explaining to do. Selassie, you got a lot of explaining to do. Ben Said, y'all got a lot of explaining to do because ain't none of y'all Afro-Asiatic Jew. But for some reason, they got that type of technology. So if you have a technology to bring giants back, then making anyone else that's not a giant ain't that fucking hard. You understand what I'm saying? Like a lot of these pedigrees of people that we coexist with today, I notice it in Florida. I notice it out here. There's a lot of people, even if you get Ubers and stuff, a lot of people don't speak no English. So you can't assume that they're the same people as the other people who don't speak no English. Like, we don't have no way to G-check them for real. I wish we could. I wish I was on bullshit like that. Just to see if the people who keep saying they come from the same place tell me the same answer about where they from. Like, my brain didn't even get to, like, that level of niggatry and sociology yet. But I need to start doing that. Like, you still don't know English in 2026 on God's internet with Beyonce? Cap, all right. Where you from? Oh, where? What's the best place to get a taco at out there? Or whatever the fuck. What's your favorite athlete out there? No, who's the most famous? What's your number one song out there? That's what I need to start doing. Start G-checking these people. Because you're going to start finding out, bro. You're going to find out some weird shit in this world, bro. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to keep it cute. Got a world full of human traffickers. And you think these motherfuckers are nationals coming to your country? The mass immigration of... It's a mass... The hybrid people. The people you can't really tell what they are. Like, are they Spanish? Are they Asian? You know, the pale race, not pale anymore. They're more red and yellow, right? Like, it's a whole different breed and pedigree of people. And white people had not been fucking immigrants. But we have these hybrid immigrants now. I ain't stupid. I grew up in the 90s and 80s, and even when the ethnic Mexicans were coming over, they were still dark skinned. These people are light skinned. And it's not because they got white mothers. I know plenty that do, though. We seen the Edgars with the nappy hair, too, now. No. But there's a whole other group that don't speak no English, and they like, too. So it's not because they're fucking white people. No English? Nah. You don't turn light skinned from a dark skinned Indian, bro. Nah. That is not a natural. I'm still dark skinned, bro. 13 generations in a row. Nah. On the land of dominant O blood types. Don't, no. Where you come from? Nah, y'all stop fucking playing with me, boy. The Mexicans used to be dark back in my day, bro. Nah, don't do that. Nah, the closer you get to that damn tropic, the darker they're going to get if they're indigenous. Like, if they're like the native thing that don't speak no English, like, they'll be very dark. Now, I don't see them no more. Don't tell me it's the climate, bitch. I'm the same color, bitch. Don't do that. I lived the same years they were dark, and we have kids too now. I got some dark ass second cousins, bro. Don't do that. And I got some light skinned ones too. But that makes sense. Their mothers are light skinned, bro. Where these light skinned people come from in these dark native indigenous populations? That's all I'm saying. They weren't here before the paintings of the 1800s. I promise to God they're not. So they're all new. What I'm saying is, if you find an indigenous person that's light skinned in these territories after the revolution, they're brand new. One more time, I'm going to run that back for you. There are nobody on these territories that are American Indian 500 nations that are not darker than me as of goddamn 1611. By 1775, they tell you this is a little scoop full of white people in the Northeast. And by the fucking Civil War, they moving their damn feet finally to the west side. And by Reconstruction, they finally in California. That is not a lot of time to go down to Central and South America and make a bunch of light-skinned people who are just dark-skinned in the fucking 80s. One more time, where the fuck they come from? They're the scariest story in front of you. Those people are the scariest story so far because they cannot have a history independent of Moors and Indians. And they're not the pedigree of Moors or Indians, are they? Moors and Indians are black people. These people are not black people. Come on now. This land belongs to black people. Moors and Indians are black people. Jews are black people. Semitic people are black people. Not all Moors are Semitic, though. Afro-Asiatics. But everyone else is a Moor or Indian, too. In this land, at least. America, a land of Moors. Rich Moors, too. Rika Moor. Mercury's kids. Michael's kids. Jesus, Genghis, same thing all over again. I'm giving you all the keys. There's no need to join a secret society. It's common sense. You can do the same way we do it with Jesus and Michael. Then you can find all the other angels or deities and do the same thing with their degrees. And then you'll see the other secret societies. Cool story. They're not the king of kings, though. So let them have it. But you understand what I'm saying to you? I'm giving you the accubus for all of it. I'm just giving you the first brick. Jesus, Michael, like our grandfather. There's other angels with kids here. Other stories, other cool stories, I'm sure. Powerful, all kind of wicked shit. That's what we came down to destroy more. It wasn't because they were saucious. It wasn't because they want to have a cool story. It's because lights out, bitch. What did God say? That's us. Different story. So you can't go from it's all us that story to a bunch of people that don't speak no English surrounded by the people who invented English. Can't do it twice. You can't. No. And you can't get light if you come from a dark tribe. Unless you fucking white people, and you only fucking white people that speak English. So why you have a fucking country thick Hispanic Moorish Latin Carlos V accent? Carlos V's a nigga. I showed you. He's my father. So you here with my grandfather because you know his language. Come on now. You're on this planet with me right now because you know my original language. Come on now. Carlos V's my grandfather, so Spanish is his. Come on, how you doing? It's Moorish Latin though. They call it Spanish, but it's Moorish Latin. He's a Moor that speaks Latin, like all the laws. Hello, how you doing? He's a king of kings. On that Bible he is. Same story. They're all Khans, so they're Jews. They're Semites. So like they're speaking a Semitic language called Spanish. That's Moorish Latin. That's Semitic language. Cool story, bitch. There's the same people, same family. Genghis Khan's kids. How you doing? Now, we have a different pedigree of little smaller. They would be Negritos, but they're not Negritos. Where do those come from? Are they in the Bible story? Did they migrate with us from Europe or Tartaria? And if not, they're not none of those stories. But they definitely have a new language, which is Moorish Latin, which means they got that language after 1580, 1560, 1580. Over here. That's when Carlos V shows up in Mama England. Mama England is an Israelite. So, do these little people that are not black speak Hebrew first? Or a derivative of Hebrew works? Egyptians? Because they're in the land of Egypt. Are those little Egyptian derivatives? How could they be if they're not black people? They're in the land of ancient Egypt. They live next to our pyramids. But they didn't build those pyramids. But they're in the land of the niggas that built the pyramids. And the niggas who built the pyramids live right here in the Northeast. How you doing, Tartarians? So they live in Tartaria, but they're not Tartarians. So where do they come from? You understand? Those people haven't been here for thousands of years because they haven't been there for hundreds of years. And they're speaking a black language. So they're not there before the black people if they're using a black language that I know I got there into the end of the 1500s. Understand? They live next to pyramids, though. The people who built the pyramids, phonetic language is that they're speaking Egyptian, Spanish, Latin, all that. It's just a derivative of Egypt. They're in Egypt, though. How come they don't have an Egyptian language derivative of their own if they've been here as long as Egypt, yo? I mean, Mama Inga, 1611. So they don't have a lot of time to not be us. So from 1611, it's an empire of us. My grandfather comes and they speak more Latin, still an empire of us, and they speak Spanish today for some reason, or they call it Spanish, you know. The thing we call Spanish, it makes you think it's about Spain, and it's not. It's about Carlos V. It's about him, not a place. You understand? It's his language. It's Moorish Latin. He's the empire of Moorish Latin. So when he brought his empire here, what language would it speak for trade? Moorish Latin. But then they call it Spain. No, it's Carlos V. He's an emperor. It's so disrespectful. They act like my granddad was a president. They act like he's Benjamin Netanyahu. No, he's an emperor. That's why it's his language. It's not because he was in Spain. Motherfucker, his castle's in Germany. They're so confusing. These are dumb motherfuckers, bro. All degrees. But I just say that to say, in terms of human seeding and breeding projects and NPCs, welcome to the United States of America. You know, the United States Service Corporation, founded on human trafficking and planting seeds, looking for new species. I'm sorry, looking for new species, since they don't know how to season food. And then you'll understand everything. I just gave you another clue. They said they were looking for spices. No, they're looking for species. Whatever survived after the flood. The question is, why were they looking for that? And I'm going to go back because they're not from this planet. Yet they know about it. They're seraphim descendants. I'm almost certain of this. I'm going to get to that eventually. Give me another year or two. Because I got to stop fucking playing around with these Jews. These so-called Jews. They got some clues. They just fucking whiteified it, codified it. But I know they're stealing something. And it's not about humans. I need y'all to understand their Talmud is not it's not authored by one of them. They call them the Elohim. Mind you, the reference is in our Bible. Yes, but they're not in our Bible. But they're making reference. You understand? They created a derivative work using our variables, but they're telling a different alien story. They're talking about a different type of alien. Keep in mind they're talking about an alien. If they call it an Elohim. The other form of that is aloha, like Hawaii, with the little people again. But who was their king? You're going to start understanding something about the kings of Israel, man, and the things that God tells us not to mess with, that these niggas still mess with. So don't miss it, man. Don't miss it. You got to read that Bible one more time with your eyes wide open. You're going to see everything played out right now. So we have people who can make people. Solomon told you. It was the Seals of Solomon. They're talking about genetics. So it started with us. I know our family does it, or has done it. That's the whole concept of Temujin. It's a fusion, and everyone else is Frankenstein. That's why that story was so like big here in the 1900s when they're bringing orphans here. For one of the biggest TV shows was Frankenstein, which is just a hybrid, not the cemetery version, but the genetic version. They don't teach you that in history, do they? It's absolutely fucking happened. The chimeras, the chimeras, Chimera. You got to go back to like out of white history. You got to go to like 1800s Chimera Project or Chimeras, Italy. You might have to go on Pinterest. You might have to like find the words and the names of the people. And more importantly, they'll be associated with insane asylums. Now, more important, those buildings were not created to be no fucking insane asylum. Understand something. Those buildings were not created to be insane asylums. These motherfuckers are not going to make a Tartarian architecture building to put crazy, retarded motherfuckers in all day. Don't fucking play with me. But understand that these used to be Tartarian buildings, meaning somewhere in them is buried technology. And out of those places, insane asylums, they have all these fucking hybrid crazy people. And then they let them travel in a fucking circus around America. This is all the same time period, during the Civil War of slaves and shit. They got the nerve to have a circus of a bunch of mutants and freaks all over this bitch. But yeah, there's a problem with black people here. Whatever. So, you understand? That's a real thing. That's why slavery was so rampant. Because technically they weren't breaking divine law by enslaving something that's not human. I'm going to prove it to you. What are they trying to say about the so-called African American? I know they ain't talking about me. But since I'm a de facto black guy in America, I'm part of their story. But what were they getting at when they're referring to a so-called African-American or Negro type species when they declared then that they cannot get human rights because they were 3/5 of a man? What are they saying? They're not Christians. It's not on a judicial belief because why would a Christian need to believe? They're not a Jew or an Israelite. So what the fuck are we talking about? We already on the wrong feet. What are they talking about then? What do you mean they're not only 3/5 a man? What is the other 2/5? So if there's a legal precedence on the awareness of genetics being not 100% man, then they admitted de facto, whether it's projection or not, that everyone ain't a man. As of the law of 3/5 a man. Welcome to the 18 and 1900s. One more time, people. One more time, run it back. The evil laws against so-called black people is the suggestion that a different species of not black people suggested that black people are a different species. Cool. Stop the tape. Please stop the tape. White people already set precedents that we're not the same species. Whether it's 2/5 or 3/5 of a difference, they already know per their law that they're not the same thing, at least, as black people. They can hypothecate it and throw it to West Africans. But at least what they're telling to me, if they're not the same species as an African, then I know they're not the same species as me, a son of a king. See how easy that is? So what I'm saying is, there's way more than us here. Right now in real life, there's way more than us here. All this shit ain't from us, kid. Everybody just taught that story the same. Everybody ain't in that story the same way. Nah, they using our stories and they just giving it to Chang Wang or something. Like they going hard, bro. Whoever these Khazarians and Radonites really are, yo, they're making hybrids. They planted these plantations with fake people. As soon as they remember the first ones with us, the Moors, and even the Christian Moors, they were just mating black people and Indians. They had them working on plantations and doing all that weird shit, but they let them grow as nations. Now, when white people got here, they came as different, like, they were not the same family. They came as different combinations. How is that even possible? Where do they come from to combine like that? To have short, tall, fat, skinny, blonde, brown, blue. Like, where the fuck were you? You are not in Moorish Europe. How did you get that many combinations of white people? That many different combinations and tribes and stories of white people exist in Europe, and none of them know who Moors are? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's going to trap them. It's going to fucking confuse them if I keep doing that. Like, you cannot be all those different tribes of white people from Europe and England in the time of castles built by Moors. Even if the Moors weren't there, you knew the castles were theirs because your castle says it's theirs still. In their damn libraries, Bruce. So your family grew up for 100 or 200 years in Moorish palaces, castles. Remember, there's no IBM and fast food there yet. So all you have is Moorish architecture there. And not one day in school in the 17 or 1800s, they mentioned that Moors are here. And then you came to Amorica, you didn't make the connection in your head. And when you landed on our sands, he was like, hey, this looks like the Moors again. And somehow you said we're West African niggers? That's a crazy fucking story, Bruce, for you just to do that from the American Revolution until goddamn Reconstruction. That's barely 100 years of confusion. How the fuck you do that, bro? How the fuck y'all do that? How y'all land that trick? You can't land that trick. So back to square one. Where do they come from? Why at the same time they come in here on Ellis Island, we got human incubators and orphan trains? Y'all understand what the fucking problem is, bro? Y'all understand what the problem is, yo. Y'all think this shit got something to do with religion and black people and white people. Oh no, nigga. Those the first 3 degrees. Welcome to my TED Talk. We're Afroasiatics. That's just how you start this conversation. If you can't get people to understand the fundamental of why Jesus can't be anything but a black Asian guy, if they can't get past it, it absolutely matters that Jesus, a Jew, it's very important that Jew in Jerusalem is very fucking important on her root on Egypt and America. It's very important that we land the fact that he's copper-colored, bronze-skinned person. And those are Afroasiatic Semites. So it's very important we start there, then we can talk about religion. Because if anyone hypothecates or imagines anything else about a story of a kingdom, they're going to get lost in a fucking Disney movie. We got to get back to real life. And once you get back to real life, back to reality, soul to soul, then you can tell this other story I'm telling you about the giants. You can't just jump into like God, Christians, white Jesus, spirituality, and then talk about giants. Because motherfuckers think I'm telling them a fucking fantasy story. No, I'm not. I'm 6'3" for a reason. It's a blood type. It's not because I'm African, because I'm not. It's not because I'm black. What is that? It's not because I'm an American Indian. Most American Indians aren't 6'3". But Judah's kids are. There's a reason why that's important. We lost track of that. We start mating and breeding with anything. I know slavery. I get it, though. But fundamentally, though, day one niggas. If you're a direct descendant of a day one nigga, why did they do that way? Now imagine, we can do it that way. So anything else after us, referencing us, they're doing it too. They're hybridizing people in real time. A lot of these people are new. A lot of people here today are new. Like, I'm not talking about new, like new to America. I mean like new, like never existed before. A lot of the people that are supplanted into this culture. A lot of people, that's why there's a lot of new people. I noticed that when they gentrify. It's when they do gentrification. I was in Raleigh, North Carolina, most of my adult life, and they gentrified it, which is fine, right? They took some fucked up neighborhoods with some fucked up energies, finally shut them down. And mind me, this is way after they were violent. This is like when shit was calmed down, but it was just poor. It was just, bad energy. So they evicted all that, cleaned that all up, hypothecated it, turned it into those, these luxury apartments, if you will. And then from there, they start investing into, the international food and taco hustles and brightened up those spaces. The spaces only shut down because police and white people didn't want black people hanging out, by the way. The only reason why they died down, by the way. But anyway, the white people move in and then they lighten it back up. Our city doesn't have like terrible violence, but it can be. But nothing to stop white people from gentrifying something like Raleigh. So I watched it happen. Wasn't a problem. Now, mind you, I went to a high school with a lot of white people. It was a magnet school, so it's mixed, but my classes were a lot of white people, a lot of Asian people, a lot of everyone else that's in Raleigh, basically. At the top, though. But when they gentrified Raleigh, I did not see any of the white girls I went to high school with. It took me a second. Because I can go on Facebook and look at these bitches now. And like, all right, that's what she looks like. Who are these bitches? What high school did you go to? You went to Broughton or Inlow? I didn't meet all the white bitches at one time, but y'all bitches are not from these parts. I can tell. And so, the cover story, I guess, is that they all moved from California and Texas at the same time to live in Raleigh for no reason besides a cool apartment. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's cheaper, I guess. Like, and I gotta understand what mailing lists are on to all of them to be from somewhere else at the same time and touchdown at the same time, and all of a sudden just walking dogs, drinking coffee. And I'm telling you, these are not anybody connected to anybody I went to school with. Like, so what I'm saying is that's a recent immigration called gentrification. Not only did they bring new businesses in and buy up neighborhoods and all this shit, because remember, they're building new neighborhoods too, meaning that's not for us because we hadn't had kids. We didn't. These people be moving into apartments because they're over 21. You feel me? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they be moving into shit that you need to be an adult to move into. It don't even be a whole bunch of little white kids out there to match the white people that are, Gen Z and millennial. There's not enough little white kids transition in that city to go from my generation barely having two kids to like a whole district at the bottom of a building next to a Harris Teeter. You feel me? I just can't explain it to you in no better words because I wasn't clocking it when it was happening. I felt it. And all of a sudden Asians and Chinese people popped up. And I was like, okay, this one's easy. This one's easy. They must be from China. Ding, ding, ding. You know what I'm saying? So like, you don't have to like wonder if they're real or not. Because at the very least, they're in your area because they're completely new. But you wouldn't do that if you see a white person. You wouldn't think if a white person's completely new. You take it for granted because they're just white. They got money. They can be here. They're nice. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying nothing bad about it. But I'm saying from a city that didn't have that until this happened, which was started after I graduated high school. It didn't start until, I say 2012, they went running with this shit. Obama era. That's when they went flying with that shit. And by the pandemic, it was done. And the pandemic shut everything down. And then since then, it started back up. And that's when I revisited and saw it with new eyes. And the remaining businesses are all these white people who never went to school with me. Impossible, bro. I played football. I played all the high school football players. They don't know these people, bro. So the cover story is they came from the West. You know what I'm saying? And people out, especially in the South, they don't be traveling like that, so they wouldn't know the difference. They couldn't G-check them. Unless it's something based on TV or the one-off chance they visited Hollywood, but not culturally tuned enough to be able to detect like the regional accent or ways or customs that we used to have back in the 90s. Like you could tell where you would know to ask a person, where are you from? Like right off Rippy, you had a population of people in 1996 to 2006 where even if we go on the internet like doing this, I could tell by how the kids used to talk, like, oh, this nigga from Alabama. Like right away, it was very strong. There was no fusion of slang or ebonics. Every region had a very distinct way of talking or talking about something. Not even their slang, but the way they talk about it, you can tell they're from somewhere else. Like, why did you say that way? Oh, you from the Midwest. You from Chickawaga, Kansas or some shit. How y'all say that Indian shit, by the way? All you niggas out there? All you nigga Indians out there that look like nigga Indians with no hair? All you niggas in Wichita as Native American Indian ass territory, Kansas ass, Missouri ass, Indianapolis ass niggas, you. Well, how y'all say that word out there? You feel me? Like, you could tell. Now you can't. With the kids, you can't. With this new generation, you can't. That's a strange fucking story. Why can't you? What changed? Why are they all so light skinned? Why do they all sound the same? Part of it's the internet and social media, sure, story bitch, but I grew up on the internet and social media. I was there the first, actually. I can still tell our old school regional differences. You can't do that now. I'm on the West Coast looking at the Mexican kids or Hispanic kids. I'm like, wow. The only way I can tell they're different is by which ones wear cologne. You hear what the fuck I just said? Like, that's how tuned in I gotta be in my fucking environment. I have categorized these little brown kids by cologne. Not all of them wear it. So now I start paying attention to ones that do. I start paying attention to their hair texture. I'm like, oh, this is a whole different pedigree of niggas. They remind me of New Jersey people, like Puerto Ricans, but they're not Puerto Ricans. Or maybe, I don't know, fucking know what happened. But they have a more, like, because Puerto Ricans and us are very similar, especially the American Indians of us, especially in New Jerusalem. Like, us and Puerto Ricans are very similar. So from Boston, New Jersey, that pedigree of black people, the tall ones especially, or the copper colored ones, the lighter ones, red bones, us and Puerto Ricans culturally are very similar. Like jewelry and dress and stuff. Even if we don't speak the same dialect, we click culturally. Just within the median madness of what happened to Puerto Rico in the 1800s. Just them coming back. We're still connected. And you'll notice that. Like, me knowing that connection I have with them, and then I look at a new population of Mexicans and Hispanics and Latinos and all the different words I don't know anymore, I can go, oh, you one of them. Now one day I just gotta figure out what they're called. You know what I'm saying? The El Salvador, Honduran thing, that thing ain't enough. That don't tell me nothing. That don't tell me nothing about who you are. So I just tell me what country you came from recently when you crossed that border. They could have told your little ass anything when you crossed over. Remember, half of you niggas is abducted. I ain't stupid. We got all them border patrol stories. Yeah, you Honduran my ass, nigga. Fuck out my face. Like I ain't been paying attention to CNN this whole time. Cut it the fuck out, part 10. You feel me? We forget that really happened. And they reported all these stories so many times to us. And no one translated, so what happened to all these missing people? What happened to all these missing kids? I hope they didn't eat all of them. All right, well, what about the ones that didn't eat? Where did your federal government take them? Come on now. Come on, guys. Let's be reasonable. Let's be fucking reasonable. That really happened, man. That happened in real life. All them kids that went missing, all those Hispanic, Latino, Mexican kids, since Obama, they were going missing every year. I don't know if y'all paying attention. Like, oh, DHS or Border Patrol. Before ICE, blocked out the airwaves, there's different groups. And each one of those organizations that would normally do what ICE is doing were always caught up in missing children. Over and over and over. And no one gave a fuck. Bro, I'm talking about to the hundreds of thousands, like once a fucking year, bro. For real, bro. Like y'all, I don't know if y'all are paying attention, like how fucking evil this shit place is for, because there's no accounting or accountability for what the result was, and that's what your federal government, bro. Your tax-paying, dollar organized organizations that are pressing the fucking issue in Minnesota suddenly. That same pirates. Like, they had this happening for the past 24 fucking years. All these brown people crossing the border, and then they separate the kids from the parents, and then all of a sudden, all the parents in custody disappear, and then all the kids are unaccounted for. So what do we assume happened to humans? Like, because if they're just out there dead, where's their bodies at? All right, then. Unless they ate them all or discarded them all, why go through all of that? Why are we just collecting all these people and doing a Hitler Nazi thing? Now, stop the tape real quick. Let's assume that's something that's happening. That if you count up every year, they mention all these border people missing in custody. Highlight missing in your little inquiry in your AI. Missing children crossing the border in the last 20 years. That means they never got them since. Add those numbers up, nigga. They're missing. Okay, that means they still exist. All right, where did they put them at? Who's in charge of that? We always know it's the federal government, the people who do United States Human Trafficking Service Corporation since its inception. Its history is different than the people's history, in the nation's history, in the war's history. The United States itself, federal, DC, Columbia, that's after the 1800s, by the way. But you understand, their story starts in 1775. They're doing a different thing. The United States Service Corporation that hypothecated these territories was a human trafficking organization. And it still is. It's just cleaned up its act. But it's always on the borders and where all the kids go missing and no one finds them after. The kids don't even turn to 10 and come out and say, hey, bitch, y'all didn't look for us, but let me tell you what the fuck happened. I'm talking about off of millions of kids. You haven't heard one story where a kid was like, yo, I was one of those kids 10 years ago that was missing at the fucking border. Hey, yo, fuck this person, fuck that person. This motherfucker was trying to touch me. My daddy was a gangster, so I got the gun. I shot the nigga and whoop, whoop, whoop. I learned how to speak English. This is my story on TikTok or something. You haven't seen one of those stories yet. We talking about millions of kids missing. Understand something? On the watch of federal agencies, with all the satellites and all the fucking detector systems, a bunch of kids just all gathered. They know where they're gathered last, and then they're disappeared. And then you don't ever hear those kids. Not one has escaped. Not one has escaped. So let's assume they do get rid of all of them. Now we're gonna go boo hoo hoo on Nazi Germany. Let's run the tape back. All of these missing kids then must be incinerated. And the beginning and end of their incineration is your federally funded programs. That would be the worst organization in human history if all the missing people are dead because of them. That's a monstrosity crime. And it's weird that no one wants to investigate the end of that because, oops, they're not citizens. No. Who gives a fuck what their paperwork is? Where are their bodies? Millions of kids, y'all. Did you hear what the fuck I just said? Because for some reason, that's not a political issue. But fentanyl is. Millions of people coming from the other direction here get caught up as expected, but for their chance to cross over. But when they get, the ones who get caught up, separated from the kids have a head count, over or under, but no matter what the head count is, boom, we don't know where they at no more. My nigga, nobody's just rushing out there to feed an extra child bump it, my nigga. Extra child that's speaking no English, that's out of nowhere. Like, nobody got a fucking, no, there is no Facebook group to just all sweep in at once and grab all 40,000 children that weekend. No, my nigga, that's not the ending of them. All right, let's say some of them are like that, but what about the rest of them? Where are their bodies at? Where are they? So if they're doing so many different things, but we assuming some still live and some are still alive from the recent ones, cool, where are they? And that's what's scary about what the fuck this is, bro. Y'all don't understand anything, bro. All they had to do is be adopted, bro. All they had to do is be adopted by someone who looks like them and tell them a whole different story about everything, math and science, and then just put them right back outside. They might not even remember they were abducted and adopted off. That's so traumatic at that age. They just be happy to be in a home. They might remember being something crossing the border from Ecuador, and then they end up on this side being adopted by Mexicans, and then now when they tell the story in their head, because they weren't speaking the language to tell the story, hence, because they're always indigenous or primal in their language, even in Spanish, I noticed. They're not even educated in the language model of Spanish enough to tell the story, those kids. That's very curious. Up into the 2020s, it's still like that somewhere down there. That's a weird fucking story with the internet everywhere. I be playing Fortnite with Mexicans. So what are we talking about? What are we talking about? Where are these people coming from for real? And they go missing and no one's going to account for them. What I'm saying is, if you have people in Mexico, hold on, just hypothetically, I'm trying to walk this with me, okay? Hypothetically, you got some bad towns in Mexico who feel like, fuck this shit, I want to cross the border, get some more money. No shit, Sherlock, right? Now their family's leaving. So, the husband and wife, he been fucking since he was 12. They're like 15, 18 years old. They got a little daughter now. They're like, fuck it, let's take some shit serious. Let's go to America, do our shit. We got some cousins up there anyway. Border. They don't get caught, cool. Now, they send the kites back because we act like they cross the border without telephones and cell phones and shit. Acting like they ain't fucking watching YouTube videos as they do this. Because we're talking about 2000s, right? Right. So everybody got fucking at least Instagram or something in Spanish. Because I'm saying, what's the point of crossing border into America in 20 anything and not having a fucking cell phone? Hold on. Walk with me. Please walk with me. You're going to tell me these people, thousands of them, are always so super poor and never have a cell phone. Wait, but there's more. They don't ever have like an address book or a place to send a postcard to let their brother or their cousin know, like, yo, niggas, we made it safe. Hey, come through. I'll let you know what I'm saying? Like, even with postal mail, like, they don't even have an address half the goddamn time. Because the main claim is that these people always cross without what? Paperwork. Okay, so where they come from for real? Come on, dog. Come on, don't fucking play with me. But none of them have a fucking video phone, bro. We talking about this is the 20-somethings. So for 40,000 kids to go missing without one video being sent back home, and then no one at home coming on our internet going, hey, Esmeralda has sent me this message where there was 12 kids who tried to sneak away, and we over here with the DHS and blah, blah, blah. You don't ever see one of those motherfucking videos ever in human fucking history. But there'd be a million fucking kids missing, and not a million fucking tias or abuelas talking about it. Get the fuck out my face. Get the fuck, but nah, they want fucking know Nicki Jam and fucking the Aventura Bachata songs in the background of TikTok videos, but nobody know a goddamn abuela in Central America who's missing 40,000 fucking grandchildren. Get the fuck out my face. Hell no. Sell me anything, you snake. There is no way. What I'm saying is, I just proposed to you a weird fucking paradox about immigration into this country. Is that you can never ever know where anyone else comes from, because there's never a story that goes with them. They don't even bring a story with them. Listen, pay attention. If you, as English, American speaking citizen, whatever, and you've been here for generations, the new people that come here, they come from another place. We assume something. You see how white people are, they don't see color. They're just all Mexican. I'm a little bit more sophisticated. I grew up around Puerto Rican, so I already know they were different. I was boxing with a Mexican, so I knew those two were different. I was like, oh, that's my Puerto Rican friend. That's my Mexican friend. My Mexican friend can box. My Puerto Rican friend likes knives and razors. Okay, I'm understanding something, nigga. Niggas from the islands, nigga from the desert. All right. And I'm just a little boy Indian. Got white grandma part two. Like, and then I'm just living my life like that, and I didn't know I was a Jew. So then, on Mary and Jew, I didn't know I was a Jew. Mary and Jew, Mary and Jew, Mary Virgin, Mary and Jew, Semite Smith. All right, that's us. I didn't know that back then, but check this out. I felt it. We don't know that story for nobody else that comes here. I'm telling you, if you had told me in New Brunswick in 1991 to 1994, when I was meeting the people they introduced us as Portuguese, in New Jersey specifically, this very particular immigration pattern, they said they were Portuguese. And I remember this clearly because this is probably my first time experiencing anything Hispanic, if you will. And I remember these Portuguese very clearly. I get on the internet, go Google Maps and all that shit, look up what Portugal looks like now, like the white versions and the blonde hair versions, and even the Spanish version that I have in my memory. The Portuguese in Portugal don't look nothing like these niggas they put in New Brunswick that they say they're from Portuguese. And they speak Portuguese. And that's where it really fucked me up, because these motherfuckers almost had us with our General Board of Education. I forgot. These motherfuckers ain't from Portugal. They speak Portuguese. They from South America. Oh, they're the fucking Brazilian hybrids. That's why they have all that nigga energy. They're like Puerto Ricans, but not really. They're like Puerto Ricans that grew up with niggas in South America instead of niggas in New York and New Jersey. Like, but they were similar. But then the whole culture thought they were Portuguese, so they think of Portugal and Christopher Columbus and that whole fucking faggot story. No. Now they're Portuguese. They're speaking Portuguese, but they're from South America. Oh. These people are from a poor society that named themselves after their language. There used to be slaves. I get it now. I couldn't get that as a kid though. But I was like, oh, I know Portuguese people. And then motherfucker, I see a white girl from Portugal. Like, nah, these are not the same people. It's like the difference between a Puerto Rican and a Cuban. Like, they're no. They're not from the same island or the same city, bitch. No, they're not. No, they're not. And if they are, then that name don't mean nothing then. What your grandma say? So I'm telling you, they've been immigrating people into certain designations. And we just all kind of assume that they all know anything too, right? Because they're bringing them here for a reason. Out of poverty, war, breeding. You know what I'm saying, bro? Like, the shit gets scary when you think about it. Like, a lot of our immigrants are victims of human trafficking. But mind you, they're being trafficked by their origin point. That's not the United States' fault. The United States is not breeding them. That's why they call them sanctuary cities. The Democrats. Where they used to be, the Cottonwoods or the True Science Wigs? They're chimeras, bro. Y'all not ready for that conversation, so I'm not gonna have it yet. But people are having the conversation that they think 80% of people who don't have internal dialogue are NPCs, as per the box that people are trying to create to describe that phenomenon. On top of the Mandela effect, we can't wait till we talk about that one. But just in the genetic phenomenon that there's people without internal conscious or dialogues, and people are starting to group that to a certain segment of humanity. And what I'm telling you is that the difference is it's not going to be their color. It's not going to be what they call themselves. It's not going to be their religion, bro. It's going to be their genetics. It's going to be a genetic difference in every pedigree, in every shape, and every size, because they're breeding and crossbreeding every shape and every size. Like, bro, like, y'all don't understand how evil this story is, bro. Remember, what the so-called white people in America, we call them white people, right? We don't know what they were. We don't learn words like Caucasian and stuff unless we go to school. But when they come here to this country, our ancestors didn't know them anything other than white people. And the Indians that had their own shit just call them crackers, like dismissive, like they're moving outside of our cities. We don't give a fuck about them, like. Until it became political and they outnumbered them, and that's when shit got weird and violent with picking mayors and police forces. Don't forget, America didn't always have police forces, nor would Indians need them. But, they act like we're in TPs in fucking 1880 or something. Like, these niggas is weird, bro. We make all their clothes. Like, wake up. So anyway, assholes. But anyway, so, like, we made all the clothes, but we wouldn't wear them by now. Like, they're so fucking, they're dick, bro. In their history and how they tell these stories, and I've seen how they animate and did the movies about it. Like, the Indians wouldn't be dressed by now. They make all your clothes, remember? We're growing the cotton. We're the Indians. Like, we're the American Indians. You call them niggas. You made them slaves, remember? Like, yeah, that's still the same people. We would be well dressed all through the time you started getting dressed, nigga. Those were our bathhouses. Come on my grandmama, boy. I might clean this house with bleach now. Like, cut it out. Like, cut it out. Like, they know who we are. Culturally. But everybody ain't from our culture, G. Yeah, man, that black and white thing is not just hiding degrees of social privileges and slavery between each other. Nah, it's hiding the fact that it's not that they didn't make us not matter, they made it not matter, which is evil to everybody. They made nationality be trivial. And you have to wonder why. Outside of the elite families or whatever the fuck faggot shit they got going on that's doing this on a secret society level, outside of them, any wannabe royal noble bullshitter, outside of them who are playing the game, aware of it, everyone else in it is robbed of their pride of their heritage and their background, which I think is a requirement, especially for a man, to like understand where you come from and what your dad's in them was about. You know what I'm saying? Like, even just for the framework of how you approach life now, wherever you are on the planet. Like, knowing what your dads went through and what they got out of. Knowing the beautiful things they did. Even knowing the shit where they fucked up at. Like, just knowing who the fuck they are to assume certain parts about that story so that you can use a very primitive or a prime filter for yourself navigating life and your history. You feel me? There is no general history. Where did my grandma stay? What happened to you, grandma, in 1611? I don't give a fuck what these niggas talking about. Grandma, you was making macaroni and cheese already? That's crazy. Oh, shit. Y'all did have outdoor ovens. You could have been making anything. Damn right. All right, so, like, that's a different story. You feel me? If I'm Sir Knight John Smith's grandson, and I am, then that's like, oh, shit, I can... So when I look back at, like, King Arthur movies and shit like that, I can imagine if. The time period is when? All right, now I just got a code switch. Let me see the Afro-Asiatic version of that. Because white people steal everything. Oh, I found the pictures and the drawings of Afro-Asiatic ones. I should AI everything. Oh, but I can imagine it now how it would have been to be me back then. Because I would be like him in this story. And if I would be like him then, how would he be like me today? How would he navigate my story? That's what they robbed us of. Being able to imagine if you are who the fuck you really are. Like, you feel me? And they made that across the board, man. Like, oh, he's Asian or Chinese. And like, the whole time he's from Singapore, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, he's African. Like, bro, like, which African? There's like, how many fucking countries Africa got? They got a whole different story. You throw them in there with Togo for no reason. Like, bitch, I'm from Ethiopia. Like, I'm not the Somalians. Like, you think we doing piracy? Like, nah, nigga. We got a Coptic Bible, bitch. We know the Jews like y'all do. But Ethiopians don't know that we're Jews, though. That is a weird fucking story. Ethiopians with the Coptic Bible. How come you have a Hebrew Israelite Afro-Asiatic Semitic Bible, and how come you haven't told the world and said it straight? You said them straight about Christianity. How come you didn't tell them straight about who the fuck the American Indians are? That's weird. That even the people that look like you a little bit have some of your source material, but they can't identify that it's about you or your people, the whole history of the continent. How come they don't speak on TikTok and say, hey, my grandfather told me the 10 tribes of Israel are in America, and now I'm looking for them because I got a message. You never get that story. You gotta get one of us crazy niggas. We gotta go to Africa, get a passport, find these niggas, learn their language, and it's like, damn, nigga. So for 400 years, you wasn't gonna help. But yeah, show white people your old Bible. Like, how unreasonable is that? That's what we dealing with, Jews. Motherfuckers been free the whole time with our source materials, with our pictures and paintings. On Russia and Vladimir Putin, too. Shit. Since the Cold War, these damn Russians knew who the Jews were. You feel me? Vladimir Putin the whole time, he got a little Jew book. He got a little Jew painting yearbook of our ancestors, don't he? 3 in the chat if you've seen it. That Vladimir Putin has original Coptic Orthodox Russian Church versions of everything to the Hebrew Israelites of Tartaria. Like, he actually has it. Like, he got that shit on him. Like, the richest man in the world got that shit on him. So you know he got the original artifacts. He ain't got no drawings. Nah. He the richest man in the world. No, he got that shit on him. He got prime Israel Tartarian artifacts of the ancestors, and he had that shit on him, and he put it on the internet, Tucker Carlson style. And ever since Tucker Carlson been back, that nigga been talking mad greasy. Have you noticed something? Tucker Carlson been on a whole different type of energy as a person since he came back from Russia. You seen it. We was here when it happened, and I told everybody, and I don't think everybody understood what I was saying. I was like, oh no, this nigga Vladimir Putin is the devil to these white people. He just set off a nuclear launch detected. And I said, it's just a matter of time. On Frankie Beverly and Mays, I did. I know Shogun was there that day. I saw him. Like, we were talking about it back then. I was like, look, y'all don't understand what Vladimir Putin did something different, bro. He exposed so much cap in one fucking headshot. I couldn't believe it for myself. And Tucker Carlson didn't get it at first. I noticed it. He didn't understand why every time he asked him a question, he kept telling that story. Like, Vladimir Putin was stacking on the fact, stacking on the fact, stacking on the fact that anyone's claim to anything's off the fact that Vladimir Putin's fully aware that all these empires belong to black people. So what are we talking about? Vladimir Putin was stacking on white people. He was putting them all in check. Because remember the whole thing about Ukraine belonging to Russia and all that, and America and Greenland and all that, and Europe and Germany and all that. What he did was saying, lest we forget, the kingdom of the Jews in Tartaria belongs to black people. He effectively, what he was telling world leaders is that I know that none of this is y'all's. So who the fuck are y'all talking to? And don't let me wake the damn sleeping giants up. Matter of fact, here, Black Jesus and Black Mary or something. As if there was just one of those. Yeah, we have them. Yeah, now people are gonna Google them. The one of the oldest churches in Tartary, Russia, is black. Ooh, wow. But what does that mean? Well, those were the Africans. Shut your ass up. These are people with the Bible. They're drawn as angels. See, like, they taught people so bad that even when you see that, most people are going to fall off the edge because they don't see West African slave stories somehow. That ain't what he said. He showed them. I got pictures. I got pictures of all the. I got the pictures of all all of Jesus' family actually. I got the pictures. I got the original. I got the holographic Pokemon cards of everyone in the Septuagint. By the way, I just want to let the world know that I got every holographic character in the Bible on David, on Solomon, on Genghis. I got a picture of all of them per the 10 tribes of Israel. And you know, we already know we got the hidden Genghis Khan, Afro-Asiatic army, Tartaria Khans, and all that shit too. But y'all gonna keep playing like those were light-skinned Asians, and I'm with you now, because I look like a light-skinned Asian too. But what I'm telling you niggas here today, playing with Zionism in Israel, talking about a new world order agenda based on greater Israel, I just want to show you real quick that this is what the kingdom of Israel looks like, and it seems like the kingdom of Israel is over here at some point. So none of y'all have land claim to anything now, do you? And the world ain't ever been the same since. Jewish people and Zionism has been falling out of power ever since. It broke a spell somewhere. I'm sure it did. I guess the white people were on the fence with them. Those who pay attention to history. People who study World War II, they finally seen it for themselves. Like, oh shit, the Jews are black. Mm-hmm. Yep, they are. Damn. Vladimir Putin know that. Yup, you sure do. Oh, they got churches out there still? Yup. That's crazy. Yup. We about to go to war for who? Mm-hmm. We can't afford healthcare, but we pay for whose? Mm-hmm. They're not even Jews? Mm-hmm. That's crazy. So they ain't got nothing to do with Jesus, the Catholics, the Bible, or anything. They just a rogue group out there getting benefits because someone said so. You got it. Mm-hmm. You almost gonna land this one if you just keep on going. But what did Vladimir Putin say? He gave him the rundown of not only is it those people, but for how many fucking years. Like he ran down a timeline of events that got to from us to them Russia. Like he walked them down. He walked them down to day one. He stacked up like this is why I'm in charge now. And basically he was giving honor to the fact, basically, by telling our story. I don't know where it got disconnected in their story. I don't know how us and their story got disconnected. It had to be after Pushkin. So whatever those big Cali wars were, something happened that disconnected our immediate connection to each other, even in language. But even still, him being a Slav in that position with access to those materials and taking the step as a so-called white guy to show the world that, oh my God, like, remember the nigga was just dying of cancer just like 7 years ago. And now he's stepping. I prayed for him now. And when he did that, I knew he was trying to get good karma. Because you haven't seen Vladimir cough since. You understand something? The nigga bought a new house. So you know he expecting to live, man. And he got a side bitch out there in Switzerland. So you know what I'm saying? Like, Vladimir Putin on a new type of time, bro. Whether it's a clone or not, I don't know. But what I'm saying is it seemed like he got so much better after he aired that out to Tucker Carlson, man. And you know he picked Tucker Carlson because who's his demographic? Oh my God. On Alex Jones and them, oh my God. Nuclear launch detected. Why do you think it's so easy for Candace Owens to snoop in and get in that group? Oh my, they set precedents. They should, Putin said, yo, the world and Tucker Carlson, all the conservatives in MAGA, whether they accepted it or understood it or not, their subconscious mind recalculated something when they saw a white Russian president holding the caricature of Black Mary and Black Jesus. And he was dead ass. Niggas can't get a documentary. Tariq Nasheed didn't touch it. Rizza Islam ain't really like explored the connections, you feel me? Like, not a Christian black church minister. And not even, and like even the Hebrew Israelites who kind of was like, yeah, told you Jesus was black. I'm like, hold up. How come y'all didn't notice? Because y'all probably didn't search further. I know. But if you search further, if you went down that rabbit hole, Orthodox this and Orthodox that, you want to start looking at the paintings and the pictures, you're going to notice the architecture. And what they're saying is that those Hebrew Israelites built Russia And yeah, they did. And then you would have learned that it wasn't always called Russia. And then your goofy ass was almost right there at Tartaria, wasn't you? Yeah, you was almost there because before they called it Russia, it was Tartaria. So if it was before it was Russia, that means that your dumbass ancestors in that Bible were the people building up Tartaria, where Vladimir Putin lives. So Vladimir Putin lives where your ancestors built. So what Vladimir Putin said is like, hey, shout out to you niggas. Your ancestors built us over here. We trying to hold you down with these Christians. Hey, we see you. UAV online. Swear to God. Putin sees us. No reason for him to do that. For no reason at all. Definitely not for Tucker Carlson. There's no reason for him to do that. Just candidly. There's no reason for him to just like to not answer none of Tucker Carlson's questions. Motherfucking Vladimir Putin walked down the Anatoly chronology of time of Tartaria into Russia. He walked it down and took his time. That shit took over an hour. You know that nigga don't do interviews. He sat the fuck down, walked down the whole fucking story from Tartaria to where they are now. He walked that shit down, gave dates, gave land names, and all this place. And your head's like, oh, it's a white Chinese or Russian guy. Like, nah, listen to the damn dates. He talking about Tartarians, and he walked these demons down. I'm gonna walk you through the here. Boom, 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 boom. And that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm about. I'm in position now and I'm about it. I know the story now. Click, 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 click. And then off camera and shit, Tucker Carlson sitting at the big boss table and shit, dropped him down a fucking list. He didn't upload it to the internet since, but I saw him reading a packet of information with images. How come he didn't show us that? Weird ass nigga, guess. But he been on some other shit since. Look at his interview afterwards when he's talking about the aliens. Oh my God. What I'm saying is fuck Tucker Carlson and whether they got it or not. What did Putin do that for? What did Putin do that for? Why he do that for? Why he do that for? Why he do that? What would he in the middle of a war with these crazy Ukrainian ass wannabe junior varsity ass Jewish people kids? I get it. Donbass region, regional differences, but it's a bigger reason than that. But you know what I'm saying? He playing geopolitics with these niggas. I understand something. Because he could have been wiped them out if he damn wanted to. But in the midst of all that confusion and chaos and social issues and keeping the economy going for his people, since he's the richest man ever, he really doesn't need it. But you understand how this goes. He wants to be a good guy for his own people, right? He has some type of pride. He's connected to something deeper than the president. All right. Now, that guy, head of the Russian mob, head of Wagner Group, head of all the KGB, head of all the, my nigga, my nigga, my nigga. My nigga, my nigga. If you know how as African Americans are, we have you have people that's that guy and then that's that nigga, right? You have like actors like Kevin Hart and then you have Denzel Washington. You have like that nigga. Like what I'm telling you is, if you don't understand who Vladimir Putin is, you start with the degree of that nigga. Vladimir Putin is that nigga. Donald Trump is not that nigga. Get it? There's Donald Trump and there's Vladimir Putin. I'm talking about within his own dimension. Maybe it don't mean nothing to us, but in Russia, Vladimir Putin's that nigga. You gotta start there, please. Please start there with me. Please start there with me. You gotta understand, like all the people that are in Russia, Vladimir Putin's that nigga in Russia. Understand that? Not the president. He's not even the king or emperor or nothing. Not even because he was born like that. Nope. Where he is now, as a person, as a man, amongst his own people, that as a jury of his peers, amongst his peers, he's that nigga. He's that nigga of them. And I'm gonna tell you, he's that nigga in so many degrees that we can't even really talk about it. Him being the president of some shit just fuck it up for us. We cannot appreciate who he is as a person. We really can't. We really can't. And I'm not saying it's all sweet and sour over there. I'm pretty sure that motherfucker get people killed real quick. I'm pretty sure. But I understand why he would have to. One more time, guys. Because he's not a fucking president. He's that nigga. And that nigga became a president. There's just two different stories. Let's run this back. Hold on. Donald Trump was that nigga in casinos in Vegas and hotels. And then that nigga of real estate, who wasn't really good at anything else, but he had all the friends, became a president, right? So Donald Trump did some cool things. He made a lot of money the scumbag way. He met a lot of scumbags, and he know a lot of famous people, and it's entertaining and it's funny. Amongst that tribe of Hollywood in New York, he's that nigga from their generation. Donald Trump is, right? But Vladimir Putin he's that nigga of his military. Wait. What? KGB, hold on. Start the tape. Stop it. Please stop, guys. Y'all not fucking listening. Because our propaganda against Russia is wild, and y'all don't understand how much of that nigga Vladimir Putin is. So let's start at the beginning. The guy is a kid. He's a Slav descendant. Understand everything. He's one of them niggas. Like, he's a Slav that became that nigga. Like, he's on a hero's journey y'all don't understand yet. Because we're talking about his bloodline, not his title or position. Vladimir Putin, that nigga, that nigga of the underworld, that nigga of drug trade, that nigga of censored, that nigga of the church, that nigga of the military, that nigga of the currency. He ain't got no Federal Reserve. That nigga of all his real estate. That nigga of whatever his empire is that we don't know about. That nigga of talking to the Muslims. That nigga can make friends with North Korea and the Chinese motherfuckers. He's that nigga. Understand, every degree of a man that there is in that patina and persuasion of that version of mankind, Vladimir Putin is that nigga, period. Why the fuck is that nigga of those niggas smoke signaling to us in the middle of a war with someone else that's claiming to be us? And why did we miss it? That's what I don't want y'all to miss. That a man of his caliber confirmed to us that it's us and that he's acknowledging it. That's why he's still fighting, bitch. Did y'all hear me? Do you understand what's going on in your world right now? With BRICS. BRICS is taking away the dollar dominance. In the middle of him doing that, he's signaling us. I see you niggas. I figured it out. And then he went. And then that nigga, by the way, not a president of a big country or something. We never seen Russia go on a war with anyone like us. We don't know. Yeah, of course it get froze. Of course it'll freeze. Of course it get froze. Of course it'll freeze. Of course it will freeze when I was cooking. It's like, oh no, he's making the connection. Yeah, I'm making a connection, so stay connected, damn YouTube. They made the connection that Vladimir Putin, who's currently the state head of Tartaria, did a smoke signal of Tartarians, and he made sure that it showed up in the same cyberspace of the descendants of the Tartarians. What I'm saying is that Vladimir Putin knows that we are here. Like, not here like duh, but like here knowing that we are here and that we are here, like present. Like, he's saying that he's acknowledged, or somehow it got back to him, that enough of us are an acknowledgement of what we are in some part of that story. And what he did was the biggest solid ever for him to be that nigga. Speaking no English. He that nigga. It don't matter. It don't matter who the fucking Jews or Israelites are on an off day. What the fuck you want to invite Tucker Carlson to motherfucking Russia? You don't do no interviews, but you want to, of all people you're gonna invite to ask good questions, you invite him to tell a story instead of answer questions. So it wouldn't even have to be him. He told a long ass story, gave him a fucking dossier of images and pictures, all about black Israelites in Tartary, my ancestors. And it aired over here, and they kind of played it off like it was weird, like, oh, a little black Jesus picture. Oh yeah, he's skin of bronze, blah blah blah, no. Why isn't it Russia? They skip that shit. They brain don't think. It don't matter what fuck color man is. Why all that shit in Russia, bitch? I thought you said Jesus was over there in the sand desert next to Egypt and all the other shit. Why the fuck's it in Russia, bitch? Like, start there. Why is the Orthodox Church with all that there? It's in Russia, bitch. And why is it all black in Russia, bitch? There's that many black people in Russia. Shit. Where we at then? Common sense, my nigga. He walked you down the civilization of all these black people in these pictures, and you're looking at a white guy, and those black people aren't there, and he showed you that they were here, and then he showed you that who they are, they're connected to the people in that Bible. And then what you're supposed to do is like, damn, That really happened. Oh shit, they were in Russia, in Tartaria. They were in Tartaria for real. Yeah, that's crazy. New Testament was in Tartaria. The nigga in Tartaria is like, look, we got the evidence of Tartaria, and that's that Bible story, and they were here. Yeah, yeah, that's crazy. That wasn't that long ago. So where are they? I gave you the timeline. He even did something. He damn near told us when we left. Why he do that for? He could have just showed the nigga some cool images and talked about it. But why did he talk about that? And why did he show those images at a time like that when they should have been talking about Ukraine? And he was. He was telling you the significance of the region of Tartaria, though, in those old names. That nigga cold, bro. That nigga cold. I don't know why they can't talk in plain Jane King James derivative languages, but he walked them down. He was talking over people, but the people that he was talking to are the people who be over people. He was talking to leaders. He was talking to your billionaires. He's like, hey, yo, fuck y'all talking about? Y'all working with the wrong people. He wanted the world to see that. You understand? He don't do interviews. For the first time since the fucking Cold War, a Soviet sits down with a white American talking about a black Jesus. But Russia propaganda. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? Does that shit make sense? Can you feel the gravity of what that is? That nigga, Cold War, Soviets, KGB, does a fucking interview with fucking Tucker Carlson. Invites this nigga out. Security checks through the wazoo to walk him down the history of Tartaria to the founding of Russia. And yo, same week, check this out. Black Jesus, what's up? No follow-ups. We don't know where do we go from there? And Tucker Carlson ain't been the same since. I'm telling you something. He could start calling all the Republicans faggots, bro. Swear to God. He asks how white people talk. You ever notice that most of the staunch Republican guys are like all kind of gay or in the closet? And his guest was like, oh. And then you start looking at all the Grindr data. Bro, that was Tucker Carlson's audience. Why did Tucker Carlson turn on his audience? I know how you can turnkey, your political message, but no. He then turned around and said, my former audience that got me to this level are all gay. What I'm saying is, you know how it is like in the homosexual community, they don't like when you out somebody? Tucker Carlson been outing the Republican, whatever it is, GDP, what do you call them? The GOV, whatever the fucking motherfuckers called. He's telling you that their political decisions and their aptitude to start shit and go to war is because they're all homosexuals. And like the world and news and everyone just let that shit slide. Like, oh, that's a cool story. That's a cool fucking story. Everyone in charge is a homosexual. That's normal. And he said, like, you ever wonder like why are all those guys like, you know what I'm saying? Like they say it like they talking about like your favorite coffee or something. Like he said he's so dry eyes delivery news guy that you missed the fact that motherfucker was so disrespectful. I appreciate The Office and all type of white boy humor, but that motherfucker wasn't joking. He was trying to tell you something. That's some mind game white boys. That's some AP psychology white boys. That's them. He was snitching. Why is Tucker Carlson snitching? Ain't that damn serious? None of the political debates or the optional things he could talk about is that damn serious. Where you gotta out the Republican people as homosexuals. And mind you, the people he's talking about all married women. So the damage is like, like it ain't. It ain't like, oh, how come they all elected gay guys and LGBT people? No, that's not what he said. He said, why those guys who are married to women with kids, have you noticed that they're all also homosexuals? Most people, until recently, most people in that world wouldn't elect a guy that's not a family man. All your presidents have to be married with kids. That's some type of GDP tradition or something. He's saying out of that legacy, have you noticed that they are all homosexuals now? Look at the grinder data. He's talking about Christian conservatives, anti-LGBT. They didn't want me to. They didn't want me to cook. Fat girls. Fat girls. I'm trying to put it back on my charger, but the charger act like it ain't charging. How much charge could a charge? Do a charge could a charge? Shit. We bake. I was cooking them. I was cooking their boots, man. Vladimir Putin, a real one, 4-5. I remember. I was cooking, boy. On Tartaria, I was cooking. And then that's going to help all the other scattered Tartarian tribes and people that existed parallel with us over there. Trying to figure out their root story and why they got relocated recently. That's why they had to scramble the map, even with the people who stay behind, just so that they can reconnect it. That's all. They're trying to divide an empire on. So over there, they divided the empire up, and at the same time, Vladimir Putin, for some reason, has been trying to put the empire back together, like one state at a time. It's like a long-term agenda. Like they're starving them, like they're bleeding them out instead of going. He's trying to prevent. There'd be no reason to do it if all your people die. So the fact that they're doing it and keeping people alive and doing it one stage at a time, to prevent a all-out firestorm, they're playing it politically and skirmish-wise. He's doing that because of bloodlines. He's not doing that because of he's the president of something. He's on some other shit, bro. And I'm sure he's not the only person like that. Like Africa got a few of those too. That Ibrahim Faso get. They just attempted the CIA, or anytime there's a coup, it's the CIA, but something CIA level, I should say, whether it's MI6 or whatever it was. They tried to get rid of him 2 weeks ago. And there's no documentary about him yet. And he could have been out of here. And that'd have been the saddest story in human history. If he would have came through and they actually got him and removed him, then people still don't know who I'm talking about for real, or his story, or what he did for Africa, or his people, like as a man of the people, like as an example. And it's crazy because we got so many Africans in Atlanta and podcasts in Houston, Texas. They not even gonna do the story. I don't know what the fuck going on with them. But if I knew more about their language and their history, I would tell his story as best as I could, because why the fuck they try and kill him for? And that's one I talked about all year. That's exactly. I said, I know that nigga difference. He's a red cat baron. Watch. They went after him, didn't they? Mm-hmm. And he survived it, didn't he? Mm-hmm. I know what type of nigga he is. And he African. But yet he one of them. You know what I'm saying? Like, you understand? Like you know what I'm saying? He one of them. You gotta understand everything about what I'm talking about. So, everybody ain't everybody. But he's doing exactly what they do. And they try and get rid of him. So now I know who they're trying to get rid of for real. They're not just trying to get rid of people and leaders. There's so many corrupt leaders, Coney be included. But it seems like when one of them show up, they can't have that shit. Because them niggas know how to do math and know how to wager their resources, right? Like, these people know how to make their community grow. Like, we got to go at them, those little spirited ones. Yeah, all right, keep playing. Y'all keep fucking playing. And now he know, oh my God. If you thought he was on fire before, like, you know how it is? You saw how Trump got when he had his fake ritual assassination attempt. Now imagine if it was real, how you gonna feel? Like, oh, these motherfuckers is really on some shit. Cool story. Let me invest in more weapons. Let me call Russia. Like, dumbest decision ever. They guaranteed that he's gonna join BRICS. That's how fast this game is moving. You heard what I said? Y'all don't understand anything. I'm gonna walk you through it. BRICS currencies. The whole concept is I don't know what the fuck they call it. But you know how like Visa and MasterCard and all this bullshit's on a network for banks, right? Well, the BRICS banks are doing that now. And they're going to use their own system. So they're saying, fuck the white people and the British or whoever came up with the old one, Swift. Fuck Swift. We don't make our own Swift. White people, the white hegemony, say, ha 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 ha. You can't make nothing faster than this. And then they got China, and China says, hold my tea. Now it's getting fast enough. They've been testing it for the past year, like a rollout, right? So now that they can do up to real time transactions between several countries across the world and part of BRICS members, right? Come on, kind of like how you see that little sticker, member FDIC, but now you don't have member BRIC, right? Member BRICS, they're banks. And they allow people to resolve, trade disputes between countries and different local currencies, which the old petrodollar system did not allow. You had to convert everything to USD to buy or trade at a certain set USD rate, which should fuck a poorer country. Whereas now these countries can cross negotiate in their local currency and like weigh it out. Like, like back in the day where you have like you pour all the rice out and then you stack up how many pieces of silver you have and you even it out and that's how much it costs. So now they can do that with their local currencies. Value wise. All that matters is value though. It doesn't matter like it's their piece of paper. No. It's the value system that was fucked. That constant change of value. Someone's always, you know what I'm saying? It's not enough. So now creating the BRICS platform, I'm assuming is going to level that playing field. Let people create their own local contracts for whatever they want to do. If those are your resources, you want to sell it to them for this, but you want to sell it to them for cows, you can do that. It's yours. We're just giving you the platform to let you do that like that. So then you get out of the tribalism and then you start to create businesses because now you have the money from the tribal stuff. Now you reinvest, educate, and build something new with the same resources that are under you. You understand? It's going to level up. It's going to take years though because Africa's median population is millennials, unfortunately. That many people died of AIDS and diseases and stuff. Like they're older people. So pretty soon Africa will be one of the youngest continents per capita. So it's going to take them some time, is what I'm saying, to get used to that transition. And it's happening though. I think that's why Russia and China is behind the technology part of it to guide them to go from tribalism to quantum physics. You understand? In very little time though, they can't do that by themselves. It'll take 100 years to let it happen naturally. They have to cyber jump them, but the Western side wants the resources for their banking cartel, and they're like, no. But that whole time they've been doing that, they never invested in the people of Africa. Neither did France, and France had the biggest stronghold because a president, inherited that corporation that was formed back then from Napoleon's wars and Civil War, right? So recent, but kind of had those countries in Africa in a Berlin position. I'm sure it's all for Christianity, by the way. I ain't stupid, but it's a military campaign. That's funny. So that's all those treaties or all those licenses, whatever their agreements with each other were, is expiring. So when BRICS moves in, that doesn't give any of those old colonial imperial powers leverage. There's no leverage, right? So before the leverage was use my US dollar or I hit you in the head. Now it's kind of like, no, not only do you can't economic hitman our local currency because our local currency is no longer tethered to the petrodollar value system. Now we can do ruble for coal. You know what I'm saying? We can do whatever the fuck we want. And the more civilized transactions will be on this crypto form, tethered and some other shit, right? Cool fucking story. Cool fucking story. The difference is you have to remember they're doing this with sovereign nations. All right. So like Ibrahim Faso, he has all of those gold deposits, uranium deposits, blah 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 blah. That crypto coin reserve, if you will, or value system, if you will be backed by the fact that its value comes from actual, tangible, rare earth minerals. This one's special. I want someone to put a 6 in the chat if you remember Midnight Live or a long time ago. I said something similar. I said one day, when it came to crypto and meme coins, I said, based on these author reports in Cliff High, and I said, I can see it happening too. They said, the moment you see something about Russia starting a crypto or meme coin base in mining sand. That is the crypto coin that's going to have the most chances of surviving, right? And this is like, I think that Midnight Live was like over 7 years ago. It was before the pandemic. It's almost a decade ago. And that's from an Ultra report mentioned Cliff was talking about something. And I said, oh, easy. Boom. Now, fast forward to tape. Tether is such a thing, but it's not just Russian sand, it's bricks everything. Any of those sovereign nations, anything that they mine, silver, gold, whatever, it could be eggs, it can be oil. They could put that on the blockchain as a valuable thing, as an actual backed up certificate. So instead of buying treasury bonds or silver certificates that's based on that concept of trade, now it's really based on up and down on the real thing. So it's going to have a more tangible value, and then thus prompting people to invest in it more so that they can get all the tools they need to get the value out of it, and then all the flips and things you see in the current system. But it's going to be quantum entangled to real operations. That's what the West is desperately trying to stop the spread of. Fuck the social communism and all the isms that come with that program. But no, the banking system itself, what it's doing is it's taking a virtual currency and it's entangling it to real physical rare earth mineral or real human transactions with energy. So before it was slavery, minimum wage, life expectancy, theoretical, busy work while we rob the state. We can just make it up. We can inflate. We can change the interest rate. Whereas a crypto ledger transparent system, the value is what the value is. The investors, and you know what I'm saying? Everything's transparent because then it's real. It's real economy. It's real supply and demand, and it's real time, which is why they had to wait for it to be fast. So your market moves in real time. You can know exactly how much that leather is worth in real time. That then gives people opportunity to create businesses and do trades in real time and take and save so much money. You get it like energy. You save like I can't draw the whole system because I don't know enough of those language models yet. But I understand what they're doing. It's so much bigger than just saying, "Hey, use the franc instead of the dollar." Bro, everyone got their own currency already. That's not what they're battling. They're battling the bank, the computer. They're switching computers. There we go. They're switching from Windows to Mac OS. That's the best way to understand what's happening right now. The Windows people don't want to switch to Mac. Mac is bricks. The world doesn't want to use Windows no more. They're switching to Mac OS. They want to use GarageBand. Understand? Nothing fundamentally changes, but when that changes to that, when everyone switches to Mac, that means you lose access to all those little loopholes and security breaches and those viruses that Windows used to get. Not saying that Mac won't get viruses, but you don't get the same ones that Windows kids used to get. You understand? That is the literal metaphor of what's happening to our finance system. That's why gold, silver, and everything jumped up like that because they know it's about to be quantum entangled to Tether or whatever Tether coin. It's going to be a Tether coin derivative, I'm sure. But whatever that is that the rest of the world can get in on. Now, listen to me. People who have money, because, the United States citizens are the richest people in the world per the value system. Hello, you might only have $1,000, but your $1,000 is the highest on the value system. Understand, stupid. That's what we're losing footing in now. It's dropping rapidly. Hold on. But when you turn into a real type of system like this, where the cryptocurrency is actually backed up by resources, and then the transactions or the business transacting on that resource, then in people who invest in buying that also invest in the profits of that without actually having to go to Africa. You understand? I can invest in an African salt mine through that coin they're going to create for it on this Tether brick system, and knowing that somebody is about to secure a contract that's going to need a lot of copper for some fucking reason over there in Tanzania, and then that sector or regional meme coin is what it's going to be jiggling baby through, and then use that. Let me just buy 100 of those, and then once the shit start booming, you understand what they're trying to do. But what I'm saying is that's different than someone saying, "Oh, this is a GameStop coin. This is a Pikachu coin." No, nigga, this is Botswana green emerald coin. Get it before it's done. You understand? Like, you don't understand anything about math and science, America. I know. We didn't teach us nothing. They're trying to stop that from happening. And the only reason why that's a bad idea is because the US dollar is only an idea. It's not real. So you understand what I'm saying? They have to try to stop it. They have to fight like this. It has to get this ugly. It has to crash down for them. The people holding up the US dollar banks. It's not based on anything real. There's no reserve. It's a computer. It's six computers, I think, that do weird. It's weird. The way they describe parts of it is fucking weird. It's automated. So they're saying, no, I don't want to upgrade my RAM anymore. You understand why you can't afford RAM anymore? Like, bro, yeah, this B system has been around here since the Federal Reserve, bro. If y'all worry about revelations, go back to 1933. Y'all missed something. So we out here now, though. So they're just changing that part. That part turns the switch off on all the old corporations from the last 100 to 200 years, because they're the ones that founded the oil petrodollar system, SWIFT. Like, they're the the beneficiaries of that system, if you will. No matter what they do today, what their kids do today, they're here in that position with that money. They live in those locations in those neighborhoods because of this story. So once their hegemony of their transaction system goes away, listen, it won't matter how much money they have. It wouldn't matter if they have $1 billion when it's all said and done, $100 million when it's all said and done. The point isn't how much money they saved or how much money they stole. The point is the system itself was theirs. I'll run that back for you because this part be fucking people up in our country. A couple of white guys, and I'm sure some sellout types, walk onto an island in South Carolina. It's an island off of South Carolina. Gullah Geechee territory, too, by the way. Black Indians, right? So they're at this place. There's churches or something there now, so disrespectful. But that's where they went. Creature Jekyll Island. Look into it. Jekyll Island is this island. So these people who replace the other usurpers of the Republic, the Astors, everyone on the Titanic, right? Those families that are not Afro-Asiatic or Indians, they all got killed. I've seen a theme emerge. When they were all killed, that central bank idea was no longer being resisted by, on the oligarch level, or, you know what I'm saying, on the aristocrat level. They killed them, right? So fuck them, their bank accounts, and that's what turned the United States into a depression in the 1920s, because the old corporations ran by the dead people just got robbed, and then all their employees are poor. But the people that just robbed them are bringing in their boys and immigrating new people. They're not poor. The people who got immigrated by those people are poor. Don't miss anything about math and science here. These are two different factions of people who can immigrate and pay for it. Not who you're voting for. Don't miss that in this story. That's why they always talk elusive. Rockefeller this, Rothschild, DuPont. Like, come on, dog. Let's talk about how they got here. They haven't been here the whole time. You understand why they got so much money if they're not from here? You understand why they run so many things here? You understand? That means they got it, stole it, underground, whatever, piracy, whatever. They benefited from some bullshit and then took over this financially. Cool fucking story. That's the Federal Reserve story. It's just a bunch of guys who were able to rob, steal, kill, and destroy enough people to position themselves to install this would-be system, which is a computer. Mm-hmm. And the U.S. Treasury got 360 dealt into it by 1933, and the President Eisenhower, one of them, they had to sign off on it. He did not want to, and he said it in that speech. You can go on Smyth-EL's channel and his one of his playlists for starting here. Listen to the speeches of the presidents. Lyndon B. Johnson, maybe 1933, whoever the president was. Listen to his speech about the banking cartel, the Federal Reserve, and in his own words, I heard that man say, and he's the president of the United States, saying, "I warned you guys of these particular lobbyists and blah, 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 blah. And it's only been a couple of days since it's hit my desk, so I really had a chance to read it all. But everyone here, because this, the country, the people, his congressmen, them boys look like shit's fucked up. Like, they got big problems at home with their people, with happiness, you know what I'm saying, with the economy. Like, ain't nobody having a good time in that meeting. I noticed it was all white people, so imagine how long they've been here. Anyway, So they just got here and they all upset and miserable in 1933. And basically, they signed a 360 deal to a foreign group of people whom the president himself warned his constituents of. But certain of one of his constituents, you know how it is, honeypots and bribes, they still brought the bullshit in, introduced this bill that the president couldn't fucking read. And once he signed it, boom, Banking Emergency Act, boom, Federal Reserve, boom, U.S. Treasury pumping out these fucking fractional reserve notes, boom, and y'all been in debt ever since, 100 years in a row. Now the debt is up to 38 trillion. That's who you owe. Boom, 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 boom. It's supposed to be quantum entangled to labor. Boom, 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 boom. But then some motherfuckers got rich and got lazy because they started doing Ponzi schemes with other countries. Boom, 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 boom. Every war we went to someone else's soil. We got opium, oil, and gold back from them. That's what propped it up. Boom, 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 boom. And that was the intention of doing it. Boom, 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 boom. And now they're losing control of it 100 years later because people want to do it honestly in real time instead of fractional reserve lending to myself a paper currency to give myself a military funding and a civilization populace that I can human traffic and do what I want with. And if I need more resources, I'll just throw them at someone else like a catapult. Boom, 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 boom. Chateau. So yeah, that's all. You understand about math and science? That's all they've been doing this whole time. They've only been doing 400 years though. Like the people doing it now have only been doing it since 1933. So that's a good thing. That's a good sign. Evil don't last that long. The problem is you get rid of that evil and another one comes. I noticed something, Titanic. That was an evil force that died too to the American Indian. Understand everything. I'm pretty sure there's American Indians on that boat. Understand something else. So you know, trying to figure out what happened to grandma and them. I noticed something. Early 1900s, black people, ask your grandparents. How many of your grandparents or great grandparents, ask anyone who's oldest alive now and think about it. Like, hey, grandma, who raised y'all? Or who raised your oldest ancestor? Were they raised by their original parents or by a family member or a sister or something? And then find out how and why is that story so common that so many people who were in the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, so the Great Depression, Banking Emergency Act, up to the 60s, why in that little 40-year silent generation period, why are so many of those kids, like, they have like 4 or 5 brothers and sisters and they never have their parents? Like they're all orphaned or something. Like why are so many of our family members of that time period orphaned out? Like why are their parents dying? Oh, of the Spanish flu, or oh, of being sent into war, or oh, of some other story we don't know, and no one wants to talk about it. Hence, silent generation. So what really happened to all those kids' parents? And this happens to every time in every story. It happens when the kids are young, so they don't remember their parents when it happens, and they don't remember what happened to their parents when it happens. They just remember something happened to their parents, but then the rest of their memory is being raised by someone else in their family or the church. Every fucking time, bro. Every fucking. You ask these niggas born from 1900 to 1950. Ask them, like, your sister, who, why did their parents die? Why? Where they go? Like, you know, why does every nigga I know got that story from that time specifically? Very fucking curious, bitch. So we have a chance in the 80s if that was like the backdrop. And then right after that, boom, integration. Come to our schools now. You feel me? And then boom, you're educated. Ooh, you can't really work with us, but we'll give you a water fountain. And then, ooh, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got to really pay attention to the social, political parameters projected on this. Now, we all didn't all play that game, but what we've seen in the story of those who can and did, like, that's the progression. Like, you ain't shit. You can't have shit. Have half of shit. Here's some of it. Ooh, let's give it to you. Ooh, take it back from you. Like, and it's like, we're going to vote again. Wait. Nah, bitch, you missing everything. This ain't about who you voted for. It's who your money belongs to. Fuck all this voting, whore. Who money is this? It ain't money. We have a United States Constitution, right? Legal tender is what? Copper, silver, and gold. Do you get paid in that? Then you've never been paid before. Income can only be weighed out in copper, silver, and gold. You've never had an income before. So how do you have debts? And how is your debts to a foreign entity? The IRS is in Puerto Rico. It doesn't belong to the United States or America. Neither does the Federal Reserve. So why are you in a 360 deal where you have to pay all your taxes to them? It's January, ain't it? How come we paying taxes to a foreign government entity in Puerto Rico in the Federal Reserve, which is an entity made up in Jekyll Island? It's a paperwork. Why are we in debt to something like that if it's that fucking fake as fuck? It's fake, but its results are real. That's how you do it. But they do have resource backup. It was us. And they're squatting on our land doing it. Like that, they hijacked our estate and loaded it as paper capital. The lumber, everything. The labor, the people. They assumed, they hypothecated everything. They converted our lives into birth certificates. That's how they do the T-bond with other countries. So the other countries, as a country or as a bank, was investing into these T-bonds, basically investing into our straw man shadow slavery. And it does have a psychological effect because it's a spell, quite literally. That's how this universe works. It's not even about being something special. They might not even know that. But they did a psychic attack in doing that because you identify with your straw man, and your straw man is literally registered as a banking instrument. It's a bottomry instrument. It's a birth certificate. Birth is the bottom of the boat where they insured all the goods in case they crash in the ocean. That's where the whole concept of this banking cartel usually comes from. That's how you know they're the pirates. That's how you know this is piracy, hence hypothecation. It's the pirates that took over during the Civil War. And the government. Don't worry about it. So they created this pirate ass central banking system, water banking, and it's all based in an empty pirate ship. It's a con. It's a false flag. You get it? The Federal Reserve is the false flaggers. The reason why the Federal Reserve funds so many false flags because they're the false flag pirates that really don't have nothing in their ships. Yeah, they steal their ships. You know what I'm saying? Like they're evil like that. The class of people who are doing that during the 17 and 1800s, that's the model. That's the reference point at the very least. That's what the Federal Reserve is of. Is acts like that. Is what it is. Blackbeard and all of them. Those were Moors, but these banks, these J.P. Morgan, like original, the Black Pirates, and I guess this is their little white Jekyll Hyde, Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde bankers. Probably the Boule kids or something. I don't know their story. They're not American Indians, but yeah, that's what the Federal Reserve is. It's not a black or white thing either. It's multinational. Well, fuck American Indians, Israelites, and Jews. I noticed something. They're demonic. That they invested in fucking us over, whether they knew it or not. They have to be demonic, just in their own inception. So I know they're not our people. That's all that matters. Like, oh, they're not our own people. They're foreigners, all of them. So the Federal Reserve is a foreign concept. I get it, but they're using our local labor. That's illegal. That's a war crime. That's against human rights. Hence, they get away with it because we have de facto agreed to a civil rights contract. No, the fuck we didn't. On Dred Scott, I can never, ever, ever be a U.S. citizen, so I can never, never, ever have to be adhering to your civil rights claims. They're unratified on top of that. Don't fucking play this lawyer game with us either with your fucking incorruptible courts. I'm an American Indian, bitch. Why is your courts here? If the whole justification of you being here is that I get civil rights, you broke treaty with us, treaty and friendship. Invoke it, please. Indigenous rights, invoke them, please. So miss me that civil rights bullshit. And most black people don't even know what I'm talking about. Which is why how you know it's not our responsibility. It was the responsibility of these Democrats. It's the responsibility of all these lawyers. It's the responsibility of all these college girls. It's the responsibility of all these paralegals. It's the responsibility of any of those bitches that look like us to actually fucking read this shit. But first, in order for them to read this shit, they had to stop believing the shit that they learned in these fucking colonized school ingredients. And hear what the fuck I said. American Indians are black people. Now go back to your civil rights, stupid. Fuck, you want to be looking for civil rights. You're the American Indians. You'd be looking for treaties with the American Indians. You'd be looking for human rights. You would abolish civil rights being applied to you. Oh my God. So like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we could have freed the slaves if we weren't electing slaves to do politics. You understand? You understand, Israel? It happened again, Jesus barbarous. You know, the Jews had to choose between two Jews. This is the funniest thing about the Bible. Because all the clues are there. You got all these niggas got to vote for like, this is like Survivor for them. This is like American Idol. They had Jesus, and they're like, who do you want to pick to free? Jubilees, Sabbath. You want Jesus, the good guy that's been healing you with free healthcare? Boo! No! That and that nigga could walk on water. He's a deep oh. Or do you want to free Jesus Barbarous, the guy who's been killing niggas at all the parties? Yeah! Free thug! Free thug! And that's why Jesus got carried to the cross. Because these crazy niggas voted to free a killer who was killing Jews. And he's a Jew himself. And there's the craziest thing about it. His name is Jesus, Yeshua, Joshua, Barbarous. Barbarous telling you that he's a tall black Moor with a beard on top of that. In the same New Testament story. Jesus Barbarous, a barbarian, a Berber, a Moor. So Jews are picking between Jesus and a Moor. The Moor that's killing the Jews. So who could the Jews be in this story if they're voting between two Moors? One more time. Jesus barbarous and Jesus, right? That's in their version of our story. I noticed something. Even in their version of our story, Abed Melech more. Jesus barbarous some more. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what community was that, bro? You got the Israelites, you got Jesus, you got the Judeans, and you got a Moor, Barbarossa. Like, what town is that? Like, what is that? East Egypt? Like, where the fuck do you have Israelites, Aramaic speaking people, Jews, Kohen of the Jews. So you have like a whole like church's worth of Jews, a community of Jews, and then you have a Jesus guy named Barbarous. So you know they're the tall bearded people, right? They're all black people. But where is this town at in fucking Palestine? Talk to me. Because I want to see if they the ones who invented barbershops. I just talk to me. Beards and shit, you know what I'm saying? Shape ups, like do rags and turbans. Like, you're telling me that's what they're blowing up right now in Gaza. The motherfucking devil, a motherfucking retarded liar, bitch. How do you get that? Reading the damn New Testament of the Bible. The niggas got to vote between Jesus and Jesus Barbarous, and they all the same type of Jew. Maybe Jesus Barbarous is part barbarian too. They're all black people, right? All right then. But this is during the Holy Roman Empire, right? All right then. But there's no black people that are in the Roman Empire, though. All right then. But who are those black people? The West African slave trade. West African slave trade is after Holy Roman Empire. What do you how are they from the fucking slave trade, bitch? Their whole history, when you see a black person in history hundreds of years ago, it's like it started during the slavery that started in the 1500s. But we're talking about BC. No, they've been slaves forever. Tell the story. How did they been slaves forever since Russia, Germany, and all that shit in Greco-Roman times? Then they got free. Why did they go free? If they're still slaves 1,000 years later, 2,000 years later, how are they still free for you to hit them in the head and sell them to slavery get to America if they've been free since the last time? But you see them in history and they were slaves. Make your mind up, bitch. Make your mind up. Because ain't no story to account for all that. No, they have a story long enough to fit 2,000 years. So tell them to shut the fuck up. But in real life, though, Jesus barbarous. Come on, dog. The niggas, that name comes from the time of Moors. That's why it's hilarious. Like like it doesn't matter what color he is. It's the word that describes his last name. He's barbarous. That's speaking to a time period of pirate ships. Oh my God. They Edamon dictionaries be damn, boy. As of 1611, they locked it in that they voted between Jesus and a nigga who's a descendant of a pirate. Hold on, Lord. It's right in front of him. Right next to Pilate, a Roman, Greek, shut society, Shakespeare, and a little white person. Shut your ass up. They locked it into their bullshit hypothecation that he was barbarous. Because you did it during the time of pirates. I know that's right. I know that's right. Barbary Wars right behind us, ain't it? 1812 to the Civil War. Hello now. That's when all the churches popped up with a book about Jesus barbarous. Like, cut on now. Come on, dog. It's right there in front of you. It's right there in front of you. They play too fucking much. That's all it is. That's all it is. And they tell it on themselves because they probably thought we would never learn how to read, or if they gender queer nationalities and important of your birthright that you wouldn't, you know what I'm saying, that most people wouldn't. Why is there a barbarous person in this part of the time 2,000 years ago? That's a modern concept. No. You said his last name is a modern concept. That's what I want to know. No, there could be black people in any year it is, but this word to describe that's a modern concept. Were they voting? Oh, they voting in a modern time. Use a modern concept to describe somebody at wherever the fuck it is. You're describing him as a barber. So you're telling me that Jesus was parallel with the time of the barbers, where barbers are in a community that seems to be a state-based or church-based. So there's churches, there's barbers, and there's the type of rule of law that's a referral to judges that are in a oligarchy. Okay, but you said he's Jesus barbarous. Yeah, that's not 2,000 years ago. Now that whole setup cannot be 2,000 years ago because you included a barber in it. So there's Berbers or barbers in Russia. We know we're talking about Tartaria. We know we're talking about Tartaria, but when you locked it into the New Testament, when you try to steal that shit and change the words up, because I know that ain't King James version, because it don't read like King James language, bitch. So you changed it anyway. You call it the King James Bible, but that's not the King James Bible, because that's not King James language. You did it again, you faggots. But I'm gonna keep you going. But when you did it again, you faggot, you changed him to a barber. I know you did. because Abed Melech the Moor is in Jeremiah. So if a Moor is in Jeremiah, Geneva Bible, and you made Jesus barbarous the counterpoint, then what time period is that, bitch? Come on now. That's Dark Ages. So you tell me Jesus was here during the Dark Ages? Yes. So that wasn't 2,000 years ago? Yes. All right, so who was the king of kings during the Dark Ages? Yes, Genghis Khan. Score. You see how I did that? Just by knowing the meaning of words. So that what I'm saying is they don't teach us nothing, even at university level. Like some people earn the degrees of Edamon, but they have them focus in like Latinized, like prescription word games and like the nerdy shit that they did with it. But now you can just read the Bible and go, oh, I know what time this is. That's why there's no mention of pyramids in there. It wasn't that long ago. Those are not the Hebrew Israelites that built the pyramids, stupid. Giants built the pyramids. One more time. The Hebrew Israelites, to have that story, they last were seen in captivity in Tartaria, which you call Russia and Asia. That's why, you know what I'm saying? Same story, but I'm just telling you, like, now when you read that Bible, you see a word like a barber that's over there on Silk Road and all that shit, even up into what they want to call Jerusalem and shit like that. No denial that we had kingdoms all over the world because his empire is the whole world. So, yes, you'll see the culture show up everywhere. Ethiopia, you seen it? Like, no. Cool fucking story, bitch. Expected behavior. But when did they say that happened? During the time of Barbary Wars. What? Barbarossa? Why is Jesus Barbarous? You killing people like that? Like, so you got these people coming in, they're still doing murder outside. Remember, they got the Ten Commandments already, so what happened to them? Oh, they're out of their tradition, they're out of their culture, they're in a fallen state. When were the Hebrew Israelites in the Old Testament in the peak of their kingdoms, and then they're the descendants of Solomon and David, so they had money, but now they're in a fallen state where they don't have enough money to go into the city of Rome. Oh, that's a weird story, and they need a money changer, and they're playing games like they're casinos in their homes. Cooler story. And the bitch is about to selling pussy again for a loaf of bread, but their greatest grandfather mentioned in the same story just 2 generations back when Abraham owned everything. So they're not even sharing it with themselves. What story is that in human history? Oh, the difference between the 13 tribes of Israel and the 10. All right, so Jesus pulled up on the 10, the poor ones. Oh, that's what that is. The ones that were neglected by the fact that there's other tribes who are not in captivity with them. Where are these niggas at? I don't know. Jesus is going to find out for himself. And boom, 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 boom. That could only be 400 to 500 years ago. And so, you know what I'm saying? Just have appreciation for words to tell you how old the story is. Because the translator is making a reference during the time he's in. And he's trying to describe who these heathens are. And he just had to throw it. He just had to throw barber in there. Hmm? You understand? That's locked into New Testament. Their little racist translation couldn't help it. They just couldn't help it. They just couldn't help showing their hand. Based on a true story, man. Based on a true story, bro. Shout out to Jonathan. You see it. This is a recent story, is what I'm telling you. That's a hypothecated version of the real King James Bible. That ain't the real King James Bible. One more time. So that Council of Nicaea, and nice means stupid. So the Council of Stupid People had to be after 1611. Yeah, on some Creature of Jekyll Island shit. I know it. The only reference of American Bible, the earliest one I can find, is Benjamin Banneker. Oh my God. During the time of Sidi Muhammad. You forgot this land was full of Mohammedans. So they wouldn't be basing it off the Bible anymore. Hello, nurse. But the Bible and Quran are written by the same family members. Oh my God, it's ours. So it's about our family members. It's not about the world in that sense. So here we go again. You know what I'm saying? Benjamin Banneker threw it back out. He's like, hey, maybe you should try the American Bible. Throw the Septuagint back into the mix. It's fucking just, he was just setting traps for him, bro. They're deists. They weren't Christians. And if they're formerly Mamelukes and eunuch army kids getting freedom and liberation, they're indoctrinated to be Muslim. That's why Thomas Jefferson had a Quran on him. Look it up. It's in your history. He was in a Muslim Alawite dynasty army branch. That's why he led the war against the Barbary pirates. He was trying to get revenge. It wasn't the revenge of white people. It was the revenge of a little faggot. Y'all don't know this story. How come Tyler Perry ain't do that one yet? It's right up his alley. The story of Thomas Jefferson and why he entered the Barbary Wars against everyone's recommendation. And that's what bankrupted their nation. They didn't win. That led to the Civil War. Mm-hmm. Which was also on the water again. Mm-hmm. And then Reconstruction, whatever fucking reset bullshit happened again. That's where they lose me at. Because they don't start the story until the Jewish people start writing it. And they integrate us after the 60s. So we don't know what happened. We're living on our land and our territories independently with all these events happening without ever having to be in contact with these people. Remember that. If you're American Indian, your grandmother's Indian, what she's saying is, I didn't live with these people until recently. The whole time they report to exist. We are in our own cities and our own towns. So if people are immigrating like 500 miles up the road in Appalachia, we're not checking for them, are we? Why the fuck would we care? Until they start coming down, stealing shit, killing niggas, and everything that appeared, right? That didn't appear until the Civil War. You would have heard about it way before, knowing that all the American Indians had their own shit, and we are the American Indians. When you code switch out for being an African slave and put yourself back in as American Indian during that time period instead, free or not, you're still American Indian. It's still yours. So everyone that did anything to you did not belong here. They're all illegal foreign immigrants to you, the American Indian. To an African American slave descendant Negro from somewhere else, you lose all your political leverage against anything in their treaties. That's why they keep calling you minorities. You are the minority, but you're the majority landholder because you're American Indian descendant. That's what our politics ought to be. But that proves to you that all black people in politics who are allegedly educated are a bunch of fucking sellouts. Especially if they look like they're American Indian descendant. They're a fucking sellout. There's no way they can study constitutional law and all that shit and not have at least given the heads up to their brothers and their preachers and the brothers to do content to like really know what it is and which law to pursue and how to get this straight and how to register this and at least give your family some relief in the meantime. They didn't even fucking do that ever. I haven't seen that DVD course or that fucking paywall yet. You haven't even heard a nigga talk about this. It's since Noble Drew Ali, and that's what my grandfather was talking about, in fact. Tell me I'm lying. More Simple Science America Day, I like they ain't even trying. They too caught up in the fantasy of having a black prophet or something. Like, nigga, we're the bloodline of black prophets or something. Read our Bible. How one Messiah gonna save your goofy ass if your ass in captivity again? Your ass in captivity again. So they're not sending the same nigga. They always use a nigga that's with you. One more time. If we just believed that was us, we would have been got through this part. But here we are, part 2. They always use us. They don't send in no fucking external help. Read them damn stories, Joshua. You gotta get out of these problems yourself. Thank God, we are. Then you know who you are. Then you realize how powerful you are when you do such a thing. Silly rabbits. Right. You just gotta change your mind, my friend. This is Nightmare on Elm Street. It's a quantum reality, cool story. Neville Goddard, cool story. So it all starts with your belief. Cooler story. Now imagine if you believed who you really were. And then you believed that you were the Indian that your grandmother said you were. And then all of this is yours. And what if you just believe that? And then could you see and conceive that, which you actually lost? And then you start there and go, what would it be like if I got it back? Oh my God, Neville Goddard. Shout out to Abdullah. Can you imagine if that's all you had to do? If that's all you had to do to get a bad bitch and a cool job and 1,000,000 followers, you goofy niggas. You see what I'm understanding? We're talking about language models. All they got to do is install that language model and let everything they learn about manifestation do the rest. That's how easy it is. Now imagine how much more potent it is when you're really them. Shout out to Vladimir Putin. He got the message. Because I knew he would do that before he did it. Welcome to the dailies. We're really those kids. Hopefully, enough of us get the message that we're supposed to get. So that we can Mandela effect, you will, the timeline enough to save enough, if you will. If not, it'll go the other way, like it normally does. But we're the nerd version of our story now. We're the technological version of our story. We're no longer doing bows and arrows. I want to know how to do that. So that means that the Most High put us in a position to figure it out with our minds, which is the most beautiful thing about our story. Get, fix your brain and your ass will follow. So you can get your mind realigned with who you are, and just in terms of degrees and values, and like dismissing the spell that's cast against you and the trauma that's done against you, strictly in narrative and repeated brainwashing media and whitewashing and guilt and the politics and the murders justified through the same model makes it feel real. It's not real. It's just as evil though, but that's not really who you are. Lean back into who you really are. And like, what were they about? What could they do? What did God promise them? What covenant was they in? Oh my God, we still in covenant with them because God promised all of Abraham's kids, and I'm one of them. No shit, Sherlock. So then you go, oh shit, I could be one of them. What do God say? Fear God, keep His commandments. You gotta start somewhere around there. But they shouldn't be that too hard because look at the Ten Commandments. You really that wild out here? You could look at the Ten Commandments. Like the only one I'm probably not really doing is keeping Sabbath. We'll actually learn about Sabbath just a little while. But then what did God say over there? Like, all right, now look at it over there. Maybe I should pray over here. Maybe I should read about it there. Maybe I should just think about it at least. Because ain't that how it works? Ain't that how change works? Change doesn't work like by changing the whole page. It's about one step at a time. An addict gotta admit that he an addict first. Like damn, they call that a proclamation. You just gotta proclaim who you are first, and then it automatically gonna change your vibration. I'm telling you something. I'm telling you something. Whenever you're ready, player one. Whenever y'all ready to play yourself. Oh my God. I prove to you that they put a lot of energy, time, and evil just against hijacking who you are. Fuck how they treat you. Fuck how much it costs. Keep this in mind. All of that was pulled off first with you being blind to who you are. No matter who you are, because it happened to everyone who was imperialized, colonized. From the Philippines to Hawaii to over here, Mexico, and down in the South, probably. Everybody listening to the sound of my voice. This applies to you. But this especially applies to the descendants of Israelites and Jews, right here in America. Bro, these ain't your ancestors. Bro, that is not your culture or your timeline. Bro, these are newcomers. Bro, fuck what they talking about. Where they grandmas stay and why they talking to us on our grandma's land. It don't matter what the story is. You start with that question. You realign, you synchronize, you align yourself with your heritage, honor your mother and father. A commandment, can you imagine? So like even when you turn back to God, you would have to take this step. Come on now. Thou shalt not kill. Oh my God. Thou shalt not steal. A little bit on the internet. Thou shalt not covet against someone. I need to stay off the fucking internet. Thou shalt not take someone else's bitch and hurt their neighbors. I ain't got no neighbors. I'm by myself. So I'm going to skate past 7 of those commandments. No problem. No idol worship. No gods. Oh, it leads me down to 2 of them. Trying to do better Sabbaths and honoring my parents. Those are only 2 that really I need to worry about some wiggle room. The other 8 are given. I can't imagine everybody else minding their business. Acting like the 10 Commandments that damn serious. Like, there's really 2 of them if you're us that you really got to tune into. That's that Sabbath one, and that's that honor your mother and father. I need you to know that it's implied that you honor them because of who they are specifically when they rate that. They are specifically the tribes of Israel that survived captivity out of another oppressive force when they were in Egypt, right here in America. Loop. So who are you? American in America, honoring the mothers and fathers of the first people who got out of captivity over here in America, plus 800 years ago. Cut your ass out, boy. You still in America now. And the story about Americans now, and your ass is still here. Honor your mother and father. Oh my God, Abraham and Sarah, right here in ancient America. Ask a Freemason, bitch. That's you. If Abraham and Sarah, I'm Otto the 21st. That's 21 generations of me and you here. Hold on to my love and vogue. That's 21 generations. I don't know. It should go further back than that. But as of that Bible, it don't need to go further back than that for our black asses in captivity. We've been in captivity for the last 250 years or so. I don't give a damn what they talking about because I know I'm Otto the 21st. That gives me 21 generations of my niggas in America at the very least. Fuck everybody else, bitch. Fucking John Smith is 13 generations ago. That means my daddy's was 8 more generations before that story right there. And 8 generations before, they're already in America. So they might have started America 8 generations, and by 6 or 7 generations over there, and by 8 generations came back. I don't know the fucking story, bitch. I wasn't there. But they're all over this bitch. And I know it's for 21 generations in a row, because I'm right here in the same fucking place where these motherfuckers started. The motherfuckers in the book right now. They ain't the only book we wrote, bitch. Are you retarded? But the reason why my book about my family for 21 generations in America, bitch, because my family are the 21 generations of the Americans, bitch, and I'm their 21st grandson. So I'm saying it's my family Bible. It ain't the world story of human rivals. No, nigga, it's a Jew Bible, and Jews came to America out of Tartary. Whew, that's our damn father, bro. Abraham, our damn father, bro. We don't believe that. We don't go to church. That's our damn father, though. What's it mean to us? That's Abraham's grandkid. That's Abraham. They say Abraham had enough kids to cover the sand. Or in Genghis Khan, he had enough kids to cover the sands. Like, what are we talking about? How many times you want to break down Mr. Black Japan? Like, it's the same story. Same story. Same story. We're the shorties of the same stories for 21 generations in a row, at least. Let's start there. Carlos V, 16 generations. I would be Carlos the 21st. 21 generations of Otto. Cool story, bitch. Cool fucking story. Now, do yourself a favor and look up the Ottoman Empire. Cooler story, bitch. The Ottoman Empire is Otto the First. Cooler story, bitch. And I'm over here. Do the story, bitch. We've been back and forth for 21 generations, bitch. 21 Jump Street, nigga. What are you talking about? They were waiting for an African to get a ride on a canoe. Nigga, I said I'm Otto 21 going on Otto 22. Adam 22 is the wrong number. It's supposed to be Adam 21. I'm Adam 21, bitch. Wrong generation, wrong number. See, they try to play with us. These little Jewish Khazarian kids. You see what they did? They one generation off. I'm the 21st generation, from the 21st century. Stop it. It's Adam 21 of this story. Our story is not the story of the first humanoid. It's the story of why they're the kings and shit. It's the story of the kingdoms of the Jews. It's the Bible history. It's the history of the kingdoms of the Jews. It's told not in a timeline. It's told in it's told in their blood. It's told as a family tree. It don't matter how many years it is. Bitch, that's their daddy. Niggas try to read in between the lines. Nah, bitch. Genghis, Jesus, descendant of David. How many years ago was that before him? Everyone at that time would know. Then remember King David, ho? They're his damn buildings. They're in David's castles. They're not guessing. They're still there, bitch. They're not sitting in the Board of Education in Colorado. They're right there in the castles of the Israelites. They can imagine if this nigga's supposed to be David's grandson. Then you go from there to his kids. Blackout. No history of Tartaria. Don't worry. Genghis Khan. He had some sons. More than 7, but he picked 7 of them. And one of them was Hakata Khan. Let me finish this for you. That was 13 generations ago. Fuck what year it is in these white people calendar. Because I'm John 13. So 13 generations ago, 400 years ago, Genghis Khan picks a son. One of them's Sakata, my grandfather. Another one's Ablu Khan, Carlos V. That's 2 out of 7 of his damn sons. So how long ago was Jesus here? 13 generations ago. But in 2000 BCE, a white boy on a manger. Yo! His mother was a freak. He was on a donkey in fucking Palestine. Shut your ass up. That shit Arabic. American. He's an Arabic white boy and a pastor on a donkey. The 3 kings with all the drip wanted to see this nigga. Nigga ain't got no hands. Be damned, nigga. No, he can heal people. Ooh, that's what they needed as slaves. Some healing. Oh, white man can heal with his hands and he walk on water. Like, you ain't got no boat, bitch. I know you ain't painting none of them with you on it. So I guess you walked on water. I don't know where the fuck you come from. Cut it out. Meanwhile, the whole story is about Genghis Khan and his wild ass family. 1611. Cool J, what's good, bro? Loosh their transaction fees. Yes, they will. That means they gonna have to get a job when that system comes. They're afraid that they're gonna have to work and not use usury. Cliff 1.0, man. I miss him, bro. Shout to him. Jesus loves, he died in for everyone's sin. It's crazy. They can't guess if afterward their dad's language spell out his name, which is crazier. The honorables versus dishonorables. The unhonorable Mohammedans that did this to us. I see you guys. Immigrant gangs of New York from 1900s. Yep. Ain't got no boats on me. You offsides. Defense. but I didn't forget we got Zeppelins. They could have flew them over, as recent as they are. If they're as recent as Ellis Island, they could have flew them over in Zeppelins, which is probably why there's no boats, but more so, that'd be the wrong date anyway. So they're not on the boats, and they are no boats. That means they flew them over in Zeppelins, which means they came here in the 1800s. If there's no boats to account for millions of white people, then they flew them here. And Zeppelins could probably carry quite a few people. Probably all the orphan babies. They probably brought babies instead of full-grown people. That makes more sense. They have more room. Probably do the trip in just a couple of days. That would explain why the orphan train started in Italy and ended up in New York, but there's no fucking boat or train. Airboats, you got it. Airships. They're going to be ship manifest. And we're going to assume that ship is a water ship, and it's going to be an airship manifest. I'm almost certain of it. Because there were airships in Brazil, and they're bringing slaves from South America, from ports of Africa, but they're all the Zeppelin ports. They're flying these people here. But that tells you that that version of slavery they put in our head is fake too. They're bringing in immigrants to work in the 1800s. Remember, people already wearing suits. Come on now, go back to the World Fair pictures. You'll see it for yourself. You're not going to find no slave pictures from that same time period next to those buildings either. You're never going to see those buildings next to slaves. So that's not the damn story. But all those people seeing those pictures are damn foreigners. And none of them talking no English. So they didn't bring us Green James shit. Real life, that's the 1800s. So you know, our education system, they tried it, bitch. Look it up. Look up the history of the welfare high schools. I think that's who made up all these stories for real. And I think that's why that's how you research it, if you want to. First, look up the World Fair Tartaria stuff. Subjugate these two thoughts when you do this too. There's two things happening when you go back in time. There's World Fair history. That is the hypothecation of everything that belongs to the Moors. So it's World Fair Columbia expedition, meaning they're about to Columbianize the World Fairs. That's all of our strongholds. The World Fair sites where there's big ass buildings and then there's like an amusement park. That's the World Fair. It was built already. Tartarians. That's us. So, but when you research World Fair as an organization doing Columbia expeditions, that's them stealing our shit. They already kicked the niggas out. Within the 1800s, after the Civil War. Look it up. But you're not, the World Fair research is not going to show you that. It's going to show you a bunch of foreigners in the Americas and shit they didn't build. They're going to tell you Africans in Pensacola built it, Seminole Indians, or whatever the fuck. They're never going to claim that they did that with their own hands because they couldn't explain why they're designing Mohammedan mosque. But they're Christians, understand? So the World Fair is going to show you all the places they did this to. You're going to find all the portraits and pictures of those places. And then what you need to bookmark is that those places have been standing there for hundreds of years prior. Remember, this is the era of the photograph for them. Black and white photos. So they're going around these sites taking pictures for the first time, having a camera for the first time. That's not the first time those buildings are there. But notice in those pictures that there's barely any people there. And if you're in American Indian land at a World Fair site and you see white people, you have to know they're foreigners. What's important is that's not their city. They don't live there. They didn't build anything. They're visiting it, a World Fair site, meaning anybody in that site now is going to like a fair or a circus. Understand? It's not theirs, but it's here in America. And today in America, you don't learn about those places. You go to Chicago and you miss it. You go to San Francisco, you miss it. You go to Philly, you miss it. You go to Boston, you miss it. You go to Buffalo, New York, you miss it. You miss it, you miss it, you miss it. You're staring at the greatest buildings ever built by your black ancestors. We built those. There is no mystery of the group. There's no mystery migration. No 2,000 years ago. No, 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 nigga. We were just living in those 200 years ago. So it wasn't a mystery to your grandfather 200 years ago who built it, since we were the ones in those cities. Now look up all the great fires of the same time period, and then notice those city names. It should be a huge list. Then look at the list of the World Fair sites, a huge list. Strange enough, after the great fire of the city that American Indians and niggas live in, then there's a World Fair in the same city, and no one's there no more. Can you fucking imagine? And then after the World Fair, they detonate the rest of those Mohammedan buildings. Hi, Reconstruction. Now, due to the date of Reconstruction and the detonation of the World Fair sites, taking us straight into the Great Depression. I wonder why everyone's so fucking depressed after the detonation of all their World Fair heritage sites that they just lived side to side with the Moors before the Civil War. Barbary Wars, get it? Remember the Alamo, get it? Now, mind you, the Alamo should look like a World Fair building, not some little bullshit kiosk. Remember, they burnt them all down. Remember, that's the Geronimo. Remember the Alamo. Remember Tallahassee, Tuscaloosa. Remember Mohammedans. Remember Cherokee, Al-Shalike. Remember, that's all in the 1800s, ain't it? So that means these white people haven't been in charge of nothing on this continent prior to the Civil War ever in human history on top of this. But you will deduce that from why they removed Tartaria and World Fair from your history. That's the only reason why slavery and the Civil War is a mystery, because that's the cover story. They absolutely did something terrible to have us so confused and amnesia and stealing from us and hungering us and eating us and all that stuff. They didn't do that to all of us. But the shock wave that happened to this continent was after 1812. Had nothing to do with transatlantic slavery. We're American Indians. We're trying to figure out what happened to us. I'm not Toby. I'm not Kunta. We're trying to figure out what happened to us, the copper-colored people, to whom the land properly belongs, who came here via Tartaria 400 years prior. Mixed in with the people who've been here the whole time from ancient Egypt. Same story, bitch. Hebrew Israelites back with the Israelites. Hey, cousin, at least it's not incest no more. Understand everything. Understand everything. So, give wheat from the shaft. You got to split half and half. We're going to take you, see you across the river. You pair up with some new bitches, and you'll have new genetics, and then however many generations you come back, it ain't so fucking weird. That's how you go from 10 tribes to 13. How you doing, bitch? Same story, part 3. That's our tradition and pattern of migration because of keeping our genetics a certain way for survival and multiplication. 1 times 1 equals retardation. So you have to find something interesting. No usury. Get it? Understand everything. That's our culture, though. That's our traditions. We've lost track of that. But we had track of it up about 200 years ago. And definitely 1611. All that American, Indian, Native American shit, if they're making up who they are, then all those stories and placeholders didn't happen. How the fuck you gonna have a cowboy and Indian story in front of a Mohammedan mosque? That's damn near impossible to build. Mind you, they didn't have railroads yet. They didn't have cars yet. They didn't have tractor trailers. They didn't have caterpillars. So they had no technology to go from needing little niggers in cotton gins to building these big-ass mosques all over America in a landmass they didn't have yet if the 13 colonies was stuck as of Lincoln to the northeast. So how the fuck they built the corn fucking mosque? How the fuck they do all that shit over there in Seattle? How the fuck they build all that shit in San Francisco if they just gold rush in 1848? Like, when you say it, you're so fucking broken poor, you got to steal land and steal gold, but in the middle of that, you say, you know where we should invest in? Yeah, to immigrate a whole bunch of people from London and Europe and England to come all the way across the United States on a train to build a whole bunch of shit dedicated to Muhammad. Nigga, suck my dick. That's the dumbest shit I heard in my life. And you gotta do that in 20 years. Fuck you. Couldn't wash your fucking ass, nigga. Levi jeans. But you want to tell me you built a fucking mosque as soon as you found gold. Shut your dumb ass up. Then please do yourself a favor and look at all the World Fair San Francisco pictures you can find and put it on the back trip that that's not the United States, and that's after the gold rush gold miners 49ers. And notice that during that same date where that's standing right there, that's the shit that burnt down the Great Fire. Welcome to my TED Talk. Based on a true story, ain't it? That's all the 1800s, by the way. You gonna find out all the shit they said about the story of America is a completely fabricated lie because of the 1800s, by the way. The biggest time period they never teach you. So if they remove the 1800s and they remove totalitarian, they remove the consciousness that Jews are black or Afro-Asiatics, and they remove all these things, notice that when it was removed and who they removed when they removed it, it's all the 1800s, bro. We weren't slaves that long. We're slaves now. Bondage, paper slaves, Wizard of Oz, bitch ass nigga slavery. It's psychic slavery, government, mind control. We're a republic, different story. Hmm? How they gonna say they created a republic based on niggas, but they're not niggas? That's the stupidest shit I've ever heard. I'm gonna create a republic, which is a nigga concept, Romans and Greeks, and we're gonna create a republic without niggas in it. White people say, shut the fuck up talking to me. Shut the fuck up talking to me. A republic is a black guy's idea. How the fuck you create a black republic idea in a black continent of black Indians and say, you know what, black people can't be part of it? Haha, they didn't say that. They said Africans can be a part of it. Haha, American Indians are black people too. Haha. That's why you use the word more when you do history in the 1800s. Because there's no black people in the 1800s. There's black Negro laws or black laws, but the people of the land with nationalities who are civil, they're black people too. But you would find their history by looking for Moors, meaning they're not African slaves. They know who they are. They're Moors. But today, everyone around us are the descendants of the same thing. But the difference between being a black guy who's a slave and a black guy, same thing, that's a Moor, is how you got here. So if you're just looking about the stories of slaves, especially if you're looking for the men, it's not going to give you an outcome of belonging here. Whereas if you find the Moors in your family that have always been here, then you know that they've always been here, so that means that they belong to this land. Understand? And that's why nationality is important, because then it starts talking about like why you have a constitutional republic to manage resources and disputes of such, and who can move in and get access to certain territories, and the people who want to do corporate businesses, who they got to sign their treaty with. AKA, that's who should be getting the taxes, not some mysterious ghost bank in a foreign nation, bitch. The taxes should be going to the landowners. It's tithes of agriculture. So I own thousands of acres because my grandmother gave me the east coast of North Carolina, right? And I want the white people and Asian people, Russian people, do whatever the fuck they want. Nigga, I don't know how to dive that deep to get oil. If I sign a treaty with them as the guy, the head of my state, the estate, not the state of their federal occupation, but I'm the head of the state, the estate trust of the land that they're on. So the lumber, the oil, the minerals, whatever they find, whatever they want to do, they want to mineralize it, they want to do this, they want to sell it across borders, they can. But because it's mine, they have to sign a treaty with me, and I'm going to say, hey, make sure you hire X amount of my brothers, make sure you don't do nothing with those trees, make sure you don't poison the environment, 1, 2, 3, 3, 3, on an estate level. And then they come and do their thing, and they might move people in, their people might live here. And then we had to keep a treaty for them so that when their people that they bring in for their operation interacts with my people always here, this is how we're going to do justice if they clash, because you know how niggas are. Cool, fair. This way it don't mess up our upper operation. Cool, fair. That's exactly what the peace treaty of friendship is with Sidi Muhammad with these bitch ass niggas, and I described it to you perfectly. Does that sound like this timeline we're living in? Hence. So the hijacking of the United States didn't happen until after the letter of Sidi Muhammad. So we know they didn't betray him until the Barbary Wars. So enter into 1812. So now when you do the history of how everything turned white, you start with 1812. That's easy. That doesn't mean that white people wasn't around prior, but I'm talking about the narrative being hijacked into a white one starts in 1812. Why is that? It could have happened later, but they refer to 1812. Why is that? So that means 1812 must have started as schismata, no matter what colors are involved. In order for white people to profit off a narrative, that had to change at that date. Now look at Tecumseh's comment. How old is Thomas Jefferson? And just go down the list. Mind you, they're all Masons. Mismute your bullshit. So don't matter even what color they are. You understand what faction they are. And then Civil War, Barbary Wars, all of that. Reconstruction, it seems to stop. Right. And nobody in this country that's not a black or an Indian or a Moor can tell you that story because their ass wasn't here. Or they wouldn't notice that we have flying airships already and electric cities. On Tesla, bitch. He's studying our shit. He didn't build it. That room he's sitting full of technology, he didn't build that. That's what he found. Already here. World Fair. Look what years it is. Those are black cities. All that technology that they're putting in these new convention rooms, that shit that's already here. Nobody visiting a foreigner built it here. So it's not like a foreigner got on a ship and brought 1,000 tons of technology to New York to show their friends. Use your fucking brain. There's not even a fucking caterpillar yet. So how the fuck they get that on a boat, let alone into the World Fair building, if they built it in a damn homeland? See, people don't even know how to study this shit and look at it correctly. Because you had to ask the obvious fucking questions. These little white people didn't build that shit here. They're visitors. Where they smelt this at? Who are the lumber companies? Who's doing transport? Who's the contractor and constructor of the technologies? How come they have no credit or record of their names or who they are? If they're using free energy and everything that Tesla's doing, and the technology's in the room with him, in the World Fair buildings, not his apartment where his pigeon lands at. That's all the shit they hypothecated from the Moors of the Americas, by the way. Ark of the Covenant be damned. Look at the World Fair pictures again, and look at the life that your greatest grandparents lived in before whatever the fuck happened 1812. Hi, that's us. Tartarians. All that stuff is Tartarian. We are the Tartarians. That's why it's here with Tartarians. And then you got white people investigating this like, I wonder who the Tartarians are. Ooh, why is so many Tartarian stuff in America? Oh my God. Sad what happened to Native Americans and the poor black Africans. You're not indigenous. But you believe in Tartarians. But you think a word that means black would be impossible, that you look at a black person on the land that has indigenous people and aboriginal people, meaning black people, and a black person on the land of aboriginal and indigenous in your history, that the black person in America claiming to be indigenous would be the least likely candidate of being indigenous. Y'all motherfuckers are retarded, bro. Y'all can't even research because you're retarded. And that's what I'm saying. That's that mind spell. That's that black and white reality. Masonry. Duality. There's only two options. There's never a third option. Right, wrong. And then people break that spell. Two things can be true. If two things can be true, so can a few. And if a few things can be true, all things can be true. Hence. It's bigger than our wildest imagination. Everybody ain't your fucking neighbor. Read that Bible. Shout to the Seraphim and Rephaim. Bitch, you tried it. Nouns and adjectives. Pick some. Ain't got no boats on the offsides. Yep, if they could go from Brazil to Germany with those postal service stickers, yep. And they got the stickers and everything to prove it, yep. With no train tracks or cars. But yet they're sending postcards from Germany to Brazil. They're flying. But nobody was flying before the Wright brothers. Now check this shit out. When you look that up, because that's the first question I had, I was like, why do white people lie so damn much? Why is everything a first time or a first time black, or why do they do it like this? Because you're a first time doing history ass bitch. But when you look up the Wikipedia of the Wright brothers, they're the first in what? Check this out. Look at the verbs. First in motorized flight. Ooh. The first time someone flew with a gas engine. In the Tartarian land of free energy, can you imagine? They created an oil motor for the first time ever in the 1900s. You can fly and get a patent from Carnegie and everybody to slave everybody with gasoline. You can fly with gasoline, can you imagine? Oh my God. Ass niggas. Wright brothers. First in motorized flight. That's the stupidest shit I heard in human history. Going from magic carpets and Vemanas to a fucking put gas motor. That's what they're the first in. Literally. That is not the first airship. Kings and emperors had those. Remember, bitch? Oh, we got to switch to Chinese. Over there in Tartaria. Aether's still free. And our coolest shit was red mercury powered. Nuclear. So you understand everything. We went from a nuclear aether power society to an oil based society. And what are we fighting about now? So who's fighting about the oil? Oh, the people that came here and converted this to an oil based society. What do they look like? Are they indigenous? Is this their oil or land? Then why are we voting and delegating whether or not they have a value system here over our shit? If they just got here in the 1800s to convert shit to oil, they're petrodollar, Federal Reserve, the same team. They're all foreigners. They're not the we the people of the 1700s. They'll be British. Are y'all stupid? They'll be British, French, or American Indian. And offshoot African. When there's room for all these other admixtures of white people between British, French, Indian colonies in fucking 1920. Stop fucking playing with us. How the fuck you get a German president? Are y'all fucking, you think we retarded? How you get a Kennedy, nigga? How the fuck he related to Jefferson, nigga? Those are all British people, remember, bitch? Red coats. The British is coming. The bitch that's saying the British is coming was British, you bitch. They're defected. They betrayed King George, bitch. So they're all British, ain't they, bitch? Now how there's white people here in power, they ain't British shit. It's only been 150 years. Fuck y'all talking about? A whole different cast of white people went to the South, the most dangerous Gullah Geechee. So you tell me white people came in the 1800s to the most dangerous regions of niggas in the South and slaves? Y'all are stupid as shit, boy. That's the dumbest. That's like saying white people immigrated and the first thing they went to was Memphis, Tennessee. Get the fuck out my face. Get the fuck out my face, white people. That don't make no damn sense. You know those ain't white people. Calhoun, Texas, all that Tejas, all that shit. The first president, some more. Now how 1868, annexation of Texas. Still all Moors. There ain't no white people there. President some more. The land belongs to Moors. Ain't no white people there. It ain't because of racism. This is what I'm saying is y'all inherited way more history for white people. You took an inch, took a mile, bitch. It's not reverse racism, bitch. We're trying to make it very clear. You just were not there, and you definitely weren't in We the People, the power of politics to vote for either. If you weren't fucking there after the revolution, how the fuck you gonna run some shit you didn't die for, bitch? Your granddaddy didn't fight in that shit. How the fuck you inherit all the privileges of all your unratified civil rights amendments? And that's why, knock knock, who's there? What are they saying that Trump is an idiot about? And that man ain't no idiot. White people trying to figure out, why are you talking about civil rights and white people? Welcome to my TED Talk. White people ain't got no lawyers in your family? He said civil rights was bad for white people. Yeah. Y'all don't have indigenous rights, do you? Y'all not sovereigns, are you? All right then, you're visitors, you're citizens, right? That intonates you're still a foreign immigrant. You're a citizen of a foreign corporation. That means you're never a native. Hence why you're not the Native American. You understand these words have meanings now. It's not what color they are. It tells you how long they've been here. So if there's a white person here that's a United States citizen and not a Native American, then you weren't here in the beginning. This is common fucking sense, bitch. United States Service Corporation is a foreign corporation operating on indigenous land with treaties with the indigenous people that you're no longer honoring. I get it. Something Civil War Reconstruction. All right, who died and made you Indian, bitch? Nobody. But you settled for citizens and strawmen. Cool, you're playing paper games with the maritime law spearheaded by the church, the Vatican, and then London City, the people with the law and who read a little bit better than you, making sure you got the paperwork to do it here. That they ain't playing with you no more. 2022 pandemic, it was clear. And now you're talking about civil rights and white people. Whoa! I feel like I've been streaming about that very fact for the past 10 years in a row, and your president keeps matching me. Welcome to Europa. Now imagine if you believed who you were. Man, this should be over, wouldn't it? I think so. I think it'll be over already. I had a dream ass niggas. You ever seen the mountaintop? You went to Mount Peniel? He had a third eye awakening. Did you have your third eye awakening yet? Oh, we still want to pretend to be black and African American in 50 years. Our grandmothers, we gonna say our grandmother was Indian, and then our grandbaby gonna say their granddaddy was Africans. My grandma Indian and my grandbabies will be like, yeah, my granddaddy, he was an African American. We gotta start all over again, niggas. What tribe were your ancestors from in the 1900s? Oh, they're part of the black tribes. Where's that? Oh, that's in Blackadonia. Where's that? On a doll's roll. Black people that have nothing to do with the federal government started their nationalities with a federal census with 3 options. American Indians didn't have to fill out those forms, you dumb bitch. Your grandmother is Indian. That's why she don't show up in the federal rolls, you dumb bitch. You can't do the ancestry looking for federal citizenship if your American grandmother is still being Indian until goddamn 60s, motherfuckers. Everybody didn't have to do a census. Especially if their mother is a goddamn Indian. It's their damn land, bitch. Who are you counting in my house? They counting for citizens. American Indians shouldn't be citizens for the Dred Scott, bitch. A lot of people took that serious because all the niggas wasn't waiting on TV watching the Dred Scott case. What the fuck you think nigga Indians was doing with some random nigga named Dred Scott met a white boy problem? Like, what the fuck they gotta do with all the niggas in Texas? You think that shit was on Twitter in 1842, bitch? You think extra, no railroads or cars here? A nigga got locked up in Boston. And the niggas in New Orleans were like, true. Motherfuckers can't even imagine the degrees and the lack of technology and access that allegedly takes place in their story. Just to cover up the fact that this is Tartaria, a technologically advanced place in the first place. Man, they lied in every fucking dimension. They insecure, jealous ass, bitch ass ancestors. At tops 5 generations ago. Lord have mercy on us. It didn't take them that long to become hateful. Just to be confounded and confused by their own stuff. That is crazy, Lord. Reprobate mind a bitch, boy. Y'all better fear listen, you better fear God for real, bro. You can have the world 1 minute on Genghis Khan and the next minute you in a circus, nigga. And then the next time your circus animals running the circus, nigga. And the next thing you know, they on a Bill Gates farm about to turn into soy chicken dinners, nigga. Same story. The first will be last and the last will be first. Lord have mercy. The meek shall inherit the earth, man. That's a crazy story. I wonder why they say it like that. It would be hard for a rich man to enter through the eye of the needle. I wonder why they keep telling you the same story, bitch. How many warnings did they fire in that story before they realized that they're telling your story, nigga? They're prophets. Lord have mercy. These are not historians. They're prophets writing. Keep that in mind. They love to leave that part out. That you don't accept anything later in the New Testament until you have to accept the principle that Jesus is descendant of prophets. Since their Savior is a prophet. This whole family's a bloodline of prophets. So every book in the Bible is prophecy. Lord have mercy, they can't read between the lines. I don't think they read it at all. Like Jesus. White Jesus ain't got no accelerated readers. Oh, Lord have mercy. What do they have so many Bibles for? Are they just like coffee table things? Like people just say, yeah, I have a religion or a Bible. It had to be their passport, bro. Like they tell you to put the Quran on your phone when you visit Dubai. That's all it was. They don't believe in God, bro. They can't read. So they only came here for greed. Cool story. At our expense. Cooler story. They spit in our face and betrayed us. Cooler story. Now the people they betrayed us for playing our face are betraying them. Familiar story. It always happens that way. So whatever is happening proves that it happened that way. This is the karma for what we know they did, and we see what they did because it's happening to them. A lot of confusion, a lot of drugs, a lot of betrayals, a lot of things that weren't supposed to be said being said out loud, a lot of kidnapping, a lot of missing children, a lot of sudden deaths of billionaires and millionaires, a lot of currency wars, a lot of banker conflicts. This is the 1800s for real, bitch. They try to act like they can keep control of an empire for 400 years. Bitch, they haven't had the United States until Civil War. The United States ain't no fucking 400 years old. Why they lie so damn much? First of all, that was my grandfather, an Israelite, 400 years ago. The United States allegedly 1775, but you didn't get 50 states until after the Civil War, and you didn't get your more than 20 states until the 1900s. So, like, y'all full of shit. The United States has barely been united for a century, and you still fucked it up. You start going into $1 trillion worth of debt in the 80s. So from 1920 to 1980, with all those wars in between, that's the life of the United States as we know it. Bitch, the United States as we know it is barely 150 years old. You didn't have fucking Colorado and Texas and Seattle and Washington and the history of that place and those resources until after the Civil War. And the Civil War wasn't with the West Coast. So how the fuck they get involved with the United States, you dumb bitch? What were they called the whole fucking time until 1868? Moorish and Indians. All right then. So what the fuck? How the fuck you have a 400-year empire when your bitch ass hypothecated a little northeast region up until 1868? Like, shut your dumb ass up, bitch. My grandfather didn't come here to form no fucking United States, bitch. The stupid ass occupier called the United States is just sitting on my grandfather's land, called New Jerusalem. Right there, New England colonies. That's what it still is. These bitches don't get to call it something different, faggot ass, bitch ass niggas. You ain't from here. What I'm saying, they can't do that. That's not the whole world know they can't do that. You ain't from here, you can't name it. Bitch ass nigga, take your ass home. Where you come from and why you named it in our language? Since we're New England and you ain't name it, dumb bitch. You ain't the king of New England, so why the fuck you here, dumb bitch? Like, they tell some made up story about King George. Fuck a King George, bitch. I'm Hakata Khan's grandson. He's not King George anything. Stop making white people up again. Dumb motherfuckers. The fuck they talking about? But Benjamin Franklin said they're all Moors and swarthy. Yeah, but they made a whole story about white people, how white king, shut the fuck up. On the Boston Tea Party, shut the fuck up. It's all black people in that story. Dumb as hell. Stupid as hell. Because they don't call them black people. That's some white mean shit. They started just calling us black recently. Tribes, nationalities, hence guys, wake up. Please wake up. They cut you off from your birthright. Y'all don't understand how deep that cut is. And they playing in your fucking face today, knowing all the rules, laws, and that the treaties that I'm mentioning exist. And not one good, decent person who studies this came to our help to present it. They're all full of shit. They're all sellouts. They're all federal agents. Every last single one. There's no way that they can be that close to those libraries and these degrees and get away with all their little things, whether that's the Beyonce and Jay-Z wedding with the Moorish mask on their face, to know all those things, to know Dr. Z York, to know my grandfather Noble Drew Ali, to know fucking Elijah Muhammad students, to know all of those degrees Fruit of Islam, to know J Electronica, to know about the Rothschilds, to know all of these degrees and then be a millionaire and have access to the law and never tell a nigga nothing. Those some evil fucking niggas, boy. And they're alive today. Nah, I should know better. Nasir Jones especially should know better. All the money he got. Remember, Rock Him to God with a 7-circle Quran on the back. Remember, Nas was rapping since he was a teenager. Queensbridge. Come on, man. My family from Queens for real. Like, he ought to know better than anyone else. But you don't see Nas, like, go overtly and explain the process to get your relief out of your debt slaveness. Half man, half amazing, half Asiatic or something. You see them rap about the themes. They all seem to do it. And then you know who all their friends are. You seen the jackets and the fezzes on them. Come on, Dougie Fresh, sure on. Well, Dougie Fresh, your dad's a Moor. How come Dougie Fresh ain't on a podcast talking about getting your rights back, you black motherfuckers, but you want to celebrate hip-hop and 50-year anniversaries for a paycheck? Fuck these niggas. You didn't understand anything I said. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's so hard to be like, grow up in hip-hop and then have to turn around and become a man. But like, fuck them niggas. Q-tip off them. Fuck them niggas, bro. As a man, fuck them niggas, bro. They knew the truth the whole fucking time. Zulu Nation, what the fuck you think they talking about? Some Africans? Wake your dumb ass up. They talking about Malachi Z. York. They talking about Noble Drew Ali, bro. They're talking about you everything but a black man or an African. And then I have a video of Africa Bambaataa saying, we're Moors. This is the father of hip-hop talking about we're Moors. I got Khalid Muhammad, Nation of Islam, Fruit of Islam, Rizza Islam. All of y'all motherfuckers are cap. Because your most staunchest supporter, your most vigilant scholar of recent time, Khalid Muhammad, says, I know I'm a Moor. I have enough sense to know I'm a Moor. Then how come these motherfuckers ain't got all these damn temples teaching all these Moors and their kids their damn history? Starting with the annexation of Texas all the way up to Justia and the Board of Education correction. If you all fucking niggas know you Moors in your secret societies and you here and they're Moors since 1933, what the fuck have we been doing for 60 years, Mr. 1993s? Being African Americans and 501c3s? That's a crazy fucking story, bro. And then Khalid Muhammad get poisoned for being a Moor? Bitch ass nigga. Why are we playing this game if you just want a piece of the country if the whole country belong to Moors? You would think, motherfucker, you would think. Unless they all on board with raping the estate, which they have been. Social Security. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Shout out to Elon Musk and DOGE. It cut down all those paper checks. And now that's why they all got into hyper content creation. Because they're no longer getting those kickbacks. Holla at your boy. But Donald Trump's the devil. Wake your ass up, please. He's one of the devils. Don't forget there's devils here before him. Because ain't nothing get better before him. Wake your ass up. That's why they're all federal agents. 501c3, churches, non-for-profits, LLCs, all that shit. That's money laundering, bitch. They're not selling nothing. That's how they rich with mansions. All right, then. They're in poor communities, but they raised $1 billion. Shut your ass up. You don't know how taxes work. That's how they get free money, bitch. Free federal grants. That's in the federal government know who the fuck they giving it to, but they don't call that nigga a black supremacist, but give him federal funding benefits off of 501c3. Wake your ass up, please. That's too impossible for me. To make anyone in Nation of Islam an enemy, but then still approve their 501c3 tax privileges. You heard what the fuck I said? They had a problem with fucking Malcolm X's grandson doing business with Gaddafi. You know that whole story that Gaddafi was going to give black Americans? No, the fuck he wasn't. Gaddafi was going to give Malcolm X's grandson $1 billion. And then the feds was all up in Malcolm X's grandson's business since he was a child, ruining his fucking life. And he's dead now, by the way. And you never even heard this story. But niggas who swear to God they love Malcolm and Nation of Islam don't tell Malcolm X's grandson's story. The nigga who could have got him $1 billion funding from Gaddafi. But who stopped that? Oh, the Democrat Party. Hillary Clinton. Ding, 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 ding. Sellout niggas part 5. Swear to God. Tell them to swear to God on their life. Y'all don't even know what I'm talking about. That's how evil this shit is. You heard what the fuck I said? Y'all worrying about reparations. Malcolm X's grandson, out of federal prison, got a phone call from Gaddafi for $1 billion. Now he's dead and Gaddafi's dead. Coincidence, I guess. What did Malcolm X say before he dead, though, bitch? Where's Mecca at? Where the promised land at, bitch? You don't think his grandson know that shit? For Gaddafi to throw that brick? Cut it out. They're only killing niggas who know who we are. That's why everyone wants to go against Russia. It's the same stupid ass white supremacy story, bro. And unfortunately, their white citizens don't know the story. They just go along with white daddy. Expected behavior. But I'm telling you the backstory of the backstory and how we got so many sellouts that look like us. And the crazy thing is, a lot of them ain't us. They just happen to be black people. That's why they're so happy to be black African-American chattel slaves. Bitch, my grandmother Indian. Where the fuck these niggas from? You want to find out something real fucking fast? Show them your ancestry from the Civil War and prior. Here in this land that they have temples and 501c3s with a federal hostile government against American Indians at least. And then that breaks up all that black history reparations talk, because take that talk to Africans since they sold you bitch. Anyway, when do we gonna get our shit? You know everything, since it's ours, according to the treaty, in common sense. And on my grandfather Hakata Khan John, miss me with anybody else's fucking story. But meanwhile, all we know is everyone else's story, and it's our story that's missing. And these niggas are perfectly fine with that. Yeah, demons. They deserve the hell that they're going through. Always at the Diddy party. But I need you to know what their biggest sin is. is that they know the truth already. Their biggest sin is that they know the truth already. But they have you placating to democracy and politics as black African American minorities, knowing that if you know who the fuck you were before, you would never be of law. You would never and could never ever play the game of U.S. politics ever again. You're the indigenous. You're a non-U.S. citizen, but you're from here, meaning they owe you in real life currently. That's how so many people live sovereign and get the benefits of the federal government. That are your black leaders. That's what they're doing through those federal programs. They're working with the FBI in order to extort them. That is what Noble Drew Ali ran into with faggot ass Hoover. The FBI wasn't here prior. So the FBI is the facilitator of our sellout class, on top of everything else they do in investigations. On top of that, their inception is a counter to Noble Drew Ali, my grandfather. I'm saying that personally. They never seem to solve crimes or do anything with decent immigrants who are killing everybody, but they always have a way to stop niggas from being indigenous. You didn't hear anything I said, that's cool. But one day, someone in the future is going to hear this video, and I'm going to sound like Ty Street Bay, and then they're going to hear me clear as fuck, and they're like, whoa. That's what I hope happens. I just hope I wake up people that hear it, like, that hear my frequency of what I'm drawing, and then I hope it clicks to you why everything else hasn't worked and doesn't work. It's a dead end. It's a scam. Motherfucker fucking on 15-year-olds and having kids but not taking care of them. But swear to God, they can teach black men how to be men. You know what I'm saying? Like, you'll see all of that, why that's hidden. And it's like, why do you have to hide that if the subscription is what they're taking? It's like, they're not taking that subscription. They're taking benefits. Because none of these motherfuckers are American Indians. So take their ass back to Mecca. Why the fuck are they here? On God, right? So stop fucking playing with us. Nation of Islam does not make sense here. If their premise is that they're Africans who used to be in Saudi Arabia, what the fuck's that got to do with Chicago and the Indians, Bruce? The fuck's that got to do with Israelites and Jews? Cool story, bitch. That's not the story, bitch, since that's about Khans again. You got a Quran dedicated to Muhammad Khan, a Hebrew Israelite. I'm sorry, a Semite. I'm sorry, an Afro-Asiatic. That's a Blackanese Asian. Are these niggas Blackanese? I don't think so. They always have a mysterious daddy or a white guy in their family. Now who put them up to this, ass niggas? Now do your history on all these people and their movements. Look up Fard Muhammad. Is that a black guy? Isn't his origin always a mystery? This is the only thing you gotta worry about. Is the bitch ass nigga an American Indian? So why the fuck is he here? Talking to us, American Indians, about anything. And how come what my grandfather said, Noble Drew Ali, the prophet, wasn't good enough? Since they're all in his 7 Heaven school anyway. How come they don't teach nothing that Noble Drew Ali taught? If they don't exist without what Noble Drew Ali taught. That's how you know they're sellouts, right? They're in Chicago where Noble Drew Ali lived. Right? On Jay Electronica. Right? On Jay-Z. Right? On Jazzo. Right? On Malachi Z. York. Right? On Zulu Nation. Right? It all loops the same. Even G Herbo. Right? They all looped into the same story of the hypothecation of the Moorish empires known as the Hebrew Israelites, but 400 years prior, my grandfather, Hakata Khan, would make us Tartarians. So what the fuck are they talking about? Africa, Nation of Islam, Muhammad, and all this other stuff, and Jesus and Issa? Shh. Stop talking about my daddy, and then you're everything else but us. Stop quoting my daddy, and you're anything else but us. Stop quoting my daddy, and you're supporting the side of the people who formed their weapons against us. Stop quoting our daddies and coming to our land and talking about everything else but us. And that's why that thing is treating every immigrant with dark skin as black people in America the most evil thing socially that has ever happened. Because that ghetto ass, hood ass bullshit that accelerated, that affected people, that was not executed by American Indians. That was executed by whatever the fuck a black person is. And the best way you can test a black person is your grandmother Indian. And if they scoff or they never heard that or haven't wondered, they haven't talked about the veil, if they don't know what we talking about, then they're not from this damn country, bitch. So they can't save us, help us either. All they got is the same fucking deranged occasion funded through a federal government of illusions for benefits. They don't have nothing real or substantial. None of these motherfuckers are Asiatics. They might be part Asiatic, but they're not the Asiatics because they're right here with the Asiatics and act like we're something else. You know what I'm saying? You cannot be a beeline from Genghis Khan 400 years ago, get here with a different story, and then talk to his kids and be like, 2,000 years ago. Shut up! Genghis Khan the Conqueror, Michael, Muhammad, Mehmet, Baphomet the Conqueror wasn't that damn long ago. So your book ain't that damn old if it's talking about Jesus and Muhammad the Conqueror in the same damn book, bitch. Why would I be writing a fucking book talking about my daddy, my granddaddy, my great-granddaddy and skip 2,000 years and not mention them niggas? It's a beeline directly from Abraham to them. Fuck out my face. They all lived in the same time space. There's a succession of emperors. The fuck is going on, bro? This is common fucking sense, bro. This is common fucking sense. They stole it from a kingdom. Like, you think it's about governments and fucking patriots and warriors and a corporation? The fuck niggas ain't have cars, man. Shut your dumb ass up. They just make up anything, bro. They make up anything, bro. And had niggas waste their time acting like something, doing something, selling something, dressed like something, and still don't know who the fuck they are to this day. But the white man's the devil. But the white man cutting your check. Shut up. But the white man allowed you. But the white man got rules. But you file your taxes with the white man, the white man. But the white man, the devil. We gotta do something about the white man, but let's raise the white man money and put it in our white man banks with our white man mortgage and our white man neighborhood and our white man meeting with the Jewish man bankers. Shut up! All of it was a distraction. And just think, they did that in Mecca, our promised land. The disrespect is the modern disrespect stack is so crazy when you start to honor your real parents in this bitch. I'm not an orphan, baby. If the white people were orphans, you think some of them black people were orphans? Maybe. No wonder why they don't know who the fuck their grandmother is, let alone if the bitch Indian. We should start with, do you know who your great-grandmother name is? Why not? That's after slavery. So y'all never lived in the same place for more than one generation? How the fuck you don't know who your grandmother is? Y'all moved all over this place against racist white people, broke in poverty? Now how all you niggas ain't been in the same place since at least the Civil War, bitch? You new here. Just say that. Just say that. Just say all you cap ass niggas that act like y'all the real ass niggas. Y'all not really from here. And y'all not even victims of the transatlantic slavery because you just got here. So you're not the slaves of that story descendants either. Weird ass niggas. Weird ass niggas out here, boy. I'm talking about old ass boomer ass niggas. John Henry Clark and motherfucking the other one. Jake, Ben Joseph Johan and all them niggas. If you African, just say that. Why don't you teach that shit in Africa? What the fuck are you going to do teaching American Indian about African deities based on Egyptian history and all the damn gods of Egypt over there are American fucking gods? So why don't you just teach American Indians about the American gods and stop talking about fucking Africa, bitch? My problem ain't because I'm African, bitch. My problem is an American Indian with a bunch of Africans telling me we're black people. They won't even let us have a fucking Indian grandmother. That's all black people. White people don't know who the fuck my grandmother is. My grandmother didn't get raised by white people. Why do we feel like white people had access to every territory at once in the 50 years? Like, motherfucker, they barely had money to come here. You think they were walking up and down through all of our territories? Like, y'all goofy as fuck. But you know what I'm saying? We don't have enough degrees and variables to properly look at these stories to discount everything that's apparently Foley because of the culture and traditions and locations would provoke the fact or at least question the main narrative, and all of us do. So the main narrative ain't about us then. Cool fucking story, bitch. So what the fuck does all of that got to do with us? Nothing. So why are they here? That's all you had to ask. Trying to figure out what we got to do. No. You have to start going. You got to start reprogramming yourself. Why are they here? The enemy comes to kill, steal, destroy. Well, everyone's playing cool. They're being civilized, but they're still here though, and this is not their home. So then you got to ask the question different. Why are they here then? They have the money. They have control. Then go back home. Why are they here? Because they're colonizers. Well, colonizers only using your resources, but why are they here? Like, why move here? Like, why live here? Why stay here? Why die here? Why are they here? Exactly. That's something as an American Indian you have to frame your mind around. You belong here. And this has nothing to do with politics. I'm just saying, like, to ground yourself and to navigate politics and history as an American Indian descendant. Your grandmother's Indian. I believe it. Not for Asiatic. Shut up. You're a descendant of an Israelite, and you're here in the hometown of Israelites, and you've been here for hundreds of years. At least 1611, right? All right. Everybody else ain't got that story. Everybody wasn't here before that, and no one here before that would be anything to rhyme with the United States anyway, since that's not who they are either. So those are two different stories, right? If there are other races of people here prior to 1775, that does not grandfather them into the United States, since there was a Louisiana Purchase that was all French, and that was the French kingdom. So they're not part of the United States anything. What happened to all those French people and nobles and royals of the French territory of Louisiana Purchase just, I don't know, the other year during Benjamin Franklin, bitch? A bunch of territories of Indians and black people to this day. How come the white people from France want to join the United States? That sounds fucking stupid. You're part of a kingdom and you're going to join some pirates in the north, but you all want niggas on your plantation? Make your mind up. You only got 100 years to land that trick. Stupid bitch. How come y'all bitch asses don't talk French? The Kingdom of France was here just the other day, but nobody from the Kingdom of France remembers the Kingdom of France purchased Louisiana. They couldn't purchase it from the United States. The United States doesn't own land. So who did the Kingdom of France purchase Louisiana Purchase? All the way from Canada, straight all the way down to Louisiana. All of those states that they touched during Benjamin Franklin time, that's after the goddamn 1770s until the Civil War, where there's French Suave soldiers fighting from the south against the north. That's quite convenient that you look up the Civil War and you see French Suave niggas and they're dressed like Moors with fezzes on. Oh my God, the Kingdom of France were Moors. Woo! They weren't Christians. Do me a favor, go to Google Images, type in French Suave, and then know that they're in the Civil War in the Louisiana Purchase territory. Who are they fighting if they're the Kingdom of France? That's not the United States story. If the Civil War is over the United States, then why is the French army in it? That's 1868, bitch. Annexation of Texas. So you know the land west of that ain't theirs either. But it makes sense that they live next to Moors, right next door to Moorish Indian Associates. All that land is there. So who did they get the Louisiana Purchase from if they're living next to the Moors and Indians right there? Dumb bitch. Woo! So that means everybody in politics and legalese law don't know history and they full of shit. Louisiana Purchase, the Kingdom of France, and all that went to Civil War. Napoleon, somehow he becomes Emperor of France. But remember, the Louisiana Purchase, meaning the territories is France. Which continents? I go to Canada. They speak the French. Like, that's why, bitch. So all of that land down here would have been occupied by American Indians, but also French-speaking people. Do these white people speak French? No. So were they in the Civil War then? Shut the fuck up talking to me. The fucking American Revolution was also another conflict. French-Indian War. It's right there. Louisiana Purchase. It's right there. Napoleon Wars. It's right there. That's all French. And Point du Sable, Chicago, French. That's a black guy. Oh my God, he's a Moor. Point du Sable, the Moor. That founded Chicago. He didn't build Chicago. It's part of the war. He's claiming it from the American Indians. Tartaria. Bro, did you hear everything I described to you? That all happened in 25 to 50 years. All them niggas alive through all those conflicts, bro. All them niggas alive through all those conflicts, bro. All of them, bro. French Indian Wars up until Civil War. Someone from the French Indian Wars alive during the Civil War. It's all French. But somehow, United States and white people had a 400-year empire on this landmass. Shut the fuck up talking to me. Y'all really got to shut the fuck up. Ain't a damn smart person in our generation. If they don't know about Louisiana Purchase, French Indian Wars, Napoleon Wars, all that's French, New Orleans, French. But that's them doing business with American Indians who are Moors. So who are the French, if they're doing business with the Moors and Indians? Hi, how you doing? Shut your ass up, pirates and barbers. And how that turned into white French people and the Tudors? Oh my God, y'all disgusting. Stop fucking playing with us. Stop fucking playing with us. White French came to Black America to teach Black people an Afro-Asiatic language dialect based off of Moorish Latin, and end up in white people's hands in the United States. And instead they taught all the same white people really quick from the Civil War, where there's French Suaves speaking French in the war, and all of a sudden by now they speak English. But now you're trying to figure out where all these white slaves in Appalachia got these weird accents from. Not because they're country hillbillies, because English ain't their first language. So they didn't come from England, did they? Wake your stupid ass up. And that's a recent genetic expression, you know, in the last 2 generations. Meaning they only been here since the Civil War, and if they don't have an English tongue by now, in the place of Indians, they don't have an accent coming from white people England, come to Appalachia, live next to some Indians, and have a weird English dialect, do they? Where they do that at, bitch? Nowhere. Then you telling goddamn lie then. Yo daddy in the fucking French army as a slave. You fucking eunuchs and Mamelukes. Because I could have sworn it was French Morocco Muslim. Hello? Is this thing on? The same time period, it was French Morocco. That was an empire, kingdom. The white people, Berlin Conference, France, is a state, but France back then was a kingdom. So French Morocco, Mauritania over there now, hence why French Montana, get it? Hello? He's a mixture of whatever that eunuch bullshit was going on in the Alawite dynasty, but that was France. Come on, hold on. I'm gonna prove it to you. They ain't got enough room to move in this story. Man, the devil alive. Shout out to the brother New. I want to break it down for you. Hold on. Listen, they can't fucking play with us, bro. They run out of time. Copper-colored Indians. That's the color of copper. That's us. On God. Hold on, I'm gonna stack it for you. Liberty, the Liberty coin, based on Libra. That's our God, Isis. Stop fucking playing with us. Hold on. Stop playing with us. The Statue of Liberty is a boy today. Addis, that's some Greek shit. Sounds French, Mauritanian, Moroccan to me. That means that's a different type of Moorish set. They're not doing our shit anyway. Hold on. Let them niggas live. Hold on. 1 ounce silver Troy. Hold on. We got a 1 ounce Troy coin right here. That's an Indian, ain't it? That's a Troy though, like an Etruscan. Like Etruscan, like Troy, like Tuscarora, like North Carolina. But the 1 ounce Troy is an Indian. Right. That's one of our grandparents. You wanna know how I know? Because on the other side, let's flip it. A Troy, an Etruscan. Mayan calendar. Hold on. That's the Mexican Montezuma Empire. I'm sorry, Mama Inga, our grandmother. Okay. All right, so this coin is dedicated to us. All right, that's in America though. Shh. And there's an Indian on it. Don't fucking talk to me. My favorite one. Hold on. On Heinz 57. I got the Holy Roman Empire of Carlos V right here, the double-headed eagle. Notice when the ugly-ass Africans move in, they cut one of the heads off. I guess that's my grandfather. But yeah, when it was 2 heads, that's the Holy Roman Empire of Germany. That's my grandfather. That's our coin. You notice how I have the coin of all my empires? How the fuck that happened? Law of correspondence. Don't talk to me. But this is my favorite one. Morocco. French Morocco. I got the date on that bitch. This is 1851. Or 1951. French Morocco. Don't stop fucking playing with us. It's a kingdom. So it had nothing to do with white people at a statehood. So when there's a Louis purchase by the France, they're talking about the empire, the kingdom of France. They're talking about Moors then. All right then. So Louisiana Purchase was by black people. Are those the same black Indians? No. Are they the same black people that came from my kingdom? Some of them, but they're a whole different demonstration. Remember, they were cutting niggas' heads off and shit. I don't trust them. But them niggas. Those are niggas. And I'm sure they have white friends and white girlfriends and incest and all that shit that they're accused of because they're the ones that brought all the whores here. So you know they're into human trafficking. No shit, Sherlock, but they're French. But they're French mixing with Indians, so they're still black people. Hello. Is that the time that all black people in America are on? No. That's the time that the black people in the Civil War, like what the French were on. How you doing? But I'm an American Indian. That's a different story. None of them niggas get reparations. Fuck them. How are they gonna plan to differentiate this shit? Well, we should look at their French last names, ass niggas. Lakeishas, Lakitas, Latavias, all black people in Houston, New Orleans, and Alabama. You try to figure out why these girls got French names. They're French! You call them ghetto because that word is French. If they're French, they're not sub-Saharan African. They're French. Those are the French descendants from the Civil War, bitch. The Louisiana Purchase was so that they can live on those lands. That's why those French black girls are there, my nigga. Their grandmother may not be Indian, but she sure is French. And yes, they might all go back to Africa eventually, but they're a civilized version of Africa after we leave. They're the black Europeans. Oh my God. They're the black Europeans, bro. Not the Jews that ruled Europe. Those are the black Europeans that took over Spain, Portugal, and France. And they have a kingdom, mixed kingdom. And they come back over here and move right in, and they look just like us. And they ought to remember us because our grandfathers were just the damn emperor of Germany just 100, 200 years prior to them getting here. Hello. That's why they moved in so easily. What's up, cousin? Oh, y'all mix with them ugly ass people. You remember the languages? You remember? Oh, it's you. Y'all know. Oh, yeah, it's you. Oh, damn. They made y'all bald headed. That's crazy. We'll fix that. That's the actual history of what happened. All those factions I just named. Look at the French Suave in the Civil War. The French are black people, bro. During this, in the context of those stories. So France in America is black. Like, oh my God, nigga. Look, all these black people with French names. Oh, because the French had a plantation. Bitch, one of my family members come from a French plantation, the Peace family of New Orleans. The biggest plantation there is out there. I know all about it. Spare me the gory details. They're Moors from Europe. They're not Afro-Asiatics, though. They're Moors, absolutely. They're just not they're not Jews. They're something else. But they're part of, you know what I'm saying? They're North Korea, South Korea, Japan, China. Like, they're all in Asia, but they're not all the same grandmother, right? They're Moors, though. AKA, all I'm saying is they're not white people because they're Moors. That's a pedigree. It's a noun. You put the prefix. What type of Moors are they? Blackamoors? Are they Moriscos? Mixed? Are they mulattoes? What type of Moor are they? But calling them Moors, though, tells you they come from a civilization, though. They're not tribal members. They're dressed up and stuff like that because they come from villages and cities and stuff. In modern 1800s, 1700s time. You don't forget that, bitch, we come from Tartaria. Everyone that we touch should have been advanced. That's why this poor old black and white story of poverty is unique to these motherfucking foreign immigrants. That is not the story of empires, bitch. So they keep cutting off the stories of all the empire kids, including the French kids that are still here. There ought to be real French royals or nobles still in the colonies, especially New Orleans, Mississippi, and Texas, if they just took their fucking history as serious as Beyonce did. You could be a royal of a French society, but bitch, I'm still Mama Inga's kid. This still ain't your colony, because you would have to rent that land from me. And I ain't getting no ties with Malachi 3 and 8, part 3. So what are we talking about? Then you'll understand why you need to know your nationality and blood right and birthright gives you hierarchy over people no matter what fucking degree they got. Since we're doing civilization, bitch. How an uncivilized nigga that didn't pay no blood, sweat, or tears or investments into the thing get the benefits because he got a fucking degree? Bitch, go drown in hell. Your grandfather didn't lift a fucking hammer in this bitch, nor cut a damn tree down. Your ass is using fucking credit. Fuck you. I don't give a fuck what you believe in. Over here, at least, in my grandfather's territory, with my grandmother, Mama Inga's land, in which it's named after, America, Amorican, Amarucan. Khans are Afro-Asiatic, so Americans ought to be Afro-Asiatic Semite Jews. And none of you bitches are Jews or Israelites. You like to be in everything else but that. So nothing else but that can claim land but that. So shut the fuck up talking to us with your white friends who do paperwork, since you niggas are illiterate. French. The Boulay, the black Boulay, they're French. They're the boule ass niggas with the Louisiana Purchase that moved into these colonies with all these whores that Benjamin Franklin talk about. Those are the black people who sold out the Indians before 1812. Hi, how you doing? Shout out to the Freemasons that got the Tomahawk Indians jammed up. That caused the Canadian French-Indian War. It's all connected to them, but somehow white people and British people become the whores. Shut up! Y'all can't read fucking history, let alone the damn Bible, so I know you don't know the fuck. You understand, bro? What the fuck they go to college for? Beyonce, a French name in Louisiana, Alabama. Like, come on, dog. Come on, dog. It's right there, Latavia. It's right fucking there. Louisiana purchased a bunch of black girls with French names because they're fucking slaves. Well, who's fucking in the Civil War? Why is French Suave with fezzes on if they're slaves to white people? They're slaves to Shriners. They're slaves to Mohammedans, but it's a Christian nation. Then how the fuck are there fucking Mohammedans and Moors fighting in the Civil War over fucking slaves then, you dumb bitch? If the France is the one bringing the slaves in, and they're Africans. Boulay, African. Dubois, African. All of that's French, African. Fresh, Friskin, Frisco, San Francisco. Come on, dog. Their name means black people. Not Macron, the sissy or the faggot that married to a boy but somehow gives kids out his asshole. I'm not playing make-believe. I'm talking about what the words and nationalities mean. The French of that time, just 200 years ago, are black people. They're emperors and nobles and royals. Point du sable. Look it up, please. So Napoleon would have to be the same. Look it up, please. Not a World Fair refight at the World Fair high schools. Look up their dates, please. Then look up where Alice Crosby went, please. Then look at where L. Ron Hubbard is, please, and put dates next to that. That's all after the Civil War when white people went panky-hanky with newspapers and books about nothing. Meanwhile, the war is niggas on niggas. And yes, there's white people in them, but it's the white royals in the war? No, there's no such thing. If they're French, niggas. Now, real quick, let's teleport to Haiti real quick. What's the name of those territories over there? Are they French? Do you see white people in Haiti, bitch? Just shut the fuck up talking to me. Port-au-Prince, Haiti, in France. And a land full of niggas. And they're the only ones treated different, right? Separated from Dominican Republic. That's a church decision, right? They start mixing them different, right? But who's the side on the other side of that island that's supposed to be French-speaking? Haitians. Haiti older than France being there, by the way. That word ain't theirs. Haiti is Hayti. That's American Indian word. But why on the French Haitian side of things, all that stuff is named in French? And how come all those other Bahamas islands named in French is all black Aboriginal indigenous peoples from Africa? Because French Empire is Africans. Not from transatlantic slavery, you dumb bitches. That's the Empire of France moving its whores and its orphans and its army here. Hence, French-Indian Wars. Ain't got nothing to do with white people and slave masters. The slave masters are French motherfuckers crossing the boundaries on American Indian shores. Nothing to do with white people. White people hypothecated whatever the French was able to do. And this is after the betrayal of the crypto Spanish and Portuguese. The Africans then came over and did it. That's why there's Africans here. They're part of the French army, bro. You can call them slaves because they're in a Muslim army. Yes. Eunuchs, Mamelukes, slaves, whores, human traffic, brought to America to undo whatever the fuck they were fighting against in American Revolution, the Civil War. That's France, baby. Why do you think they have so many territories and land claims to Africa, baby? So if they have the land claims and the resources, don't you think they took the African niggas and sent them here, bitch? That's what the fuck the slave trade is. It's Muslims, not Mohammedans. It's a similar story. It's like a Christian's not a Jew, like a Muslim's not a Mohammedan, but they're using the same book. But the motherfuckers who always fucking up things are the ones that came here. Have you understand everything? That's what we dealing with today, bro. We dealing with people who might know something like that, who might feel something like that, and they realize that their fucking families did somebody foul. And the best we can do is act like we're all the same black people. No, fuck you, or Mama Inga. No, we're not. Or Carlos V, we're not. Or no, John Smith, we're not. If you ain't related to them niggas, boo-hoo. Don't fucking talk to me about nothing, you Jew. Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like, French, if you French or Indian part 2, that's a cool story. Moorish part 2, I know how it works when you sucking and fucking, but how come you switched up on us? Tell me that story, bitch. Because you got to make believe that all the black people you send your kids to go to school with, that all these motherfuckers are white people in charge. You a damn demon, boy. I got all the coins to prove otherwise. You a damn demon, boy. And that ain't that damn long ago. So you just damn lying for your boule ass Secret Society, Alpha Delta, Daughters of American Revolution, all this Freemasonic bullshit dedicated to Solomon, a damn Jew, my grandfather. But you did that against his damn grandkids on the land of his damn granddaughter. You a dumb bitch. That's how I know y'all going to hell. Nah, hell no. Y'all, one day y'all appreciate the fact that there's a nigga out here that was alive that can unwrap that knot for so many people. I swear. Because it only take you 40 fucking years. You feel me? The African white Turks. You got it. They call themselves Ashkenazis, and they stole that title too, because Habargastin calls the fifth the real Ashkenaz. So they stole all the titles like they do. Carpetbaggers, name stealers, part two. No surprise with us, a Jew. Everyone stole our shit. But they just stole it, is what I'm saying. They weren't there in history to steal it. They stole it. They hypothecated it. They're masquerading. Another French word. Faggot. Another French word. Go down the line, bro. America has a lot of fucking French words for all the reprobate shit. Have you noticed? Yeah, all of them people are black or light-skinned kids from Africa. Cut it out. Cut it the fuck out. Cut it the fuck out. Maybe that's what an African American is. It's a French descendant still in the Americas with dark skin. Don't fucking play with me. Since Afrique is French, don't fucking play with me. I'm not a fucking Afrique anything. I'm American. Notice Afrique has French right in the middle of it. Cut it out. You gotta know the kingdoms and empires, not what the motherfucking liars who can barely read and go through college stories are. I wanna know what the king stories are. How the fuck could a king have a battle, lose it, but still have his castle? The fuck? Why he ain't a king no more? Where's his kids at, bitch? So what he lost a plantation in America? What happened to him in France, bitch? Why you got a president there? Tell me that story. Oh, another revolution of a bunch of slaves killing niggas again. The whole world must have did it, Craig, just in the 1800s. Or black people would know they were French and know they're part of a French kingdom and empire. Especially if you're from the deep south and your grandmother's not as beautiful as my grandmother's. You're probably French. Yes. They'll be on plantations, yes. Yeah, your granddaddy planting dick and your grandmother, bro. Yes. There should be nothing else there. There's no cities there. It's all plantations to create more people. Hence why the Kingdom of France wanted to expand its people by giving it land over here, and they had a treaty with us through Sidi Muhammad, who's a Mohammedan, over the French Mohammedan Suave Moors. And then they changed the story by giving, now to check out the founding date of the French map, please. So someone tell me, when was France founded? And say French, tell me when was France founded? The word founded. What date was it founded? And Google might update it because the AI is stupid. It's going to tell you about the history of the Kingdom of France. No. I want to know when the French state with the flag, when was that founded? Because there's no coat of arms no more. When it's a kingdom, it's a coat of arms. When it's a pirate, it's a flag. So when was the French flag founded? 1958. So that cannot be the fucking France that bought Louisiana from American Indians in the 1800s. Get it? So that's not the flag is from 1958. That's not the French you're reading about with the Moors and the Moors and the Barbers in the 1700s. That's why you have the scissors and the red flags and stuff. France. So like, why are we fucking retarded? And I'm talking to black people, African Americans especially. If your grandmother not Indian, she's probably French. You got French names or Persian names? You should look into it, bitch. Do the etymon of your grandmother's middle name. That'll tell you everything shit. All right then, that's what she is. Stop fucking playing with us. Acting like there's a million years to get a bunch of ugly niggas here. Cut it out! Are you an Israelite or not? And if you're not, you're African. That's how easy this is. How did anyone not Israelite get here? France. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I guess why the French would have a problem with the word Moor, because it's Spanish. Little sassy bastards. It means the same thing though. French genderqueered the language. They're black. Mixed with white people too. Their king is black though. It's theirs. The Kingdom of France is black. The state of France has white people. Question. If white people just created paper corporations for France in 1958, what happened to all the French nobles from America in France then? If their daddy was just in charge of everything, that's French at least, 100 years ago. Come on, my baby, come on, my darling. I wonder who Beyonce's related to. Look at all the French ugly black girls that can't sing, but they always got to deal with the Jewish friends that's running their daddy's bank kingdom of hypothecated, pirated American Indian Israelites, probably estates. They ain't feel my sex. So white people, you help Africans betray us. I appreciate you. Couldn't have done it without y'all. So that's just me freestyling history. Now, when you go research this shit and it starts landing, you're gonna have to ask yourself, how the fuck that nigga know that? And he ain't open up a damn book. Shout out to the degrees of what our Bible and our ancestors told you. If you mind your own damn business, part 2. But I appreciate y'all. Like, comment, subscribe, support the support. Black and Mob run. Money sign MG the Future. And we didn't blow up today, so hopefully we have a cooler story tomorrow. Till next time, peace.